babbling until I get
Phil
word that we're
doesn't have
actually...
any audio. Now he does. Hi, Phil.
Hi, there we
Nice
go.
pantomime experience there. I felt very immersed. I felt very like I was in it there with you. That was
Yeah,
great.
it's like, what would be really fun for the audience would be like, let's simulate what it's like to suddenly and catastrophically lose your hearing. That'll get them in just the right frame of mind to watch this, the first of 2 days of open trials here for the Team Ireland Overwatch World Cup team. I got it back on track, Thibble. We're here. I'm Big Hungry Phil. That's Thibble. And we're excited to bring you the first half of today's action.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun one for sure. It's so interesting watching all of these trials for all these World Cup teams coming through. Team Ireland, obviously, such a storied history in the World Cup, such a vibrant and like colorful community that they've managed to create, really just around this event and within a very short time frame in our old man like history perspective, right? It's always just been a total blast watching these guys go and seeing these amazing personalities go at it. So getting in there and like seeing the nuts and bolts of them figuring out their roster is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, and I know that there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes to find as many eligible, competitive, and driven players as possible. We've got a lot of them here today, and so everybody's currently playing for all of the marbles for that chance at the actual full Team Ireland roster. Of course, that roster going forward then into the wild card qualifier rounds. I don't have a good handle on the exact date for those yet, but coming up inside the next couple of months.
Yep, they'll be playing teams like Spain and Portugal, other teams with some immense history in the World Cup scene as well. So very excited to see that. And of course, Team Ireland's going to want to field as competitive a roster as possible. A roster that works well together, has good mechanical skill, can show up and represent their country. So this is, as mentioned, the first step on that road, getting us towards that starting roster that's going to click and run it against all these, Baltic teams and stuff like that.
Yeah. Let's have a look at who we've actually got playing in the opening of our blocks today. We've got 4 blocks over the next 2 days. So up first, Demon Faith, Sinex Capital and Greece on Team 1, Dino Power, Blizzard Star, Adam and the GCB on Team 2. Now, Thibble, those of you that have been watching the Overwatch World Cup tournament that was carried out at the start of last month might actually recognize a few of these names, and those of you competing or viewing Overwatch at a grassroots level might recognize even more. Blizzard Star, I know, is a player I interact with fairly regularly through our sort of joint involvement in some UK tournaments. Anybody here that stands out for you?
I am actually maybe a little less versed. I will be acting in the role of the audience here, perhaps learning for the first time many a name. Even so, I mean, I think that's really the strength of the World Cup and this tournament at large. It's such a great, first stepping stone sort of position for many players to start to kind of put their names out there. So I'm excited to see, players that or that are involved in the community taking, maybe their first steps or another step, trying to, get into the scene a little more competitively. I just want to see what these guys can do because, it's a bit of a blank slate for me, but that's fun. I like that.
It's one of the nice things about this entire process because, as I said before, we've had that opening World Cup tournament to sort of secure a spot in front of the committee for a spot on the roster. And we saw players from countries across the world suddenly develop a name for themselves that weren't, your supers from Team America or your Ben Bests from Team France, like players we know, but players that have turned up and had a phenomenal performance and whose names we're going to be tracking going forward. But it looks like that we are ready to start here. We do have a set map pool today, and we're starting off on Nepal.
Yep, checking to see if the teams are froggy or not. I like that. We saw a map set briefly cross our screens there for a bit, starting here on Nepal. Always a good, just like get warmed up, kind of loosen up a bit, see what you can do here. Looks like we're maybe starting on Shrine, but maybe this is just a really big wide shot. I didn't see out of the shuttles just yet.
Yeah, it is. It's a thing that took me a number of years of playing the game to realize is that all of these control maps are on the same map. So if you zoom out far enough, you can see all of them.
And that is true for all of the control maps, actually, which is really interesting. Those big wide shots that the observers can get. So fascinating to me to see how they all the map designers, map design in Overwatch is so intentional and so thought out. So seeing that go is tons of fun. We are just making sure everyone is ready to go here. Initial looks at these compositions, bit of what I expect. A lot of back and forth here. We've seen even in the Pro-Am and in other World Cup trials, the meta is in a very interesting and I would say healthy state. Lots of different variants and compositions, especially dependent on map and personal preference. You see the Ramatra May actually come out quite a bit, kind of like a Rhine May. Ramatra Rhine can be interchangeable in certain scenarios. And then over on the other side, we have Winston Comp coming through with a Cassidy and a Tracer. So a little more aggressive on the engage.
The Haddy termed poor man's rush here on the Ramatra, and already coming up big here. Faith takes Adam out of the equation. Nice and easy. Dino, not long for the world after that. And this is going to be a bit of a rout here by Team 1. Like, great forward pressure here by Damon in particular. Got those cooldown timings measured out nicely, and that's going to be early cap here for Team 1.
Yeah, so Team 2, obviously playing that Winston comp, you want that engage, but Team 1's composition is like, sure, go ahead. We have a May. We have a Ramatra. Faith is just going to, pick off your Ana before the fight even starts. Like, we want you to dive us. That's totally fine. So very interesting sort of rock, paper, scissors between can Team 2 get that opening pick and get that engage, or are they going to be stymied by more of the defensible? They're playing it almost bunker-esque in this positioning, and I really like that, actually.
I think we had a momentary tag there of the Tracer from Blizzard Star onto the point. There's the stick, nice use of the defense there from Damon, mitigates a lot of the damage, and now can just sit back here and spam, moves up, knows they've got the barrier to play with, and pressures Hunter away from the rest of the group. Will receive the stick for their troubles, but survives that exchange for now. However, the forward pressure here, the high tempo from the dive composition from Team 2 starts to pay dividends here, and that will be Team 1 given over control.
And Hunter actually doing a great job in that fight, building up a lot of ultimate charge, as we can see. And those sticks were both magnetic grenades onto Demon, forcing him just kind of to, okay, I need to step back. I can't get burst down. I have to block this out. Got separated from the rest of the team, and suddenly there's the engage angle for Team 2, right? So the opening they needed to secure capture percentage. Team 1 still gets 42% on the board, though, so not too shabby to start.
No, great place to start here. Even better place to start if you're Team 2 is that you do have a couple of ults on the table. We've got the High Noon, we've got the Nano online, but now somehow Team 2 have to deal with the annihilation from Demon. Needs to get the Nano to the revive, and Capital just gets that off in time, but I think that's not going to be enough for them here. They don't have the support. That was a really key pick here from Team 1 to take Adam out of, to take Capital out of the fight.
That nano actually got canceled. There is a like half second or 0.4 second window where the nano dart is actually flying over to the target. And if you die during that time, it disappears. Projectiles just despawn when you die. So that nano actually did not make it to the Ramatra. And now Demon swapping over to the Junker Queen here as it's kind of a fresh start for Team 2. Only the Dragons coming online. You do have the Sound Barrier here as well. But so many ults for Team 1 there. So many ults for Team 2 on the other side. The Primal comes out already.
Yeah, it will be difficult to burst down. The right Winston in the middle of the Primal. Doesn't quite get the juggle out of the door there onto Capital, and the Sound Barrier keeps the rest of the team alive through that. So some low HP players here from the side of Team 2. Faith and Sanix get a quick couple of picks here, and now it is on to the chase to spawn to see what else they can get before the fight rounds out.
Blizzard Star, the deer in the proverbial headlights there, walking directly into a Dragon Strike. You hate to see it, but I mean, that was just good positioning from Faith in general to send that straight down that lane and secure so many picks there. Team 1 now back in control, 79% for Team 2. Not bad still. They have a couple ultimates to work with. Deadeye, though, it's kind of hit or miss whether you're going to get a ton of value out of that or just make it more of a zoning ult. And Death Blossom from Sinix here could be the thing that makes the difference.
I think there's a great predictive sound barrier there from OCB. It doesn't save Dino, but it's enough to keep the rest of the team in the fight. And at the very least, they should be able to stand up and generate a little bit more ult charge. But we are now at last fight territory. It's 78% and rising now for Team 1.
So now just the Deadeye for Team 2. You're coming close to that nano boost. You have to not get picked out here, and Demon just making a tear. Just coming straight through with Carnage and taking out Hunter. That stagger there is actually going to do them some major favors. And still with the Rampage online, the nano boost coming up too. This is a pretty good position for Team 1 to be in right now.
For now, for Team 2, you've just got to get somebody onto the point. It's almost certainly going to be OCB. Does get overtime ticking through. But now they've kind of got to make magic happen here. And they've not got a lot to make that happen with. They've already lost a Dino here. Syntex with the nano is not someone you want to walk up against here. But Hunter finds 2. Unfortunately, it might be too little too late. Damon is still on the point, still alive, still cleaving through with the axe. Grease is there to keep them up as well, and that will be them rounding out the fight. Good attempt here from Hunter with the High Noon, just sadly not quite enough.
Yeah, nice and close on that first round too, right? So back and forth, so dependent on just little tiny differences to make that round go Team One's way. I like the attempted flexibility from Team Two. I like the swaps we saw from Blizzard Star. I think the Genji, you want to provide a little more of that burst potential, like really try and get someone down, maybe bring it to Faith a little bit more on that Hanzo, who I think had a phenomenal round. So many good picks, great dragon strikes, good understanding of just like, here's where I need to stand. Here's the kind of lanes that I need to keep an eye on and keep locked down. And Damon as well, I think, just running around on the Junker Queen after that Ramatra maybe didn't quite, just didn't quite feel right for the scenario. And just it was getting in and honestly getting some major picks and escaping, which you don't know what, Junker Queen is not a Winston, right? You don't get to jump in and jump out again. When you're in there, you're in there. But he was making it work. He was making it look really good.
Yeah, you've got to really start landing big swings with the Carnage, with the axe, because that's what allows you to wait and get your shout out and get back again. So if you're not finding those, it can be very difficult to make this happen. Now that we move on to Village, though, we've got the Pro-Am special here from Team 2. We've got the Bastion flavor of the rush with the Reinhardt.
May on Village. May on Village. I love this composition from them. Same deals, though, from Team 1 here. Want to try and run that composition back a little bit. And Cynex stepping forward with the early pick on the Dino there makes it seem pretty worth it. Now Team 2 just backing up. There's no fight here without your Reinhardt. You're just going to try and, avoid staggering, avoid giving away free ult charge, maybe considering the main choke point here as Dino respawns and start heading back. And that pick from Blizzard Star, what an icicle.
I think really easy to underestimate the damage that a Mei right click can do. There's no fall off. It's like a budget Hanzo arrow, if you like. So great opening here from Blizzard Star. They've got a big player advantage, and they're going to leverage that to stealing out the flip onto the point out from under Team 1. Dino's back and causing havoc, and it's time to rush, baby! The last few kills coming through here. It's just going to be the Tracer of Cynics down last, and there's the hold now for Team 2.
Channeling his inner hottie. You love to see it, folks. Ryan on this sub-map specifically is so iconic. Ryan May especially. You have so much point control, so much capability to just move around and swing. Like, this is the composition that thrives here. And now Team 1 on the back foot, 30% and counting for Team 2. They need an answer to this within the next couple fights, or I'd highly recommend in their case they maybe switch it up. But maybe this is what they're trying to. We don't know.
It certainly puts a lot of pressure on Cynex to go and actually get onto the point and start moving this rotation off the high ground, because the Junker Queen doesn't do a lot to keep your team alive from the sheer volume of spam that Team 2 currently have coming out from this defensive position. They've now been forced to drop, so Cynex playing around either side of the opening here to the point, looking for somewhere to land this pulse bomb. Down to 25 HP, can't afford to go in, doesn't have the recall. Now back with the healers, can start to get themselves back into the fight. We are still looking for somewhere to mail this particular letter, but it's a return to sender as the rewind comes through. Pulse bomb only finds the IMO. Great presence of mine here from Adam on the back, and that's going to be the hold here again. They do lose Hunter, though. This could be an opening for Team 1.
There is a very small opening here where you can try and make something happen with that man advantage, but there's so much point presence. The Rampage coming through only gets Dino, I believe, because Blizzard Star just ice blocks straight into that Blizzard. Knife comes out. Great shot there.
Yeah, already generating a lot of charge. Back into the next one of those ultimates. Lands the melee. Dino goes down. It was a big exchange of ult here, but ultimately it's the ability to keep Demon alive and fragging here that's done it for Team 1.
Yeah, so such great mechanics from the Junker Queen there. It's one of those heroes with a really high ceiling. If you're really hitting your shots and doing crazy stuff with the Junker Queen, sky's the limit, right? And I think 40% towards that ultimate in half a fight there is pretty dang good. Faith on the Ashe, actually, which I had barely even noticed, is already close to that Bob, though. So a lot of potential point presence to help hold and bring that percentage back soon.
Good to hear that your cats agree with the assessment here.
God.
Here's Bob in the fight, of course, buffed in the last patch, now aims at the same target as the Ashe has already found the immortality field. Would ideally like a little more than that here, and there it goes. Hunter down. Faith with a bit of certainty here from the sound barrier. Stays alive a little bit longer. Cynics jumps in, sticks that down the throat of Dino. They share it with Blizzard Star, and down they go. 40% and rising for Team 1.
A great fight there, right? A little expensive. You use a few ultimates there, but I think that's what you have to do in this position. You need to be willing to spend to maintain your control, especially with 95%. You pretty much have to play this round perfectly. Now you have just a Rampage coming online to hold off Team 2 here, who do have a window, but that's kind of also it. Do you get major value out of that? Do you use it as a zoning tool to get you to point? This May wall for this rotation in the tiny room, though, is so smart, and Damon is already down.
Yeah, that is exactly what they needed here. This is going to take them up to around the 70-80% mark. And boy, I mean, if I was Team 1, I would start to worry about exactly where the legs for this table have gone, because we've lost 2 of them already here, and that's allowed Team 2 to get back in and secure the flip. Nobody can really afford to tag in a meaningful way here, particularly when they're waiting to spring the trap, load up the wall, and stop the contest coming through. And a good attempt here from a stagger in. Demon needs a monster of a rampage here. Connects with a couple, finds Dino at least, but they've not been able to find the kill on the back of it. So great effort, scrappy fighting here from Team 1. Ultimately, Team 2 just have the point presence required. The Blizzard will seal things up nicely here, and it's 1-1. We get all 3 submaps.
I mean, that was a fantastic little stall there, though, from Synex and Grease coming through, right? Just like rooting all the way around the point. Synex actually was about to, like, had gotten headshot and then stuck by the magnetic grenade from Cassidy. Frame perfect melee recall to avoid dying to that and allowing him to continue to stall. Just a little moment that I wanted to throw out that kind of happened at the beginning of that last fight. It was so impressive to me. The reflexes there. So, I mean, like you said, super scrappy. Great fight there, even closer than Sanctum was. And now it all comes down to Shrine. We see a couple changes coming through. We see Demon coming up on the Wrecking Ball. Faith on the Sombra here, a Zen as well from Capital. Demon making some choices here. Ramatra maybe going to be the thing that sticks through. I like the Sombra pick. I think that's going to stick. We see that on both sides. Blizzard start also going for the Sombra. On Shrine, I guess this is just kind of the flavor of the day.
It's an interesting adaptation. I think we are seeing them. You can sort of see what's happening as the changes come through. It's the team discussing what they think the best picks are here. Team 2 look like they've already settled on theirs. There's been no swapping around on that just yet. The Sombra, I think, is mixed value. I think if you were going into the Wrecking Ball mirror, the ability to shut down the enemy Wrecking Ball is huge. So we'll see how this first fight goes for them, but Blizzard Star may want to think about something a little more synergistic.
Yeah, I definitely think the Sombra is like, we think they're running Wrecking Ball, therefore we go Sombra, which is really interesting because Team 2 seems, if that logic holds, Team 2 thinks that Team 1 is going to go Wrecking Ball and is sticking to the Sombra, whereas Team 1 does not think, and both of them are wrong, which is really funny. But I like you said, seeing that logic of them like, what do you think about this? Do you think this is the play? Okay, let's just kind of stick with what we've been doing so far. It's been working. It's not like these compositions are not working for them. But also, let's see what this Wrecking Ball does. I think Team 2's kind of willingness to kind of swap around and play a little funny with the tanks here could be a nice wrinkle for Team 1 to have to tackle.
Let's see what Blizzard Star's pathing does here, because one of their key roles for the Sombra will be information gathering. Well, it looks like we're not going in for stealth. We just want to farm this EMP ASAP. The hack comes through onto Damon. And it's Capital that's down first. Is Equalizer's Hunters down as well here? Nobody really properly cementing themselves, as that is quite low HP for a Wrecking Ball, even with the regenerating shield. Desperately trying to get back out again. Gets the adaptive shield just in time, but nobody has really displaced anybody just yet. We're getting closest to a flip here from Team 2, who get it, and now it's up to them to really mark their stamp on the point, find these kills, and properly solidify.
Yeah, establishing point control here is a little tricky for a Wrecking Ball composition, because it's not really like a I will stand in front. It's disruption. But at the same time, Demon getting a little caught out there. Cynic's going on the flank looking for a pick, not finding much, but Hunter goes off the map.
I want to say that was a really fat hack here from Blizzard Star. Interrupts Demon, actually getting the Carnage Swing connect, doesn't get the damage, doesn't get the additional healing map provides, shuts them down entirely, and allows them to really hang on to the point.
Soundbarrier coming out here. Cynic's just trying to find something, but it's tricky with all that extra health on the line. OCB getting Faith down as well. The pull spot here for Cynics, but I think he's going to save it. It looks like we're backing out here for Team 1.
I think you've got to. And of course, in this next fight, it's going to be very hard for them to push in because there is the Sombra EMP, and very nearly the Kitsune Rush available to them. That is a lot to shut down a push.
Yeah, so many different tools about to come online here for Team 2 that Team 1 really needs to think, like, do we also want to spend a bunch? They have a bunch of ultimates as well, but do you want to spend now, or do you want to try and pull things out, risk hitting 70 or 80% here for Team 2, but then come in with a major ultimate advantage? So we'll see what Team 2 does, see if how economical they try to play, and I imagine Team 1 will respond in kind.
There we go. Specifically looking for the supports. Knew there was a good chance that Nano was online, but crucially, Kreese not caught in that. Pops the sound barrier, keeps Capital alive, gets the Nano onto Demon, who is now 3 to start swinging through. Takes Blizzard Star out of the equation. With Blizzard Star dead, with Demon down, Signix able to get in and find Adam, and it is all falling over here for Team 2. Great response here from Team 1, and Grease really the linchpin in that play.
Blizzard Star forgot the ancient Sombra wisdom. If you didn't get the Lucio and the EMP, you didn't get an EMP. Because that sound barrier coming out right away absolutely saved Team 1's streaky bacon. I believe that's what you guys eat over there, right?
One of the things we do. I mean,
sure. Like as opposed to normal American.
Let's get this sorted out here. Let's get this sorted out here, Thibble. I am not from Ireland. It's its own country, and I thank you for treating it as such.
I absolutely know that, of course. I'm just saying, streaky bacon is more popular in Europe than in America. That's all I'm saying. Anywho, lots of ultimates coming online. Team 1 comfortably in control here as Team 2 just tries to rebuild their ultimate economy, maybe get a couple picks, maybe get a lucky fight, but they are operating at a bit of a disadvantage. Of course, I caster curse them in the best possible way. Hunter takes down Faith.
Let's see how this evolves. It's one player down per team. Crucially, having your tank in the fight, quite a significant advantage. Losing Dino here surely means that for Team 2, it's a backing out. The best they can hope for is maybe finding a frag onto a squishy. Ooh, and GCB goes down here. Yeah, at this point, surely you've got to back away. We do have Dino back in, but by the time Dino is back in, it's back into being a 4v5, and they are finally going for the reset.
Yeah, I think the immediate back away is absolutely the play there. You don't really pull any ultimates. You just try and go for charge right here. Now you have EMP for Blizzard Star. You can come in with that on this next fight. You're close to a pulse bomb and a sound barrier. You can get a lot done there if you're pretty lucky, and at the same time you also want to try and pull out these ultimates as best you can from Team 1, approaching 80% and counting now.
Yeah, this is critical for both teams as far as it goes for a World Cup trials. And we're going to start things out here with this sound barrier from Greece, well ahead of the EMP. GCB also uses theirs. So now, apologies, I completely misread that. We still have Greece with the sound barrier. It was GCB using theirs, and there it goes. Sound barrier out, but it wasn't enough to save Faith. Assassinated by Blizzard Star. Adam down as well here. 99 to 85. Winner of this team fight likely wins the map. Pulse bomb out. Sadly, goes wide. No connects. Get the minefield out, will make keeping this point in contest that little bit harder here for Team 1, and I think that is now just Faith and no longer Faith trying to keep that alive. Signix dodging onto the point, trying to keep this in the favor of Team 1. The point flips 14% and one last fight available.
Yeah, one last chance just to touch, hopefully not get displaced by this Wrecking Ball, who will surely come in for one last, don't come over here, don't touch this. You have the Kitsune Rush as well coming from Adam, the only tool really in the arsenal for Team 2, but nothing on the other side. You see Demon swap over to the D.Va actually, and Faith swapped over to the Sombra to get back a little bit quicker.
Very hard to push into a Kitsune Rush. The additional movement speed and ability cooldown makes this such a punishing ultimate. Dino takes massive advantage of it and takes Grease out of the fight. We on board now with Adam, desperately trying to keep GCB alive so they can in turn keep the rest of the team alive here. 5v5 so far. We're looking for this first frag that dictates how the rest of the fight will go. And a hacked Tracer, as the proverb says, is a dead Tracer. The D-Mech, the Sombra down, the point capped, and that's the objective secured. 2-1 for Team 2.
I believe that's end of map. I don't imagine we'll be going through. It's not quite Squim rules where you keep going. Sometimes they'll do multiple takes of a sub map, but I believe that's going to be our map 1 going towards Team 2. Mm-hmm. Very fun start to this series overall, right? So back and forth there. Happy to swap around and experiment with compositions. I think both teams definitely use that as a great, like I said, limber up. Get a feel for what feels good right now. Like, how do we do with this composition or that composition? And so much fun seeing those two go at it.
I think it's a really interesting wrinkle is maybe the wrong word, but really interesting facet of how these trials are being run. I've now had the chance to cover a couple of World Cup open trials, and they run usually by saying, okay, we want to see how you run a dive composition on this map, and we want to see you run a brawl on this, and then we'll swap you over at the halfway point and see how you all mesh. I actually like the concept here of giving players their own choice of what to pick and what to play. Firstly, because we are in such a fluid place with the game right now, and secondly, because it lets you see the capacity of your players to problem solve on the fly and go, oh, well, we're having trouble with this particular pick. Let's bring out the Sombra and shut down the Wrecking Ball, for example. Like, I think that's a really interesting way to run a Trials.
Right, yeah. And this is such an interesting dynamic in general, right? Because you and I were usually casting something Contenders-esque level, right? A tier 2 sort of tournament where the whole objective is like, we're winning at any cost. In a trial, that's not necessarily your main concern, right? Like, winning looks good, sure. And if you're dominating, that obviously says something about your performance. But like you said, this is a great chance to see, how are these guys solving problems? How are these guys adapting to what is thrown at them? How are they communicating through these fights? Like, all of that is so important when you're looking at, I'm going to take these whatever 20-something players and turn them into 7 or so. I need the ones that can solve problems and perform under duress. Right now, that is what I imagine Ocean and the rest of this crew are really looking at. Yeah. So fascinating really to watch them go, watch that rock, paper, scissors, and watch that mental process that we were talking about at the beginning of that last round. So yeah, very fun dynamic here.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into the geography of the issue, right? But where you have a relatively small population-wise country like Ireland compared to, your United States of Americas of the world that have 300 plus million people to choose from, what you need is players that can do a bit of everything, right? You can't afford to go out of your way to find a Rhine specialist, because your pool of players that meet the criteria is naturally that much lower. So I not to hark on about it here, but I do think this is a very clever way to run things. Next map is just getting ready to load up. We are going to Watchpoint Gibraltar, and I feel like it's been a very long time since I've seen Watchpoint Gibraltar, obviously in the map pool, but just generally in competitive play at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think map pools, both for the actual game that we all play and for the competitive leagues, has leaned away from Gibraltar kind of since the end of the last Overwatch League season, which, it's random. Sometimes that's just how it is. You won't see a map for a while. When's the last time we've seen Nimbani, right? Like, we're just getting
Good
that
question
into in-game pools right now. Though I believe in Season 4 of Overwatch, they will be doing away with map pools entirely.
Yes,
which I think
correct.
Is a good move. Of course, the competitive scene will still keep those. I think it's good for teams not to have to practice every single map all the time.
Yep.
I've heard that's a general positive for the practice schedules of most competitive teams. But yeah, we haven't seen Gibraltar in a bit. I love Gibraltar, though. There's so many interesting things you can do there. The topography of the map, kind of across all 3 stages, but we often talk about the shuttle phase. Obviously opens up so many different options for Winston comps, Diva comps, Widow, anything that can take advantage of that verticality. And it's just one of those timeless, iconic, been around since the start of the game maps. We talk a lot about King's Row, but I think Gibraltar should also kind of be in that conversation from just what a classic, what amazing moments have happened on this map that we just get to see time and time again.
And I think it does a really good job of, as you alluded to, it's a very high mobility, sort of high ground to low ground transition style of map. It's a really good bellwether map for determining how your players can do in any map with that kind of topography, right? This is the pinnacle of, can you run dive? Even back in the day of GOATs, this was one of the few maps that showed a little bit of variation away from that because of how important and how strong some of these opening high ground positions within each phase of the map can be. So this is the quintessential, hey, do you know how to play Winston now?
Yeah, definitely. This is, can you do dive? Do you know your dive tanks, your vertical capable DPS, your good peel supports? It really pulls out certain styles of play and certain skills you need to have to be good at Gibraltar, air quotes. And like you said, right, even in the GOATS era, this is one of our first testing grounds, this in Blizzard World, actually, of all maps, were our first testing grounds for the triple DPS composition that eventually did away with goats just before the 2-2-2 lock. There's some old lore for you. Shanghai was one of the first teams really to pull out like the Pharah Sombra Tracer and just start like, what if we just run circles around you on these crazy vertical big skybox sort of maps? And that was the first crack in Goats' armor in a long time. Obviously, that was a while ago, like 3 years or so, and things have definitely changed. We do see Winston coming out on both sides for these teams, as far as we know. Cynex on the Echo, which I think is a fun little shout. I love Echo in competitive play. People usually playing her tend to be pretty dang good on the hero. Hunter coming out probably just for an early, like, can I get a pick Widow, which given this positioning, I don't think is going to do too much. And the Brig Ana here for Team 1. I like that a lot. Very bodyguard, like I'm just going to protect her from whatever dive's going to come through. It makes a lot of sense. I like what I'm seeing kind of from both sides here. I get the logic.
Yeah, and the recent buffs to Brigitte with the 25% burst heal added to the armor packs make looking after your Ana that much easier. If you can mitigate the burst that comes in on the back of a Winston dive and keep them alive long enough to hit the anti, hit the sleep, whatever, then that can really improve your chances here. I like this from GCB, forward early to try and displace Demon from the high ground. Has succeeded in splitting the team here, but Dinah does eat the anti-heal grenade on the back of that one. Hunter going for more than just the opening frag here. Actually gets a nice shot there onto Cynex. Doesn't land the headshot, but the body shot keeps them honest for now. So it's a grapple up onto the high ground to look for another target, and down goes Capital, tumbling down those steps and onto the low ground. And that really will crack open the defense here. Team 2 already in control of the high ground, and Team 1 having to backpedal.
Not even just backpedaling, they have to stay real low to the ground here, right? This Widow has a great angle, is more than just that opening pick, as you said, is actually looking to get some work done here. And that's allowing Team 2 to make some great progress and really keep Team 1 just on the back foot, right? You can't really confidently try and go out and recontest when you're going to get bursted down like that. You've been forced immediately to jump away.
Luckily, long-range heals available here from both of the supports on the side of Team 1. Does keep Demon alive through that, but it's not good enough for Cynex. And this has gotten a little bit messy here on the low ground. Demon forced to front line against 3. We've got Faith coming in from the side. Looking to the back, peppering the tank. Looking to try and land some of those onto Adam and take them out of the fight as Demon finds the opener, taking GCB out, and Faith into the back. Lands some chin music onto the Ana of Adam, but can't quite take them out of this one yet. Instead, it's Blizzard that finds the opening frag. Grease goes down, and it's Monkey Mayhem in the tiny room at the bottom of the slope here for both teams. Nano boosted Winston against regular Winston here. Nobody coming out really on top here, and this has been very expensive now for both teams. Dino goes up onto the high ground, props the primal, hits the sleep, gets woken up immediately, and goes back to bullying little old ladies. Capital's forced Blizzard start out of the fight here, and Dino overestimates that 1000 HP and just how far it can carry them. Hunter goes for the SMG, and it's not going to be enough as Team 1 just mount the defense.
Wow. That was so back and forth, like such a long, crazy, like, and then this happened sort of fight. That, I think, though, is exactly the kind of fight you need when you're fighting for a spot on a team like this, right? When you're in a trial scenario. This is the kind of game where you go, just try. Just like pop ults. Let's see what happens. Let's just try and talk our way through this fight and just make it through the other side. And I think that was such a great effort from both teams there to go back and forth. All those ults coming out. Like, in a normal scenario, you'd be like, that's maybe a little expensive. But, like, let's see what our clutch factor is like. It's so hard to test. And I think both teams did a phenomenal job there of that.
Another few seconds here of ultimate available for Hunter with some lines of sight onto Faith. Dodges the pulse bomb. Keeps hold of the little room here, trying to keep Faith honest. Instead, into their field of view, the giant scientist. Damon lands, and Hunter gets the headshot. Down goes Faith. Took him a little while, but there it goes. We're actually down below the 1 minute marker here as the pulse bomb erases Demon from the fight. Soundbite out from GCB. Makes it hard for what is left of Team 1 to keep themselves in this. I think if you're Cynex here, you're looking for a frag, and you're looking for this last little bit of ult charge to bring into the second phase of the map.
Yeah, just hold on to what you can here. Just build whatever charge you can. Blizzard started doing a phenomenal job in that fight. Lots of back and forth. Keeping Cynex honest as well. Just kind of forced to try and back up. Didn't quite get the duplicate off in time, but I think that's fine. I think you want to probably hold that for Shuttle Phase here if you can. Primal as well coming online. Capital close behind with that nano boost. A lot of options for Team 1 to try and recontest here, and it was a good defense on the first point to start with. Hunter sticking with this Widow here. I like it. I respect, the moxie of like, I want to make Widow work. Sure, why not? We have to wonder though, as I curse him terribly, if how long that pick's gonna stick.
Well, certainly would be the time to change now. Not much ult charge available. Change won't cost you too much here, but having lost Adam here as well, I think it makes it that bit harder to get into a decent position, and the kills keep on coming through for Team 1, so they may have lost point 1, but this point 2 defense coming in strong.
And Hunter not switching there, I'm not going to say it's a bad thing, right? This is a trial. I think it's totally fine to be like, this map, I'm just going to play Widow. I'm going to see what I can do with it and see what they do about it. Both of those are very good pieces of information to try and collect. But yeah, as you said, tricky now to get back into a position after losing a big fight like that in the Streets phase. Stick coming through, forces the Primal, the Duplicate also coming out. Lots of ults starting to get expended here.
Okay, decision time for Demon. Do you stay here and try and stuff the choke and kill some squishies, or go into the back line to help your support against the incoming tank of Dino? It's going to be a bit of both. Now back into the high ground on the shuttle here for them, but it's not enough to keep Capital alive. Hunter down at 28 HP and just can't make that work. A bit of stray ammo coming in from Cynex takes him out.
Yep, caught a Cheerio in the mouth. GCB with that long range pick on the Cynex. Swaps now to the Hanzo, to the Sombra. We can just keep that one going until he decides. Faith with the Pulse Bomb coming up. Capital with the Nano close behind here, just kind of raining shots down from that backline. The Kitsune Rush coming out. Team 2 wants this.
Yeah, I think that's probably best case scenario here for Team 1 is to get it out here in a fight that was probably lost already. But instead, we're going to see them commit into this one with a Nano Boost onto Damon. Finds one pick. Would ideally like a second here to really solidify this one. Instead, we're going to see them divert their attention onto the low ground here to try and deal with Blizzard. But it's not going to be enough as Capital goes down here as well. Even with the rally running, it's just not been enough. We do get a last-second contest here coming back in from Demon. And that's going to be the cap here on into C.
I mean, another solid defense, right? You started that phase with just shy of 3 minutes. You come out the other end with a 2.5-minute defense overall. Hunter with the dot kill onto Cynex. Grease just going to go for the back spawn. Got forward spawn. Didn't want to get pinched off too hard. Damon coming in with a little over half of a Primal here. Hunter with walls could be a great, just get the point moving, force them to hide for 18 seconds or so. But Team 2 with some tools of their own. They're going to see maybe about engaging with beat here or just trying to make something happen to stop this cart in its tracks.
I was surprised that the sights haven't come out yet. I was expecting that to be used to try and prevent Team 1 from rounding that first corner and get some free cart push, but I think they've done well enough without that additional info as the chase is there to deal with Grease and then Cynex, and they're just going to bully Capital back into spawn, and that will get the cart right on this final straightaway into the cap of the map with a minute on the top.
I mean, like you said, I guess they didn't really need it. Now you pop it to try and catch someone coming out of the spawn doors, perhaps see if they're going for a split push like they are. That immediately calls out this whole strategy, forces Team 1 to have to rethink how they're getting back into this fight with Winston playing Bouncer at the door. Pulse Bomb as well, you just throw that straight down that corridor, and that is bad news. 11 health for Blizzard Star, forced to recall, throws the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get much, but Adam does pick his counterpart.
Yeah, Capital going down here is probably the best you can hope for Team 1, but they are still going to, even without the Kiriko in the mix, decide to invest into this team fight. They found Adam on the Kiriko. They have Faith alive. Oh no, cast a curse and run at the last possible second. Actually committed the Pulse Bomb there, but didn't find too much with it, and Demon is desperately trying to make something happen here. Finds 2 with the Primal Rage, back into normal monkey mode here, and chases away GCB of the last possible meterage. In comes Team 1 with the defense.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the last minute hurrah, right? Just please let us out. Please, I promise we can defend this point. 3 seconds left. I don't know if anyone from Team 2 is going to be able to touch the Primal actually coming through. Just manages it, but Capital takes Blizzard Star out early.
I think this is going to be very hard to get much further meterage on this, particularly down. Blizzard Star and GCB. Hunter might have the range, but Cynex had the sights, and down they go. 4 meters away from the cap onto C. That's the defense for Team 1.
Wow, the jump onto Widow for Cynex is such a power play. The old adage is the best thing to counter a Widow is your own Widow, but better. And Cynex, I think, in that last moment, right when it counted, he was the better Widow. So great jump out from him. Like, I'm just going to stand on the cart. You can be all the way back there. That's fine. That's the classic Widow spot. That just means I know where you are. A couple great picks from him just to help clean that up. But even so, Team 2 just managing to squeak that out with 0 time in the bank. Still plenty of space here to mount a defense, but their work is cut out for them.
I do wonder, having seen that sort of strong pop-up performance there with the final few seconds of the map from Cynics, if we might see the Widowmaker hear from them on their offense round so far. Hovering over the Tracer again here shows a certain amount of confidence in their capacity to path into a position where they can actually usefully contest this opening high ground, because we saw Hunter was a big factor in how the Team 1 defense was cracked here.
Yeah, and I think looking at Team 1's composition, I don't know if you assume the defensive Widow. It's less, I mean, Widow in general on this map hasn't been common for a long time. So maybe you're thinking like, okay, Hunter played that on that round, but he's not going to play it on this one. We don't really need our own. It could be that Cynic comes out, sees Hunter on the Widow, hopefully not by getting picked by the Widow, and then goes, oh, okay, we'll run ours too. So I'd say keep an eye on him, kind of see what he does and how he thinks through this problem. If they choose to go, maybe the Tracer Genji, right, is a double dive. Let's put a lot of pressure on him with our Winston. Even if he's running Widow, we're just going to try and handle it that way. So very interesting to see how they're going to solve this particular issue.
I think this is so interesting here for Team 1. This is so close to like a traditional OG dive with the Genji and the Tracer. It's just the Kirika modernizing things here for us. We got a lot of free cart push there from Team 1 opting just not to engage with this high ground hold, and Team 2 were a little bit slow to get in and keep this contested. So they're going to have to back. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Well, yep, Bide opening frag and a nice one. Cynex down here, but they've got to find a little more now. And it's a 1v1 in the background. Faith taken out by Blizzard Star here. A really strong starting performance here from the Tracer player. A little bit more here as the fight starts to slow down. The cart has made it to the lowest point in this push section under the underpass, the car wash as was. Can they get much more than that here, as the cart does appear to have hit the top of the slope now, and it's down to Dino to try and hold this as much as they can.
It's so interesting, the difference between like how easy it can be to push cart through the start of car wash versus getting it out the other end. Team 1 now with Grease going down, kind of forced to think about how do we really push this, going for a jump on, but the peel from Adam actually. Normally you think, oh, the Ana needs my help. Doesn't. Oh, and the stagger onto Faith. Oh, that's just mean.
Just the perfect comedic timing on that shield bash to get a kill there was beautiful.
It's like, hey, how you doing? Slam. Love that. Love that so much. Great job, I think, from Team 2 so far. Just kind of like, sure, you can let them push through car wash. You know, it's not a checkpoint anymore. There's some old lore for you that used to be a checkpoint. We can just let them through because they're not going to be able to get past us once we set up on boxes and have oversight of the cart there on that little corner. And now Team 1, work cut out for him. 2 minutes in the bank here to finish this off. And Cynics forced to play pretty honest here, but Faith gets the pick on the Hunter.
Yeah, that's a big opening, and the Ana as well here. The 3v5, typically very difficult to come back from. You need something pretty phenomenal here from the DPS lineup to crack this one open. They are still getting some forward progress here, and that's going to be it, actually. A great response here from Team 1, and a nice, clear opening to push them into the hangar phase. Recall forced out, but everybody knows where you are, I'm afraid, Blizzard Star.
It's so fun seeing players, like, do the mental math, you know, like catching the arrow without looking at the arrow, right? I know where that Tracer's going to be 3 seconds ago. That stuff's crazy to me. I can never understand it, but that's why these guys are good at the game and I'm not.
You've got to think of Tracer as a snake with a body that's a certain length. And then, then it becomes a little bit simpler. As does landing the stick onto the enemy tank, as Damon's down here. Here's the answering stick. Not quite so impactful, that one. In fact, just trading over some HP to heal for the supports on the defensive team. Dino has the high ground here. Keeps Faith honest, who does have the blade ready to go. No big answers for that as and when it comes out here. So we're looking for something big here in the opening push now from the defense. Is going to be doing it onto the high ground to try and trace down Faith, who gets away and finds the sound barrier just at the opening edges of that one. Pulls out the blade and finds GCB. Looks for the second. Forces the recall onto the Tracer, but has to back away. Hunter's made the swap now onto the Sojourn. Keeps them honest. but Sinex falls to Hunter now as well. Fade's still in this and is still fighting this fight with Blizzard Star, and Team 1 still pushing in and juggling 2 into the corner. Here's Demon with the Primal Rage up onto the high ground. Back to the cart, and we'll start to see this close in on the cap on B.
A long fight, an expensive fight really for both teams. Everyone just kind of leaving everything out on the field, which I think in this sort of like topographical position on the map makes a lot of sense. Blade coming out, getting a little value there. The Primal coming out, getting some juggles. Hunter on the Sojourn, I think, is providing so much spam pressure. Already 70% towards the ult. Cynics gets a stick on a Blizzard Star, but not before Demon goes down. And it looks like Team 2 are going to be able to start to hold here pretty quick. Hopefully, even if I'm them, I go for the stagger here as well.
Oh yeah, we've still got, I believe we've got Grease and Sinex still in this one. And they are going to send people out specifically to find them. Need to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to play against the ledge with a Lucio, but they will send themselves down into the drink for the resets. And that's a great stagger. It's going to be another 10 seconds really before this fight can continue.
Honestly, 15 or 20, right? Just spending all that time chasing them around, trying to escape, realizing you can't, like a little longer perhaps than you would normally want to take for a scenario like that. But hey, it happens. Some ultimates here coming online for Team 2. A great opportunity for them to really stage a great defense with a little over 90 seconds in the bank here. Team 1, I mean, you really, I think, want to take this fight to build ults as best you can, get that Sound Barrier, get that Primal, get that Kitsune Rush, pull stuff out of Team 2. Here comes their Kitsune Rush. And I think you maybe have time for one more, but it's not going to be the most favorable scenario.
At the very least, this was a nice, clean, quick end to the fight here for Team 1. They, with the exception of Sinex, who should be able to get themselves out into safety, die as a unit, ready to come back in as efficiently as possible. And this next one does see them on the edge of some pretty key ultimates.
Yeah, I think you really need to, like, the Sound Barrier, I think, for the Overclock is a pretty sensible one-to-one trade. Ideally, though, you want to put some pressure out onto Hunter early, kind of mitigate the effectiveness of that ultimate to try and get more value out of your supports. Primal coming through, though, immediately takes down Faith, and that's a big opening here for Team 2.
Yeah, Sound Barrier does come out in response, but I think everyone is so spread that maybe not enough people got the advantage of that one, and instead it's the nano-boosted Winston that is really the key player here in this fight, as Dino's open things up with 2 and continues the chase onto Grease. Has to wait for the cooldowns and the ammo to come back, and that's going to allow Team 1 to back out. They get one more crack at this. They will have the Kitsune Rush, they will have the Primal Rage, and they might just get the Blade.
And honestly, Team 1's fights, like, they are losses, but they have been efficient, which feels like a weirdly counterintuitive thing to say, but they've pulled ultimates. They've managed 2 of those fights in quick succession, now coming in with at least a minor but some sort of ultimate advantage. 4 on the field here for them. The rally coming through for Team 2, but beyond that, in the Overclock, that's all they've got. But Kiriko might go down early. That Primal just saves them.
Yeah, forced to use the Kitsune Rush early, and that has allowed them to find 2. GCB finds Faith with a shield bash. Here's Hunter with the Overclock on the low ground, but nobody in their crosshairs. The Suzu comes through, prevents that final charge of the rail connecting onto Demon, and they are just going to squeak this one out in the final few seconds.
Team 1 playing 4D checkers there, right? Like, pulling 2 ult, like, economy, like, pull ult fights in less than a minute to come back in 10 seconds with a major ult advantage to swing that fight is a level of strategy that is, I cannot overstate enough. Like, that takes serious coordination and thought to make work. But at the same time, Team 2, you know, they haven't really been worried about the 4D checkers thing because they tend to be winning more of these fights still, right? So now less than a minute on the clock here, and Team 1 needs to finish the map just to keep things going. And GCB getting that pick on the Cynics. Now on the Ana, the double flex here coming through. I actually like that degree of flexibility from Team 2 here. That's a great look.
And this defensive hold has already moved us back down below the 1 minute mark for the offensive team. So 40 seconds to close out Gibraltar. In fact, nearly 30 seconds to close out Gibraltar here is difficult stuff to do. What they need is ults. They don't have them available. And now they've got to push again into the Kitsune Rush. There's the stick, connects with Faith. Crucially, they have traded Dino out here. So no tank on the side of the defense. This is an opening now for the offensive. They've got to come up with something big here.
Suzu coming for
Cynics. Needs this to be a big one, needs to take out at least a support, ideally 2. You'd like a team kill, good luck with it. So now Cynics forced to back away. Goes to the 1v1 into the 2v1 here against the enemy Tracer. Sound Barrier out from Grease. There's the connect. GCB down. Hunter down. It's cost Cynex their life, but this was the opening that they required. They're on the Tracer. They'll be back relatively quickly here, and they've got the Kitsune Rush. Things just got a lot harder here for Team 2. But Dino's back. Dino's angry. Dino's popping the Primal Rage and juggling Grease up into the skybox. Demon finds the pick onto Adam. Dino's not been able to find too much more here. Demon's asleep in the middle of the Primal Rage. Nano Boost out onto Dino here as well. We are into OT. We are less than a meter away from a victory here for Team 1. Fate pulls out one, finds Dino. Down goes Adam. And the world's grisliest bouncer stands at the door and stops the push coming through. There's the complete on the map for Team 1.
Capital really managed to pull out a big one there as we're going to close out that map. It's a trial phase. We don't really need to worry about doing the extra rounds. Capital with the opening pick there to start things off immediately gets you to the Kitsune Rush. That comes through. Faith managing to stay alive. The reduced cooldown on the Wraithwalk. Actually the thing that lets him survive Dino's Nano Primal. There's so many different words that have to make that sentence work, but I promise it all makes sense.
Very few of those words are in the Bible, Fiddle.
Yeah, that's, I'm not going to get into that one. I just think that, like, so many little things combined there for Team 1 to make that happen. We talked about, like, they weren't necessarily winning the majority of a lot of those fights, but they were throwing out like sacrifice fights, just like, we're just going to go in and pull what we can. We're just going to try and be quick about this fight and see what resources we can get. And then turn around for the big ones that really matter, that one at the end, the one at the checkpoint on B, and just pull through when we need it. And I think that thought process, getting you through a map like Gibraltar, that's huge. That's a big deal.
Well, after 2 maps down, we're going to take a little bit of time to give our teams to flex their wrists, discuss how things are going, and plan for our next map, which will be New Queen Street. But in the interim, we're going to take a little break, come back in a few minutes for even more action from the Team Ireland Overwatch World Cup trials. Welcome back, everybody. 1 hour and 2 maps of the first of today's 2 blocks done and dusted. We're gearing up to go to our push map for today. It's going to be New Queen Street, Fibble.
A fun one for sure. One of the earlier, I mean, they're all new, obviously, but I think one of the ones in the beta that I thought was so interesting. Push in general, the shape of the maps and kind of how it all flows. It's still something we're learning so much about and really figuring out how to min-max from a competitive standpoint. It's going to take forever, but watching that process in real time has been a hoot. So excited to see what these guys can do with it.
I think it's a really interesting choice here as well. If you look at its pick rates for situations in tournaments, even at Overwatch League level, where you get to pick which map you go to, it's typically the least picked of the admittedly small push map pool that we have. It's far more common to see a Colosseo or an Esperanza. New Queen Street, I think, plays significantly differently to both of those other maps in terms of how porous it can be and how many different angles of attack you have and how much you've got to think about playing this map.
Yeah. Fun fact for you, not to self-vamp, but I have worked with the London Spitfire in a social media capacity, and I asked them a lot of questions because I feel that was usually my job, was to kind of get insight into their thought processes about the game and how they play and what they enjoy about it. What they don't enjoy about it is Queen Street. I have learned. Overwatch League pros actually kind of hate this map because, honestly, of the reasons you described, right? It's a map where you can very quickly get around two flanks, just, get a one-off pick on the side and things like that. And because of that, this map can get much more snowbally than Colosseo or Esperanza can. Just because it's so straightforward to get through those different lanes into the backline of the enemy team. And that, as far as I learned from asking them, is why the pick rate for this map is so low. It's because you tend to have more even fights when you are on the other push maps. Even so, that was when the map was very, very new. And I think teams will gradually learn more and more kind of how to make their playstyles work on New Queen Street versus the other push maps. I think it'll kind of start to equal out in pick rate eventually. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be that one that people don't want to play as much. Like, there's a reason everyone picks King's Row for hybrid, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very interesting. I still think, like, I personally love this map. I don't really have too much of a problem with the whole snowball-y thing, but also, like, I'm in plat, so, like, your mileage may vary depending on your skill level. Regardless, though, we're seeing both teams come out here back to that Junker Queen for Demon, and the Ramatra here for Dino, which we haven't seen yet. I'm very curious to see what he does with it now.
Yeah, and a little bit of a different variation from the other rush styles we've seen, with the Tracer being in the mix here for Blizzard Star. Dino opting not to engage directly there with Demon on the Junker Queen, goes for a squishy, and Team 1 disappear under the pressure as Dino uses what's left of the block. Has nicely corralled them into this top left-hand side here to allow Team 2 to get some early forward push, and in fact, Team 1 fully disengage.
I think that's a smart move, right? GCB gets that early pick, and you're just a man down in an even fight with no ultimates. There's no, major clutch potential there. Faith doing his best, though, just popping those shots quick as he can. And Demon popping that shout as well, just trying to fight the annihilation mode here.
Okay, nice big swing through from Damon, who's closing in and having the ultimate, and finds the kill onto Dino. Sadly, just not quite enough, but it does give them a good opening for this next fight, which should happen just before the cap comes through on this first point.
That classic, I have 15 health and I must carnage for a Junker Queen. That swing takes so long to wind up, and there was no one in range anyway, so a good chance here for Team 2 to get things moving again. A great recontest point, really, as Team 1 started to take that fight. They backed off down one of those alleys, down one of those, porous side lanes that we were describing earlier, right? So easy to kind of flow between those different sections of the map, and I think that's really key to playing this map well. Faith now on the Sombra. Magnetic Grenade coming onto Demon. Not going to get much. Purple, forced to back up.
Nice pulse bomb. Forces out the Nemesis form here for Dino. Hunter down already. So an opening now for Team 1 with a player advantage as Demon closes the gap. Some beautiful shield dancing here from Dino. Actually manages to avoid enough of the damage from the pulse bomb to stay alive that a little bit longer here. Back into the Nemesis form as the axe swing connects. And down they go. And crucially, they didn't actually need to use the Rampage in that fight.
No, yeah, no ults really expended, I think, except that pulse bomb from Blizzard Star, if I read that right. And now Team 1 getting back online with the bot here. A few ults in the play. Rampage available, perhaps to try and cut through the shields from Dino and whatever other defense you'd like to try and pull for Team 2. And that sound barrier in case things get a little hairy.
Still waiting for the next engage here from Team 2 as they're just about ready to get back into the fight. There's that yellow line in the sand where we'll see Team 2 take the advantage if they can get that one. Crucially, Dino just gets the shield out before the hack comes through, so survivability maintained. Nemesis form back in. There's the block, there's the punch. And a lot of damage going the way of Demon, who continues to hold on to this rampage. There it is. Hits Dino, but the sound barrier is there from GCB to keep them in this one. And now it's into Nemesis form. Backed away, forced by the sheer volume of damage to back away and wait out some of the incoming damage. The Nemesis form ends just as the pulse bomb goes off, takes Dino out of the fight, and it's Team 1 moving the bot forward.
Great timing. Now that that ult has its time cap, you can start to kind of game out. Like, I think this is when it's going to end. I think I can just sneak in here. Great job there, I think, from Cynics to take out Dino and really punch a hole for them to start making some more progress on the map. Faith hanging out with this EMP. I feel like we've seen this a couple times now. A couple switches over to Faith to see him just standing in a corner, but here he comes. Great pick.
Yeah, beautiful. Finds 2 on the back of it as well. You don't always find the eliminations, the assassinations after that. Oh, I thought for certain Faith was out there, but no, the punch connects and down they go. But I feel like they've done the damage here as Adam's down as well. Yes, Dino, you've got some survivability tools, but you don't have the player advantage. Demon backs away though, too much damage coming their way for now. And actually Team 1 gives up a lot of space and control of, no, not control of the bot, but control of that opening corner round towards the spawn.
Yeah, I think happy to give up that real estate, honestly. You do that little, like, backup, fake away a carnage swing, which I love very much. Just drop down, wait for the rest of your team to come back. A Kitsune Rush coming out here from Capital as the Deadeye comes through. Doesn't get much value, but Dino cleaning up.
1 for 1 so far. 2 for 2. A little bit checker body here on the kill feed on the right-hand side. Pulse bomb goes wide here, and Dino now moving backwards over towards the bots. Do have some high ground pressure for now, and we've got Faith in the back causing trouble. Teleports out at the last second as the damage is there for Dino, and down they go. The defensive moves only doing so much for the Ramatra.
Yeah, Dino, eventually taken down there, a bit cornered out, but I love all the tech we're seeing from him on the Ramatra. I like that shield Ravenous Vortex combo, kind of like a, not only am I protected, but you really, really don't want to come anywhere near me for the next few seconds. That buys you so much time and so much space without necessarily having to like move forward or stick your neck out too far. And then the combos of the Nemesis form gaining that extra armor and that cleave potential, I feel like his timings and his flow of all those combos has been phenomenal. Of course, as I say that, he swaps right over to the Junker Queen because I guess, why not? Let's see what we can get with that. Already half towards the Rampage, but Demon has one of his own already online, and here it comes.
That was a crucial sound barrier there from Greece. It was a big connect with the Rampage, but they had anti-healing on themselves, so Demon couldn't get the healing from that, and that was key to keeping them alive as they continue to come in and force out the damage here. They're going to lose Capital in this fight, and they are having a hard time clearing GCB, but they have control of the bot. They're over the 100-meter mark, and that was beautiful stuff from Team 1.
Yeah, I spent all that time talking about Dino, but I really should be talking about Demon's Junker Queen has been really solid this entire series. So many ultimates also coming online for Team 1 here. You obviously have a tremendous position with the bot, but the spawn advantage now is going to start to play a factor for Team 2 as they just start nudging the bot back down towards that corner. Let's see, they kind of have their work cut out for them with 3.5 minutes in the bank. You have a lot of mileage to cover, but this EMP coming through is going to try and put a stop to that.
Sometimes you forget just how big that EMP can be, but it's not big enough to find GCB, who survives through that. It's not looking great here for the offense, though. 3 kills coming out for Team 2. Blizzard Star finds Capital. Having swapped over onto the May a little while ago, they now have a Blizzard of their own. We have 3 minutes left on the clock and a lot of distance for Team 2 to cover, but boy, if they haven't got tools to make it happen.
Right, they pulled so much out of Team 1 there. Like, look at the ultimate board here, right? You start with that EMP, you get a pick, but not too much. Cynic's got the Ana with the Pulse Bomb, but the Ana was already half dead, so it's like, do you even really need that? And now Team 2 coming back online. You have the Blizzard. The Blizzard Star does go down. Hunter with the Deadeye. We'll see what we can get with that and the Rampage coming through from Doom.
Thing from the Rampage Demon, who just about laps Dino, maybe a little bit off on the timings given when people change, but huge charge rate here on the ultimate from Demon, and that was a beautiful re-engage and recontest from Team 1.
Yeah, that ultimate advantage only means so much if you get picked off early in that fight, right? The initiative coming through from Team 1 going, we know they have an advantage. We know we just use a lot of ultimates. We just need to go for picks here. We just need to focus fire really well on a couple targets and start to bring this back. And they don't even need to worry about finishing the map or getting any more push. They just need to keep the bot contested over in this section of the map to really just have solid control. But Adam, though, making an opening for Team 2.
Yeah, this is a huge opening and a great position at the map to have this, given how far the bot was pushed up. Means they can actually get a lot of forward progress now on the bot and have this fight at a much more advantageous position. And Team 1 now have to push into a blizzard. This could be really tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, this it's an uphill battle for sure for Team 2 trying to make any sort of progress back. They are pretty close to where their checkpoint is, but you need to go another 83 meters or so after that. So you really want to make these ults stretch in this last 90 seconds. That Blizzard coming through is going to get Damon, but Faith gets Blizzard Start in return. The Rampage coming through from Dino, it allows them to keep this fight going, but you got to be careful with your expenditure because you have so much ground you need to cover. Great cleanup here.
I think number one thing here for them is open up this forward spawn, start to make it harder and harder for Team 1 to push back. And as hard as you can make it, look at what is currently online.
Yeah.
Nearly the entire war chest for Team 1 and a minute on the clock.
If I'm Team 2 here, right, you probably know, like, okay, they haven't used ultimates in a while. They are probably pretty close to having everything. So let's see what we can pull. Here comes the EMP. Here comes the sound barrier from Grease.
Fat EMP finds 3, only found 1 kill on the back of it, but given that that was the Kiriko, that might just be enough here. The huge volume of utility taken off the table. Dino down as well now. Bot is almost certainly going to start to move back towards Team 1's end of the map. 34 seconds, and a big ask now for Team 2.
Yes, 30 seconds here to just start and try and push the bot back again. Again, all that mileage they need to cover is still there. The Rampage and the EMP and the sound barrier all going out for Team 1, sure. But you pull the Kitsune Rush for Team 2, which I don't know if I fully agree with. You just have a sound barrier and a Deadeye here. Like, you need to just be pick focused for these next couple fights, but easier said than done right now.
Dino limit testing somewhat there, down to 100 and some HP, forced to use the shout, and sound barrier out from GCB. Buy some certainty now for Hunter to stay and try and charge up those red skulls on the ultimate. Can't find it, forces out the recall. Oh, beautiful predict! Right in the noggin, and down goes Cynic. But this is still a massive ask now for Team 2. They have control of the bot, but they've got a long way to go.
I don't even want to call that flashiest play of the series so far. The dink into the immediate right turn, right hook is, man, satisfying for all of us players who have to deal with annoying tracers. Let me tell you. A couple ultimates here now for Team 2. They do have the bot moving. They do hit that checkpoint, that forward spawn that you were talking about. Only a pulse bomb and sort of close to a Rampage here for Team 1. You can do a lot with that, but hopefully Team 2 knows, like, we got to be a little bit careful about that. Let's not stay too clumped up. Let's be ready, maybe with the Suzu to counter out any purple that comes through from that Rampage. Like, this is where they need to really be talking through their issues right now.
Difficult situation here for Hunter, and down they go. But as Cynics was in the back line trying to take out the Cassidy, the rest of Team 2 surge forward and take out Team 1. So Cynics survives, and the bot continues to move forward. Just 30-odd meters separate Team 2, and a big upset here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, major comeback for a game mode like this. It is tremendously difficult to recover from a snowball of 116 meters on this map and almost full completion here. The Rampage coming through from Damon. Dino used his in the last fight. A couple purples coming out. The Kitsune Rush from Adam comes through.
Yeah, crucially they find GCB here, so less capacity to get out of the way of the incoming damage, but it really doesn't matter. Team 2 come alive again against the odds and find additional picks. There's the Staking Capital's able to just swift step away from the incoming damage, and the bot continues to inch its way forward. No ults available here for Team 1. Team 2 just have the High Noon available. Last second pick on the winner from Cynex. It's got to be big. It's got to be instantaneous.
Yeah, playing with some fun model frames there. The magnetic grenade coming out. Damon swapping over to the Ramatra here. Halfway to that annihilation is a great like stop a push sort of ultimate that makes sense to get that pit going. And getting tons of value out of it. The Deadeye coming through, just a zoning bit, but does get Adam actually. Blizzard Star just doing his best over here on the backline, trying to make something happen. But looks like that is going to be it for that map. A hell of an attempted comeback. Very close, honestly, closer than you would maybe expect. Again, for a game mode like that, but a valiant effort.
So the numbers floated around for at what point you might as well just say GG go next for a push map is around about the 100-meter mark. It's a little bit further on some maps. To come back from, I believe it was 20 some meters to 100 meters and almost beat the meterage is a very, very rare occurrence. And I think real kudos to Team 2 for being able to dig deep and find the mental fortitude required to keep having to win consecutive fights at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, and because that really is the bread and butter of push. When you are down, it's not just that you need to win a fight, it's that you need to win 2 or 3 in a row. Regardless of ult advantage, regardless of position advantage or disadvantage, you just need to pull through. And that's hard. Overwatch is not a game where you can usually do that. There's a lot of back and forth in Overwatch as a whole. That's just the nature of it. So bravo to them, I think, putting forward such like a major effort, like clearly something you need to like, all right, guys, ahead in the game, like let's do X, Y, Z, because that's the only way we're going to make it through this. And then, of course, on the other side, you know, Team 1, all of a sudden you start getting kind of back longer than you'd like to. You're losing more fights in a row than is maybe comfortable. And I think for them to keep their cool, come in with some very smart last-minute adaptations with that Ramatra, I think that speaks a lot to, like we said earlier, this is a test to see what you do under duress. And that is duress. So good on Team 1 as well, keeping it together, holding strong. And now we're moving over to Hollywood. We're seeing maybe an early pick towards the Doomfist, though, of course, we'll see if that sticks.
Yeah, I think you'll notice that neither one of our teams is currently froggy, which means we are not ready to start the map. Greece on their own here on the balcony on the defense point for Hollywood A is probably not in a great position to manage the entire enemy offense. So let's wait for our teams to froggy up and see what they decide to throw at this.
Yeah, hopefully taking a little breather after those contentious few fights on New Queen Street, getting right into the next map. But of course, like you said, they're going to take some time to get froggy, which is, man, I love that word. That's just a fun word.
I assumed it was more youth slang that I was unfamiliar with, being as old as I am.
Yeah, I'm also, you know, an old man who doesn't know all the hip lingo these kids have these days. But, you know, it's just a fun word, and everybody in Overwatch loves frogs because everybody loves Lucio. Who hates Lucio? True. I do know a couple people actually.
I was going to say I do know a couple people that are
they're just
Lucio.
Like, kill that frog, and I'm like, no,
I want that frog obliterated.
Yeah, fire everything. It looks like we are heading closer to full froggy status here. Team is starting to crystallize on potential compositions, especially our defense. We have Damon back on the Ramatra, Faith back on the Ashe, which I think is a staple Hollywood pick. Yeah. You get some long sight lines, some high ground, great spots to drop Bob into, and he fits right in with the whole Wild West scenery in that second part of the map as well. A nice aesthetic choice. Hunter starting off on the Widow again. Let's see how long he sticks with it. He stuck with it pretty long for Gibraltar. Hollywood hasn't been a Widow map in a long time, but I said that about Gibraltar too, so let's see what he does.
Yeah, something about the range and the utility of the Ashe for Hollywood A makes it particularly suitable, but all you've got to do is find one squishy head in your crosshairs and you found value as the Widow. And I think looking at this, Capital knows, or maybe suspects where there is a Widowmaker. Look, playing right out of the line of sight.
Yeah, very smart here. Players at this level obviously know like the angles where a Widow might be.
Okay.
But Capital, I mean, forced, I think, to try and just keep Dino alive as he flies right over here, steps just out of line, and Hunter happy to take advantage of that.
Okay, Adam down as well here, so no Ana available for either team. And Demon currently in a bit of trouble. Does have the Ravenous Vortex and makes life pretty tricky here for Dino. The chase is on. Down goes Dino. And Looked a little bit hairy for a second there as Capital was down early, but they have solidified nicely.
Yeah, a slight misstep there, but a bit of an overextension even so for Team 2, regardless of the pick, right? And with Adam going down, as mentioned, there's just not much that can keep that front line up into a meaningful fight, which gives Team 1 the opening for Capital to come back, actually on the Kiriko this time. Maybe realizing standing back in a nice open sightline is not the play with a Widow on the field. Faith also realizing that their match has been made.
Yeah, Hunter's pick, whilst maybe not technically the most optimal pick, has already found significant value, opened up the fight twice. Down goes Demon to the blinking pulse bomb of Blizzard Star, and I think we're expecting a cap here. Maybe we get a last-second contest, but the team is currently split here from the defense.
And I feel at that point for Team 1, I mean, you probably have to try and recontest, but I don't know if you're going to get a ton. Dino coming back with Faith, though, maybe kind of proves me wrong. And never mind, I'm actually reading the wrong teams because I am legally blind. And so much contention going on here. Like you said, with the team split, you kind of have to try something.
Yeah, Grease tried really hard there to keep that alive a little bit longer, but Dino had them right in their fisty sights and takes them out of it entirely. There's the cap, and all things considered, pretty quick cap here and very efficient cap. Look what Team 2 came out of from that fight.
Yeah, 4 minutes in the bank, 4 ultimates online. Blizzard Star, half a pulse bomb means he's going to have it in 30 seconds. Team 1, you have some answers to that, right? That sound barrier can get a lot of value coming online. If you're playing smart and avoiding the Widow, or perhaps dinking her first, so much the better. Walls come online here for the next 18 seconds, I believe, for Hunter. And Team 1 gonna kind of have to play this smart, but you see Damon way in the back. Going for that mega health pack is just gonna try and duck and cover.
Yeah, it's moments where you're kind of expecting players to be doing crouch spamming and waving hello at the Widow, because like, yes, we know you've got sights. No, we're not going to give you a line onto us. Okay, Demon start things off here with a pick onto Adam. Even with that Transcendence winning for GCB, it's not been enough here, and GCB might find themselves in a bit of trouble, yet Grease closes the gap and down they go. Dino gets a little bit more push onto the cart, can't land the connect with a punch, and makes Demon's head do a continuous 180 to try and track them through that. Hack shuts down Dino, Demon takes Dino out of the fight, and that's the hold here for the defense.
Team 1 establishing themselves here in the street phase, taking high ground again. Hunter swapping over to the Cassidy. Makes sense. You maybe want a little more like self-sufficiency. Ooh, Faith almost getting caught there. GCB had the right idea, not the right elevation. Blizzard Star just trying to harry as the Annihilation comes through, but the Pulse Bomb stick does not get much.
Yeah, no, and it's going to be Team 1 on the defense here that really come up big there. They lose Demon as part of this, but I think by the time this fight rounds out and we've lost enough players to force a full reset, we might expect Demon to be back.
Right, yeah, the reset coming through as Team 1 just gets the last couple cleanup picks, forces that disengage. 2:20 here on the clock as Team 2 continues to try and push. They made it a little less than halfway through the streets. Not much in the bank for them, though, in terms of ultimates. That Meteor Strike may be sort of close, but the EMP and the Sound Barrier will definitely try and put a stop to that, as well as that Pulse Bomb forcing Team 2 maybe to just take an extra second. Just take a second.
Yeah, heck of a start here, and Dino gets caught in the door frame. Faith takes him out of this one, and it's time for Demon to move their way forward. Realizes they may have bitten off slightly more than they can chew, and therefore backs out to give some time to digest, and happy just to spam at the choke here for now.
Yeah, hold your line here. You got great value out of that Pulse Bomb. You don't need to spend too much more. A couple ultimates now much closer online for Team 2, but it's still a pretty uphill battle with this position. Team 1 pushed so far forward, happy to take advantage of that space and take down Adam. Before the fight even really starts, that EMP comes out to hopefully try and force Team 2 back, but does not get much done.
No, pretty low efficiency on that EMP, unfortunately. Does slow things down momentarily, but they couldn't find the frags they were looking for. GCB in a real power position here to control this choke. Gives that up as they start to get a line to move forward here into point B. Again, lots of ults to throw at this here from Team B. Let's see how they choose to use that to engage. Unfortunate stuff there. Blizzard down at a very unfortunate time, just as they were starting to move in.
At the very least, he doesn't use the Pulse Bomb there, right? It's not like a you try and go for it, but you get picked. Okay, hello there. That's cool, Hunter. That's just a thing you can do. Why not? The Kitsune Rush actually coming through here, I guess just trying to stall, trying to force Team 2 back. Buy as much time as you can. You have 40 seconds in the clock. Dino, though, getting some work done.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Gonna go through. Oh, there we go. Has the skull in their sights, finds it, pulls the pin. I thought that was maybe a little bit dangerous there for Hunter. They hang on to that for maybe longer than they needed to.
That felt like way back in the day. Here's some old lore for you when Soul Dynasty played Dallas Fuel in Season 1, and they slept XQC as the primaling Winston and dropped a Diva Bomb on his head. Felt a bit like that. That felt a little mean. Luckily, Dino managed to wake up. Yeah, felt personal for sure. That was a pole on stick? I didn't even see. That was faster than you could see.
There have been some pretty phenomenal performances from the Tracers here today. Sanix landing yet another one in the book, and the numbers are here in favor of Team 1. Had to have the adder drop to point to try and keep it contested. I think that's about as far as the card is going to go. A good attempt here from Team 2, but Team 1 able to put the brakes on it.
Yeah, I mean, so many fights there for Team 1 throughout the Streets phase, right? Where you're going to have whatever you're going to have, whatever. We're going to push up on you when you do not expect it. A big part of engagement in Overwatch is timing. There's a certain rhythm that Overwatch follows in terms of how long it takes between fights, things of that nature. And if you break that rhythm up, you can really throw a team off of its game. And I think that was kind of the MO for Team 1. Like, let's break up this cadence a bit. Let's be a little surprising. Let's just try and play aggro and see what they do about it. And it was great job there from Team 1, because I don't think Team 2 really had an answer unless it was to force a disconnect for Team 1, because that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the more nefarious ways to get the win over your opponent is the classic DDoS.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I have a lag switch. It's fine. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get that sorted fairly quickly and get back into the second half of Hollywood. I do think it was interesting. I don't feel like the Doomfist into Ramatra or vice versa is a matchup that we have seen at all at the Overwatch League level, or particularly often in competitive play. And it's interesting how maybe the two most pull down based in terms of like what the spikes in their difficulty to walk into is characters in that role. Yeah, very interesting to see how those two mesh.
Yeah, I think it's a fun, again, this is all trial. This is all experimentation. I think it's a good chance to see like Dino perhaps trying to flex the hero pool a little bit, right? This is the first time we've seen Doomfist all series. Obviously, you know, if you're going to be playing it, it's because you feel comfortable on it, or at the very least, like you want to give it a shot. Hollywood, a map with some verticality, a map where Doomfist jumps, can get you some value if you play it right. But difficult to pull off, and especially I think against a Ramatra who is very like, sure, man, get over here. Like you wanna come at me, then come at me. That's fine. Almost like Orisa in a way. Orisa, you know, we often consider to be like an inherent counter to Doomfist, but Ramatra I think has a very similar kit in terms of like what he can do against a Doomfist. So yeah, a very interesting dynamic to see. It's certainly not something I would try, but I suck at this game, so that's fine. And I think, you know, in a scenario like this, like we talked about with Hunter and the Widow and things like that, like just try it. Just try it and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we kind of brought up earlier in the broadcast that a lot of this not dictating what it is that you are requiring from your players in trials and allowing them to problem solve is exactly because of things like this. You know, you want to show off your flexibility, you want to show off your entire range. Just because you are good at, you know, say we have another jokes meta, like a very you must pick Junker Queen or you lose meta. That's great. If you make a selection for the best Junker Queen in the world and the meta swaps, suddenly you are in a lot of trouble. So if you are a prospective player here, you need to show that you can be that player.
Yeah, we talked right at the top of the show, right? You need to be adaptive. The pool of players available here means that you cannot just be, oh, I'm the Ryan guy. I play Reinhardt. That's it. You cannot stop there. You need way more in the tank than that. And I think this is the chance for these guys to show that. This is a different map with a very different style of play than the ones we've seen so far. An entirely different game mode, obviously, where you can think about different dynamics that you have to consider. The payload, point capture in general. There's so many different options that you can look at. And if you come to the conclusion that a Doomfist is the way to show your best, then that's what you're going to do. Damon looking at a couple different options here. We saw actually the Doomfist briefly come through. The Orisa, which I think would be a very interesting move against the Doomfist. Settling, perhaps for now, on the Junker Queen, which has been probably his most used, most consistent hero of the day, except that Ramatra, which has also been a very good look for him. Wraith coming out on the Sombra as well, perhaps looking to curtail the influence of a defensive Doomfist, which is exactly what Team 2 is going to be running.
Okay, having seen what is in the offing here for the defense, it is going to be back over to the Orisa and a much harder
Cassidy.
counter. Oh, and the Cassidy as well. Yeah, a lot of stuff here that makes life very tricky for this kind of composition. Let's see how Dino chooses to address this. Knows they no longer have to deal with the spear for a little while, but gets juggled and deleted. A great read here by Demon coming out on the Orisa. Big fat anti-connect from Adam. Unfortunately, there just isn't anybody there to capitalize on it, and that's going to be Team 1 here with a very strong first fight presence.
Poor Blizzard Star getting hit with that magnetic grenade, which I personally think could use a bit of a tune down. Maybe. You saw immediately his move was like, I better get to a health pack. Well, never mind. Just the early pick there, the Genji coming out. I think that's wise. Go for the deflect onto that crazy magnetic grenade. Damon, you saw running right towards spawn. Let's see if he swaps real quick. Yeah, Diva on the streets phase here. Yes, exactly what I was thinking. A very classic pick here against a Winston, no less, as well. I feel like this is a good kind of like 1v1 in the tank scenario here that we've only ever really seen in Overwatch 2. Obviously, you never see like a Diva running as the main damage dealer in the front line, but I love it. I love the chase down opportunity, especially with the Tracer or even the Kiriko climbing up alongside with you. And the Winston composition in Streets is also pretty iconic. Picks coming through for Team 1.
Yeah, this is really, really strong stuff here from Team 1. Team 2 needs to have maybe a page 1 rewrite on what they're running here. I think Demon completely read Dino like a book here, and it's going to be very hard for them to push continuously into the Demon. We'll see them backing away here, but the stick connects, and they're not going to get the chance.
Cynics has just had such a monstrously consistent series over the last couple hours here. Has so many good sticks, like great tech from Tracer overall, those little recalls and stuff like that on Nepal, even that I was talking about earlier. I think he's putting on a master class on this hero for sure. Demon now with the self-destruct, the Kitsune Rush could start things off, but a few ults coming online for Team 2 as well. Blizzard Star, he doesn't even need one.
No, that was great stuff. Knew that Faith had the high ground, knocked them off it before they could get too much control, but it's maybe a bit a little too slow here. Capital and Cynics have a couple of picks to their name now, and Blizzard Star puts a huge amount of pressure onto Capital, and here's the Blade, coupled with the Primal Rage. Difficult to make those two work synergistically. They bounce off each other fairly nicely. So what it does is buy them a small stay of execution. It didn't find the fight win that they really wanted to get here. Dino still in this one and chasing Grease back away from the points. Faith the Higher Noon on the high ground makes it hard for anyone to touch the point for now. Buy some time. But look, the kills are still here for Team 2. And I don't think Team 1 can mount a meaningful defense as we see them cover the last few meters to the box of victory.
I mean, Team 1 here, you know, you get as close as you can without finishing the map, basically. So for Team 2, that was definitely like desperation plays, right? Deadeye on the roof, like just trying to stall, trying to zone. Dino just waiting, just sitting around the corner being like, I see you, you see me. I'm going to pop over there real quick. Little tank buster action coming through from Faith. Not quite enough, but he does build almost 30% of that ultimate. Cynics coming online with that pulse bomb again, though, could be the opening they need. And if not, they have about 3 minutes to try and make these last couple meters happen.
Easy retake of the high ground here from Team 1. It's just Dino on the high ground now trying to keep them challenged. Blizzard Star does get back up into the fight here and into the back line. Straight on to the supports and down goes Adam. It's the combo with Demon and Cynics that knocks them out of that entirely. Big advantage now with all that heat utility taken off the table, but it's not been enough for them to turn this in their favor as they continue to lose players. An explosion of violence from Team 2.
GCB with the Cheerios, man. He has been hitting some shots, and his peel is so good. You can tell how receptive he is to, okay, here's the Tracer, here's the dive target, here's something that we need to deal with in the backline. He is just there. he is glue on that backline right now for sure. And you need a Lucio player like that. Like if you're not able to consistently provide for the backline in that way, you're playing at a significant disadvantage. So shout outs to him for sure. Another engage coming through here for Team 1. Dino just managing to escape, trying to build that primal up, 85 and counting here. Lots of tools for Team 2, but they need them all. 145 in the clock here that they need to hold.
I feel like I've rewound in time, 30 seconds or so with that high ground, and then into the back line to take out the Ana again. But this time, the timelines diverge, and it's been a little less all in from Team 1 here. Demon with the Primal Rage finds Blizzard Star, actually lands more or less on top of them there. This has been a phenomenal juggle here from Demon on the Winston.
Yeah, I mean, the swap here actually doing so much for him. The D.Va I thought was great, but sometimes you just need that extra punch, that disruption that a Primal and a Winston in general can provide. The air juggle here onto Demon from Dino, though, getting the kill as well onto Grease. That is the stuff they need to hold this defense. It is 3 meters on the board. The Deadeye coming through from Faith, trying to get something immediately, ducking into the saloon there.
Thought they saw the sliver of a red skull there, but it's back under cover for Dino. The charge comes in and Faith goes down. We're now down below the 1 minute mark, and Team 2 really have this final point defense figured out.
What's key here across all the ultimates online is how close GCB is to that sound barrier. 30 seconds is going to be enough in a true fight, provided he doesn't get picked early, and I don't curse him terribly, to pull that and extend this fight into something that can hopefully make some picks happen for Team 2. Their backs are still against this wall. Faith swapping over to the Reaper, though, wants to do something about Dino, who's been so good on this Winston all series long.
And I think good that they've not taken the same approach 3 times in a row. Maybe they've caught Team 2.
No.
Where's the touch? There's no touch. Oh, 0.01 meters. Pulse Bomb connects and Hunter goes down. Sound barrier from GCB is going to be what's trying to keep Team 2 in this fight for now. Faith, this has been a phenomenal swap. It puts out so much pressure. It makes life so hard for a Winston. And Team 1 in overtime. You get us into the 3rd part of the map.
Oh, and the box was actually a bug. That box isn't there. We're assuming a full cap.
We're doing Scrimroo's.
I'm dumb. You know, it's how it is. Faith getting that pick on a Dino, just stepping forward, trying to take a little extra space, provide space for the cart to get all the way through. A couple ultimates coming online for them as well. Both sides really, with some reasonable war chests coming into our next fight. Blizzard Star not taking no for an answer here. Just like, no, man, I want to keep this fight going. We're not done.
Already rounding this final corner on this big long straightaway into the cap on C here for the offense. Primal Rage already from Demon over there on the left-hand side. Didn't catch who they were juggling, but I'm guessing they've got balls in the air. Blizzard Star with Pulse Bomb available. Brax down to Squishy, but is forced to recall back out here, so expect a little while longer before that Pulse Bomb properly committed into the fight. They continue to give over ground. Pulse Bomb behind them. They duck away. Now still holding on to theirs, waiting for the optimal time here. Throws it in. I think that might have hit the shield. Ultimately, doesn't find too much with it. Here's Hunter in the back line. Zones them away for a minute, but can't find the kills. Trying to get them down into OT at the least so they can win one fight. But it's Faith with a huge amount of HP with that overshield. They continue to close the gap, having been booped away once.
Oh, no.
Pull the pin anyway. Can't find anything with it. I think great methodology there for dealing with the Reaper. Ultimately not been found there with the Death Blossom, but the pressure does not let up here, and Team 2 are still fighting for their lives here. They are just a handful of fractions of a meter away from a cap here as Faith makes a swap onto the Widowmaker, playing nice and safely in the back line.
Yeah, playing safe, but not enough here for Team 1. Team 2 pulling forward there towards the end. I mean, again, all of these maps have been so insanely contentious, all down to like last fight, no time in the bank sort of territory, which I love. I love those swaps. I think the Reaper swap, it's one of those where as soon as it happened, it's like, why didn't this happen 3 minutes ago? This is a smart move. And I think in those compositions in general, when you start getting that Winston that really wants to be in your face, the Cassidy is great. You know, the magnetic grenade does so much damage. You can do a ton at all sorts of different ranges. But sometimes you just need that Reaper. And I think all those little wrinkles and adaptations from both teams, I mean, that's what made this series overall like so fun and so special.
I think it's really interesting that particularly with these dive compositions that we're seeing, whether that's the D.Va, the Winston, or the Doomfist variations, right, is it's not. It's very distinct from a death ball style, where you're
Mhm.
all moving together to try and crush something. Everybody has their own specific role. The Tracer is often out on their own, looking to try and assassinate squishies, or they're trying to combo with dives in with the Winston. And the Cassidy in that role is like, I'm going to control the Tracer. By opting
Mhm.
into the Reaper to say, I'm going to control the Reaper, so I'm going to control the Winston, that
Mhm.
changes not only your dynamics, but the enemy team's dynamics. And if you can't adapt quickly enough, if you do that in the final few seconds of a map where you don't have time to make adaptations into it, it can really, really throw a wrinkle into things. And I think that is, again, exactly the kind of thinking that we are looking for from our players. And 2 more maps coming your way. Next up, it will be Control. And this time, we're off to Oasis Level.
Yeah, and just to quickly hit on that last point you were bringing up, because I thought that was actually very true and something I've been thinking this whole series, that last-minute adaptation, right? There's 5 meters left to go or 40 seconds on the clock, and suddenly you're not playing Junker Queen, you're playing Ramatra. Or you're not playing Cassidy, you're playing Reaper. Like, that is such a skill. Like, it used to be that you would have an off roll make that switch, right? Like in the olden days of Raucus deciding to play Widow all of a sudden on the last point of Havana or something like that. Like, pulling that sort of like pinch hitter used to be an off-roll specialty, and with the advent of 222, suddenly it's all on your DPS players to be able to do that. And I think Faith has really been pulling that in a big way. Lots of good adaptations and good times as well. But, it's a new map. Let's move away from that, or see perhaps how it manifests itself as we get into Oasis. We see the Hanzo potentially coming through again. Cynics on the Mei this time, going for the Mei Ramatra composition themselves. Dino's sticking to the Rhine here, which I think is, I love Rhine. I'm always going to be pro Reinhardt composition. And the Rhine Ramatra matchup is actually what we've talked about a lot here in the Pro-Am and levels like that.
I think it's one of these matchups that it's maybe the most skill-based matchup, the one that is least aligned with just one tank being the better tank option. Because you've got to have such a good understanding of your individual cooldowns and what they do. So whilst that was a good opening pick here from Team 1, ultimately it's Team 2 that find the picks as Faith goes down here as well. I love this wraparound here from Hunter to try and catch what's left of Team 1 as Team 2 as Team...
Yeah,
whatever.
you had it right.
Okay, moving on. Dino back on the point here. I did think for a second there we were going to see maybe an overextension, but no, they've managed to get back here, and we already have a Shatter available for Dino.
Yeah, great ultimate generation here from Team 2, close to halfway for that Sound Barrier, which is one of the slowest charging ultimates in the game. Nearly double the charge of Grease, though, of course, that fight went a particular direction, and that's usually how the ultimates result. Team 2 here, just going to try and bunker down as best they can as Team 1 just tries to find an opening, and there you go. That's about as good a one as you're going to get, but that Shatter. Teleportation there from Dino. I love that.
It's not been enough, though. Look at this.
No.
They landed the Shatter, but the resulting damage from what is left of Team 1 has been more than enough to just completely nullify that ultimate.
And it looked flashy, but I really only think it got Adam, who was the only one from Team 1 to go down that fight. Cynics actually ice blocked that perfectly, and I think everyone else was just out of line of sight for that. So it looked cool. We love a Shatter in this house, but unfortunately, not quite enough. And now Team 1 get to kind of be the embankment, get to establish themselves, and the Blizzard immediately coming through from Cynics. Faith just going to clean up, and the rest of Team 2 is just going to go down pretty quick on this.
Yeah, and all things considered, pretty low cost here for this fight. The Blizzard shut things down entirely. I thought the wall from Cynics was great. I actually think the wall from Blizzard Star was even better. Ultimately, there was just enough damage to move through it in that exchange. But coming into this, they've given Demon enough time to generate the Nemesis form, and they've got the Nano on top of it. This is like almost a guaranteed win if they combo those.
I would love to see how that Cast a Curse manifests itself in the next 40 seconds or so. Big purple coming through, Immortality Field forced out.
There it is.
The Annihilation does come through from Damon, and the Dragon Strike coming through from Faith. And actually, you were right. Never mind. I reversed Cast a Curse to you and made sure it stuck.
Well, look, I got it 50% right. I called for the Nano to be used here. They decided, no, we don't need that. We can afford to be a little more parsimonious with our use of ultimates here. And now they've got some great survival tools around the 70% mark.
bonus points for the word of the day. Yeah, support ultimate sticking here for Team 1, something to at least hold a defensible position as they cross the 80% mark. Close to that Blizzard as well, and we've already seen Cynics can get some major value out of that. But Blizzard Star has one too. GCB also has the sound barrier of their own, so even-ish, but it's really going to come down to clever mechanics, and it looks like they're trying something squirrely here.
Okay, great wall from Sunix, and now this rotation very heavily telegraphed. Is that going to matter here, as we do have the Blizzard online? Sound barrier out. Looks like we might see Demon push down into the pit. High Noon comes out. Nothing can kill Demon. Demon has survived so much. They hold onto the nano just to keep Demon alive here, and it's 99 to 33 before Demon finally goes down. Cynics not long after falls too, and this will be the cap now for Team 2, but it cost them so much to make that happen.
And I honestly think, like, at the start of that, right, I said, like, oh, they're going for something squirrely. They're going to go for, like, a flanking Blizzard. That almost felt like more of a fake out, right? You pull the wall, the panic, like, don't come here, don't come over here, from Cynics. And then you go, cool, we'll go around that. Now you have nothing to block off our Blizzard. And I think that was actually very clever from Team 2 and pretty integral in pulling out that fight. Now they have a window and a shatter coming online here. You're close to the annihilation of Dragon Strike for Team 1, but that's about it. And if I'm them, I have all the time in the world to try and just pull out some ultimates, especially because Adam just went down, that magnetic grenade striking again.
Yeah, and I actually saw Adam very nearly kill Faith with that as well. I think luckily just realized what they were doing. You can almost hear the comms of like, no, stop.
Yeah, stand still.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The rest was kind of whatever, we regroup, but losing Cynics there and losing Faith as well. What a crucial pair of picks from Blizzard Star here. 88%. Maybe if you're lucky, you get a recontest here from Team 2, but it's looking from Team 1, but it's looking tricky.
The flank shatter. Oh, the flank charge. That's still fine. I don't know if you can even touch it for Team 2.
Blizzard, Dragons. We do have a Lucio 1v1 on the point. And Team 2 get back in to try and keep this contested. There it is. 100% care of Team 1. Very nearly securing the flip there.
Yes, so close. And good on Team 2, I think, to realize, like, hey, we have effectively pushed them into they don't have time to even touch. We just need to push up and distract them long enough. If they do a Lucio 1v1, that's fine. Let them have their honorable duel over on the point. We're just going to scrap here in the lobby. And I think that sort of fighting, almost like push, right? And we were talking about, you don't need to win. You just need to keep them from moving. That's the kind of fight you have to pull out in those moments. And I think that was very clever from Team 2. Again, another contentious round. All of these have been... We haven't had like 100-0 in any capacity anywhere this entire series. I want to keep bringing that up because I think it's so cool.
Yeah, and particularly in an environment where what you would like to do, this is not a competition to be on the team. These are trials. We have coaches here watching this footage. They don't want you to be the team. They're not just going to pick the players on the team that stomped. They are going to pick the players they think dealt best with these situations. And the fact that we have all of this very close, very competitive footage from all 10 players here in the server is precisely what you want when you are building a World Cup team.
Yep. Yeah, both teams here, players on both teams here, setting a total masterclass, not in mechanical dominance or just like utter control of all aspects of the game, but showing that scrappiness, that fortitude, that underdog mentality that you really do want to have in a team that has always built itself and will always build itself as the underdogs. You need that scrap. You need that dog in you. And both of these teams showing that in spades today.
Okay, let's see how they decide to take this second round here on Oasis. We move over to City Center. It's going to be early high ground control here for Team 1. Hack, I think, just missing connecting there, and Blizzard Star forced out. So it's down to an all-out brawl on the point for now. And GCB seemingly playing away from the rest of their team here. It's going to be Demon with the opener. And a lot of focus going the way here of Demon in terms of hack from Blizzard Star, trying to generate that EMP, but it's not really resulted in too much. It's going to be Team 1 with the opening cap here, and they are going to slowly round this one out as they eke out these last few kills.
Dino just trying to get away, but like a wrecking ball with 100 HP, he's pretty easy to take down. Faith manages to get that one. First control here for Team 1. Ultimate's building up nice and pretty on that board. Damon just spy checking, just doing his thing. He has infinite no damage fall off spam, so why not? And it looks like, yeah, no swaps or anything like that coming through. Dino coming back in, trying to find a disruption angle. A little tracer on the flank action. Let's see what Team 2 can do.
Faith forced to rotate into the waiting arms of their supports. Does allow Team 2 to claim a little bit of space here, and nice pick. That's going to be Silex down here. There's the hack onto Faith. If they can secure this pick as well, it's almost a guaranteed fight win. Down they go. Adam as well. So we do still have Demon in this one for now. Has dealt a lot of damage here. Grease is still doing their utmost to keep them up here, but when every crosshair in the lobby is aimed at you, it becomes very difficult to survive.
Yeah, not quite able to build up that sound barrier either. Not that I would have wanted him to use it right then and there with half of his team down. But you do get to come back in as Team 2 looks to finally get that cap at 66%. You come back in with a few tools at your disposal, right? Not far from the nano boost. That I'm going to call that Annihilation built. But the minefield here, the pulse bomb, like almost everything actually as I look at it for Team 2. Now though, can you spread those out? Can you be economical when you have a full war chest, right? Don't just go spending. Don't just throw everything into the penny slots here. Make this money last, right? Even getting that pick early as well will really force Team 2 to think and maybe just immediately go back. A nice sleep coming through from Hunter. I think he got kind of caught out there. And Demon and Cynics cleaning up that kill feed.
Yeah, I think just a little bit disjointed here from Team 2 on the push-in, or at the very least, particularly well coordinated from Team 1. Opening Sleep onto Hunter, puts them into the 4v5. Dino's a little bit slow to engage there, so we can't use the minefield to open things up. And what that does is push them back to the situation where now they've got to wait to get together and find this big engage. Hunter just escapes the sleep here, and Team 1 have been forced over onto the car side of the road here. And so that's going to allow Team 2 to really start to open things up here. And open things up they will. It's the Kitsune Rush first. Minefield as well over the top. We don't want you using our Kitsune Rush. Here's some minefields to punish you. And they have found the opening frag here. Adam down first, but they trade out Blizzard Star after they commit the EMP. And it looks like Team 2 might start to generate a bit of an advantage here. Demon does have the Annihilation. I don't think they're in the right position to use it. I don't think they've got the players alive. They are just trying to... No, they're going to go for it. Forces out the sound barrier, and Demon finds the pick onto Hunter. Given the armor that you get here and the additional survivability that comes with using this Nemesis form, we might just see them stall this one out to allow the team to come back in at full strength. Sinex in, runs down Capital. There's the pulse bomb. What a performance here. What guts from Demon to keep that alive.
And Demon is really having like the oasis of his life right now, or at the very least that city center, right? Like so many times you see him in the kill feed. Not that that's always the immediate like indicator of a successful map from a player, but I think the ways in which he was popping up there, consistently just deciding to clutch it out, like, nah, I think I'm going to win this fight, actually. I think I'm just going to pop Nemesis and punch two of you directly in the face, or hit Annihilation in 2v4 and suddenly turn it around and stall long enough. Like that takes some confidence and decision making. Just be like, no, I'm not backing up. Like, don't worry about it. Like, just keep coming over. Like get back to me as quick as you can. I'm going to make it work.
Yeah, it's real ice in the veins kind of stuff here from Demon. So it's 1-1 now on Oasis as we move over to Gardens here. And a map with a very notable, very prominent high ground component here, control of which is vital, which means we are seeing, provisionally, admitting that the spawn doors aren't yet open, some dive-centric comps here in Oasis.
Yeah, Damon on the Doomfist. Are you going to stick with it? We haven't seen this yet from him today, but I'm interested. Dino on that Winston again, complaining a little earlier about how much attention was being paid his way on that Wrecking Ball on City Center. I get it. I mean, but that's also kind of the life of a Wrecking Ball player. And yeah, we are sticking with these tank plays here. Blizzard Star notably on that Sombra, and Hunter on that Sojourn as well. We've seen that once before this series. Very interested to see kind of the spam dynamics, the avoiding the dive that has to come with that. But Grease strikes first, and Hunter actually woof. We're just going to say woof.
You know, rail headshots do that to a Tracer. We have the game footage to demonstrate that one. A little bit scrappy here. Nobody winning outright just yet. And Hunter, completely unafraid, dives onto the high ground, tries to deal with Faith, but Faith drops in towards their Lucio, keeps them alive through that, and that's allowed Team 1 to stabilize and move Team 2 back off the point here. So they're going to start to get this opening cap percentage.
Yeah, great sleeps, great immediate like high ground control as well. Like you talked about being such a notable part of Garden, such an important part of its topography. And obviously Team 1 agreeing with you, realizing like, hey, why don't we just take that and kind of do what we can after the fact, which I think is a perfectly reasonable move. Now that Team 1 kind of forcing themselves back a little bit, those early picks and that early whittling down means Dino can just come in and clean up nice and easy.
I mean, Dino's having such a round here. After us talking so much about Demon the previous round, like, Dino's control of that fight in particular was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, just complete, like, awareness, like, opening the third eye of being like, okay, they're a man down here. I see a guy on the flank. We have a temporary advantage if we push up XYZ. Like, I think that sort of mental calculus in the middle of a fight is so important, especially for a Winston player who needs to be so reactive and adaptive in fights like that. Demon now swapping over to the Junker Queen, kind of a, I guess, the comfort pick, if you could call it, for this guy this series. A Nano Boost online here for Adam, as well as the Pulse Bomb for Cynics, but that EMP from Blizzard Star could be an answer to hold this point.
Yeah, expect this to be a difficult fight for Team 1, even with the ultimates that they have at their advantage. There's the EMP, but the stick connects, and Blizzard Star survives briefly with 7 HP, but it does allow them to take Adam out. It looks like that might not have been enough here as the kills do start to come through for Team 1. Capitals of Defiant Cynix here does have the Kitsune Rush, keeps Hunter alive through this, but crucially, they have lost Dino here. Sound barrier out from Greece, and out from GCB, so difficult for difficult for anybody except Hunter. Down goes Greece, and this looks like it's going to be the hold here for Team 2. Stonking performance there from Hunter.
My guy was playing Cookie Clicker, man. He wasn't playing Overwatch anymore. He was just clicking on people. That was just that chain of rail shots was immensely satisfying. And like the sound barrier came out and I was thinking like, of course, that's the perfect counter, that all that extra HP means you just cannot burst through it effectively with the overclock unless you're just gonna hit every single one of your shots.
Oh, okay, we're starting things off with a Primal Rage here from Dino, but it does not look like it's been enough. Faith heard us talking good stuff about Hunter in that last fight and decided they would like a bit of sauce on their name here as well, please. It is 90% here for Team 2. Team 1 back in control of the point for now. And not a lot to play with in this next engage, but they do have the Rampage. That can be a fight winner right there, particularly if you take the Kiriko off the table. But no! Hunter's back in the fight, protect the support, and down goes Demon. The flip comes through. 92% and rising now for Team 2. Team 1 will struggle to make it back in here. Cynix would need a monstrous pulse bomb to make this work.
Yep, the Lucio comes in just a touch, but Grease goes down. Wasn't close to the sound barrier anyway, so not a huge deal. Faith tries to shadow step in, immediately also taking out Cynic, seeing what he can do on the flank, but Adam goes down. I mean, this is pretty much all done but the crying here for Team 2. Bravo.
Well, Demon's back in, uses the shout, has the Rampage, connects with 3. That is a lot of additional healing. Will survive that a little while longer, but they just keep losing players. Your tank can be as survivable as they want, but 5 crosshairs will take you down 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, in a great map there. Once again, so much back and forth, so much contention. But at the end of the day, when you make it such a point to establish what must be a pretty comprehensive comm structure in terms of target focus and ult management and things like that, you start to see that consistency come through. You start to see like, okay, they're going to approach this way. We have an answer to that. We know they have XYZ ultimates, but we have these. Let's just go for a pick here, like play the neutral game. Like the adaptation coming through has been a major strength for Team 2. And I mean, both of these teams, I don't want to sell either one short. But yeah, I mean, just sticking it out like that, hitting that point where you really dig your heels in and nothing seems to work against you anymore, that's a good spot to be in.
Well, with one more map left on the docket, we are very shortly going to have to say goodbye to our players for today, and we're off to a payload map, and it's going to be Rialto coming up next.
Indeed it is. Yeah, we are almost towards the end of this series. Rialto, one last chance to show their stuff for this block anyway. Very interested to see the compositions that come out here. We're starting to see a little bit of everything, right? We're even seeing Damon swap over to that Doomfist. We're seeing a tiny bit of Orisa, but plenty of that Junker Queen, plenty of that Ramatra, a little bit of Rhine. And I mean, Rialto in general. We talk about all these maps like they have very distinct playstyles. I think even across this series, we're seeing like a micro meta kind of pop up that is, relative to what we've been seeing in contenders and in the Pro-Am and things like that. But Rialto is a good chance to like bust out heroes like the Widow. We see stuff like the Pharah and the Echo as well. Lots of good skyboxes and things like that to take advantage of. So curious to see what these guys kind of want to try, especially given this is the last map of the series, right? Go out with a bit of a bang.
Yeah, let's everyone dig deep. What haven't we seen from you yet in this round? Let's see what the hero pool looks like. And already we've got some Sigma being hovered over. We're still not quite froggy with it yet. When we're froggy and we know for a fact that we've got the Sigma, we can start to maybe talk a little bit more about that.
I'm interested because just looking at like the Sigma, the Zen, and the Bat that we briefly saw from Greece, that reminds me obviously of the Circuit Royale sort of composition that was in vogue through most of last Overwatch League season. That long range focus, usually a double sniper like a Sojourn Widow. Sojourn has gone through some tuning passes since. I imagine actually, the Ashe would be a very logical choice, especially for Faith, who has enjoyed that, or the Hanzo. Both comfort picks for him throughout this series. Hunter on the Widow again, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's something that he's been trying to make work over the course of this series. Blizzard Star as well on that Genji could make a lot of sense if you want to put pressure on an assumed sniper. So yeah, we're again still not froggy, but it's looking like comps are starting to kind of crystallize here.
Yeah, we're certainly getting close to, at the very least, Frog Spawn, maybe Tadpoles, and Froggy in the not too distant future. I do think it's interesting that we have so far seen something of a reticence for that long-range hit scan from Cynics, with that mostly going to Faith on the Hanzo, where we've seen this one, and Hunter have such a dedication might be a little bit too strong a word for it, but like certainly a predilection here for the Widowmaker. Certainly on the offense, it's easy enough to swap off if you can't find value with it, but I do wonder what we'll see next.
Yeah, and I don't even know that he'll swap. We talked about that on Gibraltar too, where it's like this is probably just an early pick sort of situation, but he tries to kind of make it stick. So let's kind of see if he can get an angle or if he finds himself stymied, especially by the very flexible projected barrier from the Sigma as well, right? Just walk down a sight line and say, nah, dude, you're going to have to keep looking. That tends to make a Widow's life pretty difficult. Great shield timing there coming out from Dino.
Yeah, in fact, from both of our Sigmas here, like just reading each other like a pair of complementary books. Does find Dino somewhat separated from the rest of the team, but Demon may have put themselves in a similar situation. Certainly, there is a Brig rapidly encroaching upon their personal space. Deals with that nicely. Blizzard Star gets one for their troubles, but that is as far as that one goes.
Yep, good first defense here from Team 1. Faith is going to be running back here, Blizzard Star as well, but much closer and much faster than a Hanzo. Actually, he's going to swap over back to that Genji that we initially thought. The Tracer, maybe not quite the play here, but that's just a Cynics special, kind of across all these maps, really. Looking for that recontest, Hunter looking for that angle again, but it feels really like he has his work cut out for him. Cynics goes for the cheeky little flank here.
I think need to be careful up against a Baptiste, right? That the damage from a Baptiste and the survivability from a Baptiste is not by any means a guaranteed kill, and Cynics quite couldn't line that one up, so GCB survives a little while longer here. Seeing Faith giving up space here. Wants to take a angle here from the top to make things a little bit harder for Team 2 to exit from this topmost space. Instead, they opt to give that over and start to pressure cart from the low ground instead. But that cart has really not moved much in the past 45 seconds or so. This has been quite solid from Team 1 on the defense.
Yeah, it's actually starting to back up. They haven't even really put pen to paper on that to get it around this corner here. Some ultimates are coming online for Team 1 as well to kind of give them a little extra oomph. The Gravitic Flux looks big right there too, already going down. Cynics and Greeks helping clean it up as Dino also falls.
Wow, yeah, Cynics and Grease getting all the credit for that one. I think a lot of the heavy lifting done there by Demon's Gravitic Flux to start things off, but given that it cost them that one ult to win a fight so comprehensively, I think that's pretty good value.
Especially as you're about to cross into the 90-second mark here, right? You see the Dino swap over onto the Wrecking Ball, looking for a little more disruption against this forward shield. Faith says, dude, I know your game. Don't even try it. Hunter not getting as much value on the Widow at all this round. First point Rialto perhaps not as vertically inclined as Gibraltar, not giving you as many like dominant sightlines, but you do have the walls and you have maybe one more chance to try and make this work as that comes out. Dino once again forced back, looking for health packs.
Ooh, and
whoa!
2 fights in a row. Faith just denies Hunter any capacity to play the game whatsoever. This has been such a strong performance here from Team 1. Team 2, they're starting to get ults online to deal with this, but at less than a minute now, they've really got to start to put the pressure on.
No kidding. Big shout out to the OBS there as well, by the way, because if I'm an observer and I swap right as that shot comes through, that's a pop-off moment. That's a fist pump from me. So just bravo over there to the prod crew. Yeah, last fight territory here, some ultimates coming online. Hunter again going down early with 30 seconds left to push. Like, at this point for me, I'm like, dude, swap off this Widow. Make something happen here.
Okay, has made the swap, but I think that particular succession of kills came a little bit too late. And now it's on to Blizzard Star to make something happen. Finds 2, might be enough here. The Transcendence from Adam, just that little bit too late. Might buy them enough time to get out of this fight. No, down goes Adam. What a performance here from Blizzard Star.
Echoes of EQO on this section of the map, on this hero, feeling that nostalgia from Blizzard Star coming through, and just Hunter just mashing his keyboard in chat. So now I swap. I guess now I have to swap. Now something happens finally. They are making amazing progress all of a sudden off the back of that. Oh, he was saying it because Faith swapped to the Widow, but yeah, it's overtime here. Dino just trying to kind of hold this backline at bay, let his team do most of the pushing. Capital happy to pick up that slack.
Okay, just less than 3 meters away from the cab on to be and some more of the map here for Team 1 on their push, and Faith demolished by Dino on the Wrecking Ball. But Team 1 are not making this easy. Team 2 not making this easy for Team 1. They continue to find picks here. Hunter holds on to a pulse bomb, but Demon takes him out of the fight here. Dino surges forward, and we get the cap, and we get some more map for Team 2.
Man, talk about some chutzpah there to pull through like that, starting with the momentum shift of the blade and just going, okay, we have our first opening in like 3 minutes. Let's make something with it, and pushing. Dino just going all the way into the backline to contest Faith on the Widow was fun. A bit of a missile guidance system flying directly to where it knows it is and where it isn't. And a couple ultimates as well coming online here for Team 2. The Transcendence perhaps to forestall a Gravitic Flux, certainly what I would be saving it for. And that Pulse Bomb, we've already seen so many get amazing value this series, and that accretion doesn't quite hit, but a good effort.
Oh yeah, imagine if that had hit and
I know.
knocked Adam into the, Capital into the water. What a time. Instead, on to contest, burns the kinetic grass, doesn't get a lot of other health with that. Surging in for the backlines, come Capital with the Transcendence, and just lands in the middle of the flux. That is such unfortunate timing. Great stuff here from Demon. Will take a nap. You've earned your rest, King. Pulse Bomb doesn't quite get the kill. Bit of overhealth gain there with the kinetic grasp again from Demon. They are having a real hard time here from Team 2, dealing with the survivability and the kill potential from Demon.
Yeah, that was just a great little sequence there from him. Great spacing, great knowledge. That Tracer is a snake who's 3 seconds long sort of deal. Just kind of having that mental recall factor on those flicks is nice and spicy. Team 2 coming online with a couple ultimates. You have a Nano Blade coming up, which is going to be hopefully pretty big. The Minefield as well, but you have to not get picked off by a Cassidy. That's generally a good first step to a fight like that.
It's such unfortunate timing because you really want all 5 of you so you can afford to start throwing in some ultimates. And at the 38-second mark, you really need all the time you can get. So maybe a momentary slowdown here as Dino can't quite get the roll through. Finds the pile driver. Doesn't drop the minefield just yet. Cynics lands, sticking down goes GCB. The chase is on. Spots. Blizzard Star had the nano, had the blade, but had no time left to work with. Had to throw it in, and down they go. 14 seconds left here for Team 2.
Yeah, and that Transcendence coming out to completely nullify the Nano Blade. You know that's a reality of using that ultimate combo, but you still try and get something. Like the right burst combo can still get through that, but with the Vegeta doing all of this work, I mean, look at that backline go. You're not going to get much done with those sorts of combos. That magnetic grenade completely stopping the stall. The zoning Deadeye also taking out Capital. I mean, this is done and dusted.
Yeah, but I think like hands off here to Blizzard Star for the never say die attitude does force the cancel of the Deadeye, gets onto cart to be contested. It's just not going to ever be enough when you've only got that one little old Genji.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, you just fight because you have to, like, because it's in your blood to keep fighting no matter how futile that situation is. And that fight, man, I mean, all those picks, just one after the other, like, you pop your head out, you're done. That was clinical from Team One. Just, nah, dude, we're finish this round, please. Thank you. And now we get to their attack attempt. Team One on the other side.
And whilst we are still not quite froggy, it's looking like we're starting again with Hunter on the Widowmaker. At least on the defense here, you have some more options for your sight lines. They are far more open. You get nice control of this opening choke here on the left-hand side by playing a little bit further back. So I think this potentially has a little more mileage.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an opportunity on the defense, right, to settle into a sight line, get comfortable in a space, back up and reposition if you need to. It's less of that, like, I need to push forward. I need to kind of get dangerous to make value happen. Oh, hello.
Oh, hi. Don't say it. Don't even think it.
Nope. Wow. How about that double Sigma no longer being a double Sigma? Dino looking perhaps for the Doomfist. Ooh, this is a fun little shot. I like this, like, rotating, like you're looking at an item in Animal Crossing. That's what I immediately thought of when I saw this shot.
If you've not seen them already, I would advise you go check out YouTube videos from a guy called Flirty who does like tilt-shifted cinematic views of different games. It feels just like that.
I love that, actually. I'll have to check that out. That's a lot of fun. We have one Froggy, two Froggy. Faith jumping back on. That Hanzo has been a staple. We've seen some nasty shots from him, immediately proving me wrong. Why do you do this to me? I'm just trying to do my job. We'll see how long that Sombra sticks. I won't. Oh. Ooh.
Okay.
The double swap tells me a little more. Cynics on the Hanzo. I mean, that's a new look. And it's gone. Why do I bother?
Oh, straight at Hunter. Can't quite find the kill, but the game plan, fairly apparent here from Faith. It is stop Hunter from having any kind of value.
I feel like that's been the MO, and you can hardly blame them, right? Like, you know there's a Widow, you know exactly what she's trying to do, and the counters to a Widow in terms of your playstyle have been long documented, right? So, like, you just get right back into that habit. And the first corner really already being routed here for Team One.
Yeah, but I think this is probably fine for Team 2 here. Is like, this is where their composition is most impactful, where they can control both of these. Well, that's not going to work too much longer. D is for defense, Dino, Doomfist, and dead, I'm afraid, as the defense gets completely run off the points.
Yeah, I mean, I think just Dino being kind of caught off guard, Capital on the Ana being forced back up the stairwell out of his line of sight. I mean, you're done. You're just done at that point. You don't get to play. And the immediate swap over onto the Winston, I think, is pretty reasonable, right? A little more staying power, a little more like, I need to get out of here potential in a couple seconds anyway. And I think that makes a lot of sense. You can also blast through that kinetic grasp, fun fact. So a logical sort of swap here for Team 2. Team 1 still looking pretty good, just trying to find an opening here. And there you go.
Okay, I like this. Into the back line to try and deal with the Zenyatta. Certainly an appropriate response, but great response here from Kreese. Pops the EMO, and there's nothing that Dino can do. Hunter still has a nice long sight line here, but it's just not enough. They don't have enough openings, and that's going to be the end of the defense on A. We are through into B here very quickly from Team A.
Yeah, and Team 1, man, you got to be feeling yourself after that. 4.5 minutes in the bank here. Quite a few ultimates coming online, really for both sides, but they're certainly just the smidge ahead that they will need to be to hopefully comfortably secure this next fight as they head into Streets phase. Maybe even try and get past this little choke point that is so often a point of contention in this phase of the map. GCB just trying to take it to him funny Astro style, get in there, getting some backup from Dino as well, and suddenly it is a full wrap into the backline here.
Oh, great man. GCB and Dino really open things up. And we get the Flux out from Demon. Can't find the kill with it just yet. Backs away, comes in to try and mount the defense on the low ground here. But GCB is still fragging out, man.
Oh my God.
Like, supportal combat to the max here from GCB.
Yeah, really channeling the spirits of the Lucios who have come before, the Tobys and the Funnies and the Big Gooses. We love those guys. Still plenty of ultimates here on both sides, neither one using a ton. Lots of progress made on the cart overall, but plenty of time here for Team 2 to kind of stabilize. The hack coming through, Hunter on the Sombra now. We're playing Metal Gear Solid, folks. The exclamation point just popped up, but no dice for Faith. Dragon Strike.
Timing-wise, that was about as it could have been there for Hunter because they didn't have the Sonic Arrow up. Might not matter though. Dino in the back finds Grease, stomps them into Jam, and we're about to see them exceed the distance here very nearly for Team 1 on their push. Team 2 just managed to stop them in time.
Yeah, just squeaking before the box's victory. That doesn't matter because of scrim rules that I just learned about. 3 ultimates as well, still online. Both support ultimates, right? You have a ton of staying power here. That Transcendence, maybe you save it in case you get stuck with a Pulse Bomb. Otherwise, you try and save it for that EMP that's about to come online. Like, there's plenty of options here for Team 2. Right now, though, I'm trying to, like, let's communicate through how do we want to spend, what are our conditions here?
Well, for now, it's going to be Sanic starting things off here with the Pulse Bomb. Demon has already and very quickly generated a self-destruct here, so whilst it's going to be difficult for this to find a huge amount of value on a map like this, it will give them that second lease on life on the back end of that ultimate. So let's see how they choose to engage this.
Hello, Cinex on the Torbjorn.
Oh!
I guess this is our answer to the annoying Tracer Sombra comp, is just like have an extra man in the back line. A brave sound barrier coming through. That Pulse Bomb, as predicted, forces out the Transcendence from Adam. The Kitsune Rush also coming out from Capital as the window from Grease also comes out. Just puts on all.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute bevy of ults thrown at this one, but given where they are, it's what they needed here. And it's ultimately, sadly, not been enough here for Team 2 to stop the cart rolling forward. And it's going to be, if there is a contest available here on B, it's going to be right at this last second because we are almost at the point B cap.
Yeah, I wonder if you try and throw in the self-destruct kind of to start, or like to zone as best you can. But I mean, at this point, there's already most of the team here. Yeah, you probably save that just to extend your life in the fight. Try and build a little extra time. Hopefully not just get immediately hacked to death before you can even use it. But here comes the EMP.
Yeah, Hunter with the Emp finds Faith, takes them out, gets the additional hack there onto Cynex, who survives care of the Immortality field. And unfortunately, self-destruct goes a little wide here. Demon does manage to get back into the mech here. So if all you wanted here was to mount the hold here for the Team 1 team, then that's great. You've got that online, but we still have 41 seconds left in the map. So still all to play for, and not much needed to get into point number 3.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, there we go.
Yeah, that's just point for sure. I mean, I think they had the zoning, right? Like, you have the D.Va kind of running bouncer, you have Cynics in the backline literally just standing next to his turret, being a turret of his own. The D.Va coming out of mech is no big deal. You're already 60% back to that. Adam getting some cleanup here, faced with the ridiculous little magnetic grenade, which I will never stop harping on. And yeah, a comfortable push forward here for Team 1.
Yeah, and it's been a little while now before Team 2 can successfully mount some sort of response to this. Like, we've already gotten up the slope. We're on the approach to the corner, to the final, straight away into the end of the map. We've got some swaps coming through as Hunter picks up the Hanzo here. It's going to be down, frankly, to Blizzard Star to do something pretty monumental now with the Dragon Blade before Adam can get that ultimate online and slow them down. But they've already lost Dino. Transcendence still not quite online. Blizzard Star still holding on to the ultimate now. Faith with the High Noon takes Blizzard Star out. And we're starting to see them push through. What on the... Good grief, Faith. Hunter down, Blizzard Star down. No more Super Shimada Brothers. And maybe a little bit cocky on that one. Takes the brunt of the Winston and gets taken out of the fight. Primal Rage now from Dino, bullying Torbjorn into the corner. Down they go. Blizzard Star getting credit for that one. Great defensive Primal Rage here from Dino. Forces Team 1 back.
Yeah, less than 40 seconds here on the clock. A couple tools in the bank, the Transcendence and the Self-Destruct, which I want to also call out right now. That last one, I don't know about that. Hopefully this one get a little more value for them and kind of crack this point open. But the Sound Barrier and the Blade could provide a lot of staying power to that high damage utility, or hopefully protect against some of the larger front-loaded damage that Team 1 wants to bring to bear.
Okay, Sound Barrier out, allows Blizzard Star to go in deep here, pops the deflect, but a little bit too late. They can't avoid the magnetic grenade! It's magnetic! You're a ninja cyborg, of course it's gonna follow you! And down goes Blizzard Star. We're into overtime, and they've lost Adam here for Team 1. Nano boost onto Dino. Keeps them alive through that one as the dragon comes out from Hunter. Faith down. Here's the blade from Blizzard Star. What's he going to do with it? Something, hopefully, as we are deep into overtime now, but needs to navigate past the Diva here to find squishier targets. Dashes through! Dashes off, and that is it. Just a quick note, by the way. Kirik Owo Gore, you're seeing in the chat there, that's Ocean. And I need everyone to give him the business for picking such a ridiculous username.
What? That's our general manager, folks.
That's our GM.
The general manager of our national team.
Not good enough, if you ask me.
We love that guy. Don't we just love that guy? Man, what a silly goose. What a bunch of silly geese we've seen today. I think that was a great little cap to the end of that series, right? Like, more adaptation coming through. Cynics deciding suddenly, like, I do play more than Tracer. Like, I will show you. My Torbjorn is also nasty. A thing I usually hate to hear in my ranked games, but I'm fine seeing in a scenario like this, especially if it actually works. Good on him for that. Yeah, I mean, so much back and forth. You could tell clearly, like, everyone knows the ult combos that are established with certain compositions, right? Like, okay, they can Nano Blade, they can Gravitic Flux. We will have to answer that. And I feel like that map was a lot of both teams figuring out how to deploy answers to problems like that over the course of the map. Like a fun extra wrinkle that they hadn't really been dealing with for a lot of the series. Like, not too many of those combos, except maybe on like Gibraltar, I think. And I think that was a great kind of like send off to show like, hey, here's our last hurrah of how we solve certain problems that would only appear on a map like this.
Yeah, what a way to round out the first of two Scrim blocks in today's broadcast. That's going to be it from myself and from Thibble. We're going to be throwing over to the beautiful Chef Billy and Bullskunk to bring you the second half, but myself and Thibble will be back tomorrow for the first half of the action. And for 3 more blocks coming your way, we're going to throw to a little break while we get our next casters in to bring you the rest of this. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.
We have returned. We are back for more Overwatch World Cup trials here for Team Ireland. My name is Jeff, and I have the one and only Chef Billy here with me. As we head into our second block, we got some new players coming in here for this second round.
We do, but first off, one of those new players, Pure Irish. Happy birthday to you today. Really wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I always play Overwatch on my birthday. It seems like it's been a tradition now for the past 5 years. So, yeah.
That sounds kind of masochistic, but sure, why not? Why not? So yeah, let's get some happy birthdays in chat here for Pure Irish. Come on, that's what I want to see. All right, yes, there we go. Yeah. And hopefully, Pure Irish will get a spot on the national team. I mean, what a birthday present that would be. But plenty of stiff competition. Everybody's looked so good so far. And we're going to get to see some more of those faces coming through. I got to say, Faith and Hunter have both been absolutely outstanding. Really stood out in my eyes. We'll see how they go through the eyes of the coaches and the GMs and those who make the decisions, because I'm just a humble caster. But I don't know. They've been standouts to me so far, Billy.
You know, I really like Demon in the tank role, too. I think that having a good, solid set of tanks is really going to hold you in good stead once we do get to the qualifiers here for the World Cup trials. We've got the play-ins coming in here for Ireland, so I think that they're going to probably get top 3, just based upon the rest of the people that are in this 6-person kind of play-in. Having seen this team compete in the group stages of the European Invitational. GCB is one of my favorite supports, a ruthless and bloodthirsty support. Really had a good chance to talk with them as well. I had some Twitter interactions with them. This whole team, I think, really has coalesced around the general manager, Ocean. Ocean has really worked his butt off to get this team of gamers together, and the pride is showing through the green and orange and white of Era. I'm sorry. I wanted to say it the right way. Really it does come through, and I think the whole team right now is kind of coalescing around that passion. So we're going to see how we get into this game here, Jeff. But, man, I mean, Ireland definitely looking very strong.
Yep, well, we're going to have Concord on the tank. And then Castlerea is Dublin also subbing in here for the second block, playing Hanzo there for Blue Squad. Blue Squad is trying to take low ground at the moment, and Red Team able to just sit up on high here. You got Hunter on the Sojourn as well as Adam on the Ana. With just free reign, and nobody challenging them all. Not only that, but Red Team also has point control now.
I mean, this is a great rotation for them. I see what Blue Team is trying to do here. They're trying to deny, the kind of spam damage coming in from Pure Irish on this Ramatra. There's no damage fall off once again. So, you can kind of hold high ground here, hold your resources up here, hold the mini up here as well to kind of take the strain off of your healers. So, as you push in, you're going to be running into some tree trunks from Dublin.
Well, I mean, Faith just got stuck on rotation, ends up getting slowed down, and we'll take it out of that fight early. And this will allow Blue Team to move on to the point and finally start getting some presence here. You see Pure Irish is going to come contest and just buy as much percentage as possible. Maywall will prevent Pure Irish from retreating out, so there's only one way forward, and that is into the enemy team, where they're going to find Cynthia take the Rhine out of the fight. Oh, and then just a little hammer fist there right on top of the dome of Blizzard Star.
This is reminiscent of what I've been seeing in Australian contenders right now. Ramatra has really been playing very strongly down there, and it's because of the use of the Vortex, not allowing teams to kite away from the damage. We've also been seeing a lot of nano annihilation engages, so I think that's what they're playing for right now. You can put it on the Hunter with the Sojourn, but I think, really enabling your Ramatra, this is going to be brutal.
There's a great immortality field. It kept Cynthia up for a while, and it does mean Cynthia is the only casualty of that Blizzard. But now Blue Team without their tank and annihilation in from Pure Irish. Gets taken out. Blizzard Star is able to stop that ult short. Capital does fall, so Blue Team still without a bit of sustain and running out of time here to come challenge the point. It's up to Blizzard Star. Come make a presence. Come initiate overtime. It's bought enough time for Cynthia to return and the sound barrier out from Blue Team as they move on to this point, and Dublin's able to get one from the high ground. still dropping tree trunks down, comes in to help out with the rest of the team here on the objective. Faith taken down. Blue team will get some percentage for the first time here on Mecha Base.
I mean, really, with the kill that you had there, I don't know if Grease needed to invest that sound barrier into the fight, but, you know, it is what it is. So we'll have 3 ultimates ready to go here for Blue Team as Pure Irish and company try to find their way out of the point. Hunter does have the opportunity to really lay into them once you pull that immortality barrier out from Capital. You're going to be looking to go forward. Big shatter coming through.
Hunter and GCB thought they were making a smart rotation. They were caught by Dublin's recon arrow, and Blue Team knew exactly what was going on, able to chase them down, which means Red Team has just been on the back foot from the start of this team fight and never really been able to recover, kind of scattered up top. Adam does land a good sleep dart, but unfortunately just kind of delaying the inevitable.
Well, I mean, they've got at least 2 more fights before we get into last fight territory here, and, you know, they didn't invest anything into that fight. So, you know, it's an eco push. I think you'd have one more eco push here. You try to draw out that amplification matrix and then go in. You've already pulled out the shatter, so now it's all about pulling out what you can in the neutral for them to really put this economy into their own favor.
Well, the M Matrix is out. Overlook at the point. Here comes Hunter in from the backside with the overclock, trying to devalue it. Finds Capital. Wall will devalue the rest. Still one more shot left. That one's not going to land, but Red Team have been able to get the job done. Beautiful flank from Hunter. Really put Blue Team in a tough spot, and the sandwich is squeezed. Red Team coming out with Mecha Base.
I mean, all the feelings of that sandwich came out there, and that pincer movement from Hunter and GCB, both coming up with 2 in that final fight. I mean, once they got the ultimate rotation in their favor, Jeff, that was it. So, you know, we're going to head to Sanctuary now. You know, I like what I'm seeing out of Cynthia on the Reinhardt. I think they need to really capitalize on taking a little bit more space, especially with how good Dublin has been on this Hanzo, with the recon arrow, with the headshots going in. I think that if you can keep them up, I think that you're really going to have a lot of success here, especially with a map like Sanctuary. You can just kind of stand back around the pillar here and, you know, fire in those tree trunks, as you've mentioned before. And, well, Pure Irish is coming in on something that one of my first European broadcasts, coming in on the Sigma when they were playing for, I believe it was Angry Titans, way back in the early 2020s. And we'll see. We'll see how they move through this. We're going to see Hunter come out on the Sombra. So I think they are anticipating the ball coming out.
Oh, double shield days. Oh. Team 1 is Froggy. Team 2 is not. Red Team still deciding. Okay. Looks like Hunter is going to opt for the Sojourn instead. Getting not finalized. If this holds, our, well, really our only similar characters are going to be the Lucio and the Tracer. Other than that, very different styles coming up from our squads. A little bit more pokey-based style from Red Team. Dive-oriented here from Blue Team. I'm anxious to see if Capital follows the dive in using that Swift step.
I mean, really, you want to see that go in. It'll be Dublin, Cynthia, and Capital, theoretically, going in on top of this, whereas you're going to look for Pure Irish to set the spot, set the spacing, and then look for Hunter on the back of that to get their headshots through.
Good focus fire out of Blue Team as they're able to get Adam and GCB very early out of the gate. Had targets moved in, had the homing beacons assigned, and the supports eliminated. Should make easy cleanup here for the rest of the fight and allow Blue Team to grab first control.
I mean, really, the pile driver, and if you have, you know, Dublin really firing on this Tracer, and you're able to get Blizzard Star involved with it as well, this is going to be a very dynamic fight here and a very easy fight for this Blue Team. Now, Pure Irish swapping over to the Diva, so whilst you may get manually hacked and you lose your defense matrix, you still are going to be able to just keep firing and pumping in damage. So that's going to be something that we're looking at here. Where will the hack target come through? It's going to go onto the Cassidy.
Oh, but Blizzard Star falls to this one. GCB able to find revenge in the second attempt. Cynthia falls as well, and the dive falls flat. Good changes coming out of Red Team, and Hunter swap over to the Cassidy, proving very valuable.
Yep, I mean, that you know, they do trade their life out there, but it's going to be the flip coming through here for Red Team, and it's that magnetic grenade. I mean, once you see all the blinks come out, that's an immediate chance for you to pull out the magnetic grenade and get the confirmed kill. It also builds you up very quickly towards the Deadeye, which will be available probably in the next fight, depending on how skillful Hunter is with the Peacekeeper. But what I'm looking at right now, we're getting a bit of a greedy backline here from blue team, looking for more damage, looking to focus in on target. Cynthia swapping to a D.Va of their own, so we're looking at almost mirror comps here.
Yeah, aside from the support line, a little bit more damage focus. Got that Discord orb from blue team. Should allow them to pressure targets a little bit quicker than their opposition. Keeping red team at bay for the moment. Anybody who tries to find an off angle being either left or right, Blizzard Star's done a good job of keeping them outside, but Hunter's able to take Blizzard Star down. She just sticks in that fight, out duels Blizzard Star, giving the edge to red team. And now the vice is starting to tighten around blue squad here up on this little edge around the Rosetta Stone. Pure Irish coming up with 2 good kills in the back of the fight.
I mean, how good has Hunter been in the first 2 maps here of Busan? She has really put on a bit of a clinic and showing the hero pool as well. I think that's something that also needs to be weighed in on here for these World Cup committees, is how deep is the hero pool and what is their ability on the heroes that they pull out here. And I mean, we've seen some great work from Hunter. We've seen great work from everybody so far. I really want to see a little bit more out of Capital, even though, had only swapped in the previous fight. 97% to Transcendent, so definitely getting the work in with the Discord orbs.
And probably just used on tempo to counter a sound barrier from the other side. Nothing else is, really channeled. They're all insta-kill ultimates that you'd be looking out for. Faith doesn't quite land the pulse, and the Deadeye doesn't get anything from Hunter either. So 2 TVS ults out. Now Hunter falls, and blue team with a big edge. Sound barrier coming out from red team, trying to get a hold on, and Capital falls without getting to pop that trans. So it's just rally heals here for blue squad, but they have the player advantage, and now they have the point.
Oh wow, that is an unfortunate turn there. But yeah, great eat. Well, I mean, Pure Irish, we're used to that. Usually saw it on the Sigma, but the D.Va is pretty darn good as well. And this is going to be a one-person advantage here for red team. You've got the self-destruct ready to go, so you can clear the point if you need it.
Yeah, self-destruct has to be invested very early in the fight from Pure Irish. But outlasting blue squad, first kill comes through. Comes through for blue squad. And now that Transcendent's finally out from Capital with the later self-destruct. Doesn't find any kills, but it does force red team back, and blue team able to grab presence on this point. Denies red team from a recap. We're approaching final fight.
Bye-bye, Pure Irish. I mean, just got absolutely beat down by the support duo, and with the tank leaning in. Yeah, this is going to be final fight territory, 87% and counting. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get back or not. GCB is probably going to be the one that makes the touch. Pure Irish swapping over to the Winston.
Yeah, Faith is pretty close as well. You see Adam pocketing him with the healing of food at the moment. Faith will probably have the responsibility for the touch, and there it is. 99-99 fight. A round win here for red team would theoretically mean they take the map. They'd at least take more sub-maps. Hunter down early for him, though, so they're going to have to do it from a disadvantage. Dick lands onto Pure Irish after the swap over to the Winston. A lot of pressure, under 100 health. Managed to get topped up for a while, but Thibbledork's favorite cooldown eventually finishes off Pure Irish. Faith is trying to stay alive long enough for a pulse bomb, but won't do it. Dublin hunts him down. Each team has a sub-map thus far.
Well, I love it. I love the fight back. I love the swaps. I love the adaptability here coming from Blue Squad. So we'll see. When we head to downtown, will we see more of an aerial-based composition? Will we see a Pharaoh or an Echo come out here? Or do we stay on the ground and fight it from, the ground level and, look at a Winston, look at a D.Va to take the high ground, get the lines of sight on the point, really be able to address any lines of aggression coming in here. Now, Hunter staying with the Cassidy, but it looks like we might be getting a little bit of a speedy exit out of spawn here from Faith. We'll see them probably go back over to the Tracer after they get everybody moving forward. So we do see a little bit of aerial combat coming through here. Well, I say that. They're going to debate me into that. I am not froggy with that, Blue Squad. I was really hoping for the Echo here. Echo has such a wonderful time here. But you know what? They're both going to have speed to get themselves onto the point. Pure Irish is going to have a little bit more punching power than Cynthia, though, on the D.Va.
We'll say the D.Va will have more options with more mobility becomes, the option to take a fight where you like and kind of peel where you want. So it does give you a little bit more variety. Hunter currently leading the lobby in damage with over 10k. Our first person in 5 digits here. With the Cassidy here in our third sub-map of Busan. Both teams kind of in an even rollout. Cynthia does grab the high ground right in front of Theater here. Comes a bit of a bout between our two tanks. Pure Irish pops the Nemesis form. Able to find some extra armor, but not a whole lot of damage to accompany it. And just has to hide and wait for some heals. Meanwhile, Hunter's going to get found out.
Well, the big problem right now is that there's a defense matrix, and Adam cannot get these anti-nades in on top of the tank line and on top of the rest of Blue Squad. So Faith does get the answer kill out onto Blizzard Star, so now they're going to rotate towards point. But I think this is going to be Blue's point to start with. Big anti-nade coming through. Pure Irish is going to be there, but the capture has already gone through for Blue Squad, Jeff. So, I mean, it's all about removing them now.
Just trying to work in that small area off on the side, but blue team does a good job of just getting out of there, kind of swarming around Pure Irish, which eventually results in them finding themselves back in spawn. Red team without a tank now moving on to this point. Faith has a pulse bomb to work with. Cynthia gets back in mech. The pulse lands onto the immediate remech, and well, that fresh, shiny new coat of wax is immediately tarnished as Faith eventually takes Cynthia down out of that mech, but finds themselves on the business end of a kunai.
I mean, look at the damage there coming from Capital on this Kiriko. The healing is good. The damage is even better. And we'll see what we got there. Beautiful avoidance there from the pulse bomb. Now the Annihilation is out.
Yeah, Grease with the sound barrier trying to stave it off. Dublin with the Deadeye as well, and now it gets to a rush. 3 ults back-to-back, really forced to count the pulse bomb. Eventually, Dublin picks up 1 kill from this 4 ult investment, but that is all they're gonna find. Red team turns around, and with not nearly as much in the war chest, are able to come out with a fight win.
I mean, this is the good flip here. 61% and counting here, or, well, 61% here for the Blue Squad. Cynthia's going to have the ability to get themselves back into mech with the self-destruct, so that's, basically a 6v5 right now. Sound barrier advantage here to Red Squad, though, so they're going to have a lot of sustain here to be able to hold off a lot of the aggression coming in. Blizzard Star closest online here, other than the self-destruct. Looking to get to the back line, Adam is going to be the target for this pulse bomb.
And Adam already taking a bit of damage. You see Dublin working on the right side alongside Blizzard Star. See if they can find a way to move in. Finish off Adam, who's on the high ground at the bottom right-hand side of your screen currently. Pulse bomb is invested onto Pure Irish coming out from Blizzard Star, but Capital falls. Capital, who's been so lethal with the kunai here on downtown, no longer a part of this fight. But the self-destruct actually picks up a pair. Cynthia is not able to get back in mech, and Pure Irish's punches Dublin out of this fight. So this one has gone down to the wire. Red team comes out on top. Both teams almost deadlock even.
I mean, you invest the pulse bomb, you invest the self-destruct there. Yeah, you do get 2 on the back of it, but if you can't get back into the mech, it isn't that impactful. So, you know what? You keep your tank online. They build up to an Annihilation. Now you're looking for Adam to get this Nano online. Nano Annihilation has been filthy from what I've seen.
Well, and Red team's been able to win fights without using ultimates, and now they have, this one's just going to be one with just Annihilation. Immediately 2 go down, barely before the fight has even broken out. Cynthia falls for the pulse bomb. 2 ults invested, fight 1 from Red.
I mean, this is a great turnaround here. And you know what? I mean, 76 to 83. So you've got maybe a fight and a half, 1 broken fight after this one. You do have Pulse Bomb and Deadeye for Blue Squad. And you've got the Nano to keep you up here for Red Squad. If Pure Irish does take a lot of damage, you've got that going in. Big nade coming in.
A bold Deadeye there, doubling right in the face of Pure Irish. Eventually it gets taken out. Faith and Pure Irish just combining for multitude of kills here for Red Team. As they fend Blue Team off, hang on, showing their prowess here in Korea. And Busan will go the way of Red Team.
I mean, this was pretty good from both sides, though. I really liked what I saw, the adaptability, the willingness to change. as what you see coming through in the compositions. I really like the backline of Blue Squad Capital being the most adaptable, I think, here as far as the flex supports coming through. So I like the double flex.
That's
right.
Sure.
Right? I mean, the Kitiko or the Zenyatta, I mean, we were seeing really good joy out of both of them. I think right now, Pure Irish versus Cynthia is another great area to look into, because, I think that really Pure Irish probably has the tank position locked up. From my own eye test, from what I've seen, and knowing the longevity of this game, I think that it's going to come down to between Damon and Cynthia really showing some prowess on all tanks right now. Want to see a little bit more in the back pocket, maybe a wrecking ball. Also, the Diva was pretty good. So you've got that good mixture of what we call the main tank and then the off tank as well. The Reinhardt was pretty good. The Diva was good as well. So I think that we're going to be, they're going to be, an embarrassment of riches coming through for them when they make their final selections.
Hey, don't count Dino out yet either. I mean, I feel like the coaches definitely have their work cut out for them when picking the tank for this Team Ireland squad. Lots of good options.
Yes.
As we take a look at our second map here, we're headed to Junkertown for map number 2. So we'll take a look at some long-range options from our squads. I'm anticipating the Sigmas shall stick. Most likely some form of double sniper.
Well, we'll see how this actually works through. I prefer to have a little bit more healing rather than the damage potential coming through with the Zenyatta. I would, even a Brig, be able to stay in there with your Sigma, because Sigma is starting to become almost the must pick here because you've got so much utility in his kit. With the kinetic grasp and the accretion, the experimental barrier, and of course, when you get the gravitic flux online, you're able to pull them off the point and stop progress going forward. So I like seeing the Baptiste. I just think the Brig works a little bit better here, just because of the biscuits and with the Inspire uptime. A little bit more healing output, but I mean, with how we saw Capital perform on Busan, I really did. I really do understand why they go this route. But Adam is going to echo them on that. And Faith, well, yeah, we're going to get double snipers from both sides.
Actually coming out the gate with a Lucio Zen. Interesting. Very interesting. This means Pure Irish is going to have to be very careful. Cynthia will just have a sustained advantage with the Baptiste. So much more burst healing. But look at this rotation from Pure Irish. She managed to find themselves up on this high ground early. That had to be some tech from using the hyperspheres to jump up there. I don't think they made it all the way around to the stairs without getting punished. Either way, yep, Pure Irish finally knocked down to the low ground. Cart has made its way around the first corner, but that's where Cynthia and the rest of Blue Team are making their stand.
Well, I mean, you're looking at Hunter being able to control the avenues that Blue Team are trying to defend from. They can't take these optimal angles. Pure Irish in a little bit of trouble there. Gets themselves way deep. And it's going to have to run around the outside. And, well, Dublin looking for heads on the outside of this. Gets a body shot, but does not confirm the kill. So the healing's still there. And both immortality barriers are both out.
Yeah, I think Red Team was hoping Pure Irish should be able to hold down main long enough for the flanks to come through on both sides. But Dublin did a wonderful job of holding down the left alley. Hunter gets killed on the right-hand side, and Blue Team just locking down all of their flanks. No vulnerabilities thus far.
I mean, once you lose the Widowmaker and you lose half of your one-shot potential, I think that you have to back up and really try to hold the space that you have claimed. And this is great coming out from Cynthia, being able to control the high ground here, not allowing them this easy access to headshots. So we'll see what we can get out of the Red Team. They're going to come up on Gravitic Flux first, I do believe. Yeah, there it is up first. And there's the Dragons coming out.
I don't know who did all that damage to Faith, but Faith sitting on 8 health is able to find Dublin and then goes in and just continues to put down arrows alongside Adam and Pure Irish. Eventually, Red Team will get the job done. Faith was in a very bold position up here. Oh, the assassination on the Capitol. Oh, poor Omnic.
Poor Omnic, poor Blue Squad there. The race to the Gravitic Flux was won there by Pure Irish, and well, you see what happens on the back of that ultimate. If you don't have Transcendence ready to go, it's going to be pretty much a fight win. So we'll see now how they're going to hold this high ground. It's going to be up to Red Team for them to get up there and take the high ground. And without your Zenyatta, the damage output isn't going to be the same.
Oh, Cynthia killed out of their Gravitic Flux, though. So, well, that is, brutal. A brutal turn. Faith will fall. Hunter trades back out. Grease with a very aggressive position. Dropped out on the cart, actually. But Hunter's clicks their second head. No dome is safe when you've got Hunter's eyes behind the scope of a Widowmaker gun.
She's having a good time here. And looking for more on the back of it. And I mean, there comes the experimental barrier out. But I mean, they're still under duress here. Yeah, you're going to get behind that kinetic grasp of Cynthia. But man, what an important kill there coming through for the members of Red Team, denying the value of the Gravitic Flux. And yeah, Hunter has these angles on lock.
Yeah, Capital is very lucky they got out of that one with a head still attached to their shoulders. Little shooting blind there for a double and giving them the edge in this Widow duel. So Hunter's going to pop sights, drop down low, and Pure Irish moves up to attack this high ground. Dragon's thrown through, but the Transcendence comes out from Capital. Blizzard Star not able to get enough healing to survive, though. Pure Irish eventually emerges back up top to finish off their counterpart, and Red Team continue to roll. This is going to be point B capped.
And the great thing here for them is that they pull the Transcendence out, so now they're going to have a free flux coming through for Pure Irish. And we saw how much value they got on the last one. And I mean, this is just going to be pure pushing power for the Red Squad. This GCB window will be able to claim some high ground, depending on who stays on cart. If they stay on cart, it's going to be a little bit harder to deploy this in their favor. And if you're looking at Adam right now, taking a high position here, looking for those volleys from the Zenyatta. Big thing right now, Hunter is just on fire.
Oh, the return shot from Dublin. At just moments before Faith lands the arrow between their head. So 3v3 right now after Blizzard Star finds that kill. Defense has the edge both in player advantage and in spawns. Oh, nice shot from GCB though.
Healer, heal thyself. Healer, defend thyself. And that's exactly what happened there. Now they're going to be caught down here up against the Hypersphere in a very enclosed space. They might get out. Maybe not.
Not a chance. No shot! No shot! GCB gets out of there alive. Not only lives to tell the tale, but is up here and looking to frag some more. But the shots down. Capital won't survive. GCB, you bloodthirsty madman.
Oh, look at Blizzard Star is absolutely ticked off after that as well. GCB coming through huge there for Red Team. 2:20 on the clock, and they've got just a few meters left. This window is going to be impactful here to take the last point.
Pure Irish up in a 1v3, just holding off the entirety of Blue Team. Cynthia has to use a Gravitic Flux, and eventually, finally, Pure Irish finds themselves horizontal on the ground here at the back of Junkertown.
Well, the push is still on, even though nobody's on the cart right now. We have seen Capital switch over to the Ana, so anti-nades are going to be a massive boon here for them. And Cynthia getting some work done with those Hyperspheres on the back of the swap. That was a massive nade that came through from Capital, already 60% towards the Nano, and that's going to be a massive ultimate coming through for them once it is online. But I mean, there's going to be 5 ultimates in this, or 4 ultimates in this next fight. Jeff, Faith coming up big with the Dragon Strike. That's where I'm looking to see what they get out first.
Blizzard Star swapping over to a Genji. Deflect already used. Hunter finds Dublin. Up top, and Hunter gets yet another headshot claimed. Another scalp for their wall. Pure Irish in a very up-close and personal battle against Cynthia here on this high ground. Doesn't want to back up, doesn't want to give up this position. It can be oh so valuable on the attack, and is able to move in and hunt down Capital. Hunter falls on the back end, but what an advantage now to Red Team. Cynthia able to work to the outside. Both Sigmas dancing around each other and picking apart the squishy targets they can find.
I mean, this has been a great little exercise in how to avoid damage and how to take a 1v1. That orb barely keeping him alive, but you're going to have the Grid Flux. It's going to pull everybody off the point.
Hunter looking for toes. Pure Irish Gravitic Flux, not able to find any kills. Blizzard Star pulls the katana out of its sheath, able to slice through one, looking for more, finds Faith with that second slice, and that should be enough to put a stop to this cart. 15 seconds remaining, and red team running out of options.
1.31 meters and Pure Irish under serious duress. This is a great swap here from both Capital and from Blizzard Star, getting the work done on the back of it. This is going to go ahead and close it out. So 1.31 meters is going to be all that they have here. Well, there's a last second touch that came through from Faith. How did you get there?
That Faith blinked in, allowed GCB to swift step onto the point. Now the Wrecking Ball is here. Pure Irish manages to get a kill along the way, but has already used their adaptive shields. Doesn't have much health to work with. Adam tapped in for a moment, allowing Pure Irish to go grab some health. Hunter's able to get one. Pure Irish is still lingering around here. That shot on a Capital is gold. Oh my goodness. Hunter, under serious pressure, still comes up with two. And that is not an easy feat, particularly with that overtime going, the tense music, and as a Widowmaker, you're able to find those shots. It may not have resulted in a cap, but it resulted in a very impressed caster over here.
I mean, I am impressed with how they were able to battle there in the overtime with the timer burning ever so faster with every second that goes by. They were still able to keep their heads and try to get as much meterage as they could. Didn't get any more beyond that 1.31 meters from the full 3 point, or they do get the 3 points. Okay. I did not think that they had gotten it, but apparently they did. So
I think that's a glitch. The cart did not.
Okay.
Finish.
I didn't think it did, but I'm just going off the number there. I was so impressed with what was going on. I may have lost the cart for a second. Now,
I'm not an expert in how these scrim codes work, so I don't know all of the intricacies and stuff, but that's looking like a glitch because blue team definitely held.
Very good. I mean, if you look at damage numbers right now, I mean, the mitigation from both these Sigmas, Pure Irish ahead by about 2,000 as far as the damage being mitigated now. Or yeah, I think that's right. Damage taken onto them. So I don't have the number for mitigation up there. It's probably way up there, though. But I mean, looking at Dublin versus Hunter, Hunter was getting the better of the Widow duel. But I think that Blizzard Star, with the more adaptable DPS coming out, may have the edge over Faith here. So we're looking at a pretty even Steven here as we move through the attack phase now for Blue Squad. Still coming out with the Zenyatta and Baptiste. So pushing is going to be relatively easy as long as they can control the high ground.
I think it's an interesting point you make about the adaptability from Blizzard Star, really showing a proficiency on some very prevalent flex DPS heroes. I mean, the Tracers looked good. The Genji looked great. The Hanzo, has been finding some picks. We've seen Dublin get a kill here already on the Widowmaker as well. I do not envy our coaches here, Billy. Like, I can't imagine how difficult it is to make a decision. So many talented players in this lobby. I mean, when we saw Hunter popping off on their attack, look at Dublin go!
Okay. I see you, Dublin. That is some serious range and serious skill coming through. And look at this. Taking the wide berth here, looking for this extra angle. I mean, you've got the shooting blind right up in the faces of Red Squad. So now it's all about space taking. And that's a great shot again. That is 5 in a row.
Well placed there from Dublin. All they had to do was be patient. Wait for Adam to walk into the sights. Pull the trigger. Ooh, Blizzard Star got themselves rocked up top. This Pure Irish is not giving up on this aggressive positioning defensively.
I mean, definitely a lot faster coming through from Blue Squad here. And Dublin has their angle up and ready to go. Immortality Barrier is out early, so this is going to be a quick kill on Grease. This should be stabilization here for Red Squad. Now it's about taking your lines of sight on the high ground and being able to claim the space as Blue Squad try to push through. Blizzard Star back over to the Genji, so you're going to be looking at, some damage mitigation there. Dash and deflect already out, so they're going to go back and just chill for a second, wait for their cooldowns to come back up, and then start the push once again.
Well, they're waiting on Grease. Grease got really aggressive and ahead of the rest of the team. The Baptiste gets picked off early. So the rest of Blue just has to be patient, wait for the respawns. Deflect already out here for Blizzard Star. They're just going to dash on out of there. Dublin has sights up. And a bit of a duel. Hunter wins it nevertheless. Never mind your ultimate advantage. Hunter stays calm and cool under pressure. And she continues to lay down shots.
She has been ultra impressive. So has Blizzard Star. Conversely, for Blue Squad, once again, this adaptability and the willingness to change according to the conditions that are on the field of battle really has been a hallmark here for them. And I mean, Cynthia with a great rock takes down the Tracer.
Capital got another kill in there as well. Lethal. Absolutely lethal. Lethal flex support.
The payload moves.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Oh, what a shot. What an angle from Hunter. My word. Right between the eyes, through the moving, the spinning tower there. And, I mean, that is just a crazy shot. And, yeah, you never know where they're going to land at. And there's the Gravitic Flux out.
The Hunter does a good job of just being very unpredictable. Pure Irish is able to finish off Grease in the stairwell, and Blue Team just going to have to reset here for another attempt. Read a book a while back called Marine Sniper, and it was written by Carlos Hathcock III. He was the founder of the modern sniper, founded the Scout Sniper School for the Marines, and talks about the most important aspect of being a sniper is being unpredictable. Never do the same thing twice.
Well, Dublin has opted out of said sniper battle, so we've got a Cassidy and a Genji. So a little bit more utility here. And, I mean, Blizzard gets in on top of Faith. That is an easy kill to confirm on top of a lowly Tracer with the mobility there. So great answer there coming through. We do see GCB over onto the Ana now, so they're going to be looking for the nano engages onto Pure Irish, most likely, or you can put it on the Zenyatta to keep them alive. I mean, it is the Ana's job to keep the Zenyatta alive in a composition like this. And, I mean, anti-nades aside, this is going to be how they get themselves into these fights.
Dublin found themselves in a very tough spot. Blue Team finds themselves down a DPS here early on this attack. Still lots of time to work with. They cruise through point A and B, so no reason for Blue Team to force things. Just back up, reset, be smart. There they go. Find themselves a good pick, courtesy of the Baptiste, as Grease finds Faith. Oh, the Blizzard Star gets rocked out, and that advantage is quickly nullified.
Having control of the rotating platform is a hallmark of, you know, a good amount of position control. You control the lines of sight. You get so much information that you're able to relay to the rest of the team about pathing coming from blue side, and it gives Adam, you know, a little bit more viability and control about how they're going to go in or out of these fights.
Oh. Pure Irish is going to need to see a chiropractor after that one. I saw that spine just curve into a hook shape after that rock from Cynthia. Ooh. Felt my back pop after that. My goodness. And the kills continue to come through. A flawless push thus far from Blue Team. No casualties. And this card is nearing its final destination. Reminder, Red Team got it almost to the end, about 1.5 meters from the cap, but we're not able to complete.
Well, now it's about how do you protect your tank. Pure Irish has to be defended at all costs. They do have a pulse bomb to stop the aggression. Got to wait for that kinetic brass to come out, and then you go in on top of it. Deadeye
out from Dublin. Mortality field used early. Capital slept, but they're able to get that kill onto Faith before taking a quick cat nap. GCB eventually finishes them off. One player advantage here to the defense. Pure Irish makes it 2 with that quick jab on the Cynthia.
The Nano came out, though, Jeff. GCB's Nano came out onto Pure Irish, and it gets them to 67% for their next Flux. But I think that you want to have that one back, you know, to give a little bit more sustain, you know, a get-out-of-jail card for Adam. Now, well, I see why. They're going to go ahead and swap over to the Baptiste, so they're going to have Immortality Barrier, a little bit more burst healing, more sustainable healing as well. So, you know, you're looking for, you know, how are the members of Blue Squad going to get on top? You need to pull out this Immortality Barrier first, Jeff, because Blizzard with this Dragon Blade could really end the map with one press of the QB button.
Oh, Hunter wins the duel again. Oh, Dublin had him at their sides too. Just could not take them down. Faith is able to come up with one, and this is the DPS from Red Team, making a huge impact. The only good news for Blue Team is they might have time for one more try.
I mean, they're going to have this blade. They're going to have the amplification matrix as well, Jeff. So I think that, pushing this through, especially if Dublin can get lined up with this window. Oh my God, that's going to be a huge
Oh,
block.
it's huge. Immortality Field already out. Blue Team happy to survive that one. Dublin emerges right into the sights of Hunter and goes down immediately. Dublin with a bit of a nod. They're in chat. Red Team with the advantage. Blizzard Star pulls out the katana, but it's immediately nullified. Adam has the Transcendence there, and Blizzard Star has no choice but to retreat to a mini health pack. Overtime going, and Blue Team here want to get this card as far as they can. Then get the cap and would give them the technical win here, but they can't get past Faith. They can't get past GCB. Red Team have locked it down here on the back of point C, and they are not allowing anybody near the Queen's throne. That one belongs to Hunter, and you cannot have it.
Wonderful out of Red Squad there, especially what we saw on points A and B, Jeff. I mean, they really were getting muscled around. Hunter was really putting the work in for Red Squad. That was, a real bright shining point there through points A and B. But then the whole team came online inside of the hideout. And, well, you see there, Red Squad takes the 2-0 lead here. I'm not really worried about what the score is. I'm worried about how these players are performing. Man, Blizzard Star, I gotta say, really is impressing me. The sniper is the side. We all love a Widow 1v1. Hunter versus Dublin, both getting their licks in. I think Blizzard Star right now is a star for me because the hero pool has been deep. We've seen Dublin also swapping over to a Cassidy, got a lot of extra work done with the Peacekeeper as well. So, I mean, right now it's neck and neck. I'm just loving to see all these gamers putting their best on the line for their country. And man, it's a razor's edge to decide. I'm glad I'm not one of the coaches picking who's going to be on this squad, Jeff, because I don't think I can do it right now.
Lots of talent and versatility on display here from our players competing to get into the Irish national team for Overwatch World Cup. We're going to take a quick little break, give them a moment to catch their breath. When we come back, it'll be Midtown. We'll see you back here for more trials in just a minute. And welcome back. We have returned here for more Overwatch World Cup trials here for Team Ireland. If you're just joining us, this may be a little bit different than competitions you're used to seeing streamed. This isn't about who wins or loses. This is about showing off versatility, showing off good decision making, good problem solving, good mechanics. All of this to try to prove that you belong on the national team for Team Ireland come time for World Cup.
What a difficult choice they're going to have. I mean, we were already discussing it. I was looking at it from, the first two blocks that Thibble and Big Hungry Phil had cast and given a showcase to. I think we're going to run into the same problem here is how do you make a decision? Who do you decide is going to be part of this underdog squad? You know what? The next map for people to show their wares is going to be Midtown. And this map has its failings for some teams. I'm wondering if we're going to run into the Reinhardt Bastion composition, running in with a Mei to be able to deal with shielding coming through and being able to take space and blow down any kind of defensive barriers that would come up. Are you going to run it with a Ramatra? Ramatra works surprisingly well here, especially with the 0 damage drop-off with their primary fire. There's so many options here for you to hold as we take a look now. Blue squad, not froggy yet. Neither squad is froggy, but we'll see what these two teams.
Capital was looking pretty froggy there. Was hopping across the screen, breaking all the railings. Capital's ready to go. Capital's feeling froggy.
What a beautiful shot of this, of one of our newer maps here. Just to take a look at the part of the new Overwatch. I have not personally seen this view before. I love it. I love being inside the concrete jungle. I hear Guns N' Roses in the back of my head. That's what I think about. Man, I mean, I did not go loud. Okay, I could have gone there, but I have saved the audience from having to hear me go screeching into my Axl Rose era. But looking for what we're going to see out of the Red Squad. Looks like they might be leaning into what might be that Reinhardt Bastion mode going through. The only thing I don't see there that you would want to have in that is a Mei and a Baptiste to be able to keep them up and cordon off the tank. Hunter going to go over to possibly the Genji here, so looking for a little bit of deflect on their own.
We've definitely got fun and games here in Midtown. As Faith teased us with a Bastion. It goes back over to the Tracer.
Ooh.
Pure Irish Whistle diving in early. Takes a lot of damage. Early Suzu used as well. Pure Irish still sub 100 health. And Red Team kind of just scattering to the winds a little bit. Faith going deeper into blue spawn while the rest of Red Team backs up towards their own. Finds a DMAC, finds a kill onto Dublin as well. Eventually, the reign of the Cyber Ninja is ended by Blizzard Star. But enough kills have been picked up that Red Team should be able to get some progress going here on this point.
I mean, nice coordinated dive coming in there from Hunter and Faith, following in Pure Irish. You saw the swift step from Adam to be able to keep them up. And yeah, we did see Pure Irish go super low, but I mean, the resources were there to keep their tank alive. And now Cynthia's going to be back on the recontest. So, I mean, they're going to pull out after getting a tick or 2 ticks, almost 3.
Yeah, Capital was still in the back line, so Red Team went to go hunt down the Ana. Did allow the front lines of Blue Team to move in momentarily, but Red Team returned to the point with a vengeance and immediately evict Dublin, saying, no. Don't let our absence fool you. This point is ours.
Great focus fire there coming from the Red Team. 5:03 now to get the fire truck on its way through the second point of Midtown. Looking for them to gain early control of the top of the Midtown tunnel here. Cynthia's going to be the one that has to contest there and be able to deny the space taking here from Hunter. Hunter coming up to their Dragon Blade. About 63% going on there. Blizzard Star actually getting more work done with the Shuriken, so they're going to have their blade first.
And they're going to go ahead and pull it out. Not waste any time. Get aggressive with this, and 2 kills quickly come through for Blue Team. Did lose capital in that trade. Pulse Bomb and a Primal Rage invested here from Red Squad. But not able to get into the car wash section of the tunnel just yet. And with Hunter falling, it's not going to happen anytime soon.
No, I mean, this is a good stand. You know, you trade Pulse Bomb out. You do lose capital, but capital will be able to be taxied back here by Grease and the Sound Barrier available to both Lucios here. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of sustain into this fight. The self-destruct, I think, is going to be the one that is the real kicker here, because you're going to have that remech ability, and you're going to be able to get yourself back into the fight immediately, should you lose your mech.
Well, blue team not going to force the issue too much on the high ground with the Kitsune Rush up there. The blue team decides it's better off just to retreat back with that ult fade and give up the space as opposed to losing any teammates. Now they're going to go ahead and try to retake high ground. I was curious if they were going to give it up entirely, but no. Blue team have decided that they want this back. They're going to have to get through Hunter's Katana to do it, though, as the Dragon Blade is unsheathed. Sound Barrier from red team as well. They're getting aggressive on it. Grease dropped a Sound Barrier of their own, but that's going to fade, and blue team are still retreating all the way back into the train station they go. Blizzard Star still out here trying to stall, but yeah, has to dash, deflect, everything you got, just get out. But with Dublin coming up with a kill, there could be a chance for a retake late.
I mean, they do have Deadeye here, but I mean, the cart is still on its way. Well, I say that. They do get their stop here. So, I mean, you saw them disengage from the earlier Kitsune Rush. Smart play there. They also get to build themselves up to their own Kitsune Rush. This is going to be an engagement tool for them to get back into this fight. We ended up, what, about 5 meters away from capturing point 2. So, for Red Squad, you're going to have this Primal Rage that's going to be able to keep people off the point. Really need to see them, how they're going to go up against this Kitsune Rush.
Oh, incredible move from the back line of blue team. The boot from Grease knocks Pure Irish off their jump. The rush is in, and that just gives blue team such an advantage. They're able to swing that into an opening kill, but Dublin does fall. Blizzard Star with another blade on the back of this point, going in and Kitsune Rush and into Pure Irish with the Primal Rage. The blade just finds no value. There's nobody to chop down.
I mean, the Pulse Bomb early gets the good kill through on the blue team, and then, you know, Pure Irish basically zones out with that Primal Rage, keeps any kind of value that Blizzard Star was going to get with that blade. So now they can push forward as a 5 and really claim a lot of valuable meterage here.
That's a whole lot of space. The only thing red team weren't controlling was that very final straightaway. Eventually, red team going to go ahead and back up here, kind of regroup, and it allows blue team a moment to stabilize.
The real thing that we're looking at here, though, is for both main supports. I mean, GCB and Grease are on par with each other with these sound barriers, so they're both going to have sustain in this next fight. Once again, it's going to come down to, you know, Cynthia versus Pure Irish, and the self-destruct is almost online.
Love that position from Adam in the high ground. Dublin in a lot of trouble on the back. Yeah, Pure Irish is going to take them down, jump back, grab the Mega. Really wants their jump pack back. Able to get capital as well. That's just bonus there for Pure Irish. They wanted one. They get a BOGO for the deal. And this is red team now just controlling the entirety of the trade station. Pure Irish still positioned way far in the back. Sound Barrier was unsheathed from Grease, but GCB still holding on to theirs.
I mean, that's going to be an advantage for them coming into this next fight, and all this damage going in on top of Cynthia right now. The self-destruct is available. They're going to get some space. I mean, they use their boosters, but they don't let loose with it. So, yeah, they're going to use this just for a repositioning. And Pure Irish is going to come back into this fight. 67% towards that. And what a shot from Hunter on the Sojourn.
Yeah, that warranted 4 NSs coming out of Dublin. GCB did eventually use that sound barrier, but Pure Irish didn't get it, so that was the end of that fight. Hunter with another great shot here in this one, though, as Hunter has found 2 already. Overclock will get shut down as Cynthia finally is able to finish them off, but it cost the entirety of the mech to make it happen. And Hunter almost single-handedly finishes off 3. Drops an I'm sorry in chat as the rest of their teammates are going to have to finish off this point. Still over a minute left in the bank as the Kitsune Rush from both teams is open here amongst point C. And somehow, it looks like blue team able to hang on. Just sheer tenacity, sheer will.
Pure Irish like on 25 health, or maybe 50 health, and gets the Mega over on the side. I mean, look at Grease now. Grease is going to have sound barrier in this fight, so they've got the sustain. 55 seconds left on the clock, and they're pushing forward.
Yeah, an aggressive move here from blue team. Great disengage from red. They don't lose anybody, and they're able to get all the way out. Now they're going to come back in with a pulse bomb. Close to a sound barrier. 42 on the clock. And this is red's fight to lose.
I mean, you want to
Aggressive
see
position from Cynthia. Hunter down early already. Pure Irish is trying to just muscle right up the gut. Just part of, like, the waves. Dublin's able to pick up Faith on the way in, though, and one of the prongs of this attack has already been completely filed down.
I love it. I love it. I love the recognition of Faith on the flank there and not allowing them to deploy that pulse bomb. Just about 10 seconds left here. Pulse bomb and sound barrier. They're going to have to pop this sound barrier to get themselves on the point. I want to see them pull the Suzu out of Capital. Almost has their own Kitsune Rush ready to go.
Oh, Faith would love to get that Suzu out and land a good pulse. Cynthia, the one holding down card at the moment. Pure Irish is going to circumvent them and just jump all the way in the back. Sound barrier out from GCB, and red team are looking to get aggressive. Faith still has his pulse bomb online. Gets ready to rush out from the defense as well. The pulse sticks from Faith. Hunter's able to get the D-Mech onto Cynthia, and Faith and Blizzard Star are now in a duel across this point, and Faith is going to win it out. Second kill here for them. Third for Faith on this point. Faith going absolutely ham. And it is enough to force this car into its final resting place.
GCP with the cheeky touch there. I mean, you can't touch it. Faith killed everybody. Come on, GCP.
You know, this is true.
Yeah. There's the story. All good friends here for these trials from Team Ireland. The underdogs really putting on a show from both squads. And I mean, that was a great 3rd-point hold there coming out of blue squad. The push finally does come through, though, for the red team. It is in overtime, so well, we'll see if we're going to head into overtime or if blue team's not going to be able to do that. So, man, we saw lots of changes come out here. Hunter bringing out the Sojourn, which we have not seen so far from them today, and really did get some value with those charged rail shots. The overclock was pretty dang good as well. I love it.
We love our low poly cars here at Team Ireland's
marshmallow cars. It reminds me of Grounded.
Definitely marshmallow cars going on here.
Oh, you love it. You love it. Marshmallow mobiles going through. Looking at Adam now defensively, they're gonna bring out the Ana. And I like this. You're gonna have the anti that's available. Cynthia's gonna have their metal on with the defense matrix. And Pure Irish is showing us possibly, well, it is going to be the Ramatra coming out here. So probably the Nano Engage with the Ramatra. Both teams are froggy, so we're going to see them come through. Dublin going to stick on the Cassidy. They did get a lot of value there, Jeff, especially point 3. The flash grenade or the magnetic grenade getting the work done as they needed it. And Capital's going to answer with their own Ana. So double grannies for both sides here.
Yeah, mostly mirror. Diva versus Ramatra. Cassidy versus Sojourn. Cassidy doesn't have the one-shot potential that Sojourn's railgun has, but just has more consistent damage output. Hunter has to back up. Blue team goes all the way through the right-hand side alley from the defensive point of view. Looks like they're going to opt to just go back main. All right, feint one side. Speed up the middle. See if they can rush on to point. Blizzard Star worked their way up to the top. It was just deep and GCB on the outside. Meanwhile, Dublin's able to handle Hunter. Both DPS coming through nicely here for Blue Squad. Handling their tasks with precision thus far. Although losing Capital, not ideal here for Blue Team as they push forward. Finishing off Pure Irish, though, a step back in the right direction. As Blue Team have sauntered on over to the objective. 1 tick picked up.
I mean, you're looking for the regroup here. You're looking for them to come around in a pincer movement. 2 from the near side and 1 coming through the other entrance to the Midtown tunnel area. There is somebody on point. Faith giving a little bit of touch there. Now they're going to be able to get themselves on point. Pure Irish is getting burned way low here. And I don't know if they're going to be able to withstand all the damage coming in. Sound barrier is out.
Yeah, Nano invested from red team to try to hold. Adam will fall to that pulse bomb. Cynthia very low. Pure Irish not faring much better, though. And that trade will favor blue team.
Stop the payload.
Cynthia is just going to wait for the fire truck while the rest of the team pushes forward.
I don't blame it. You know, we're going to see what they can get done on the back of this. Pure Irish does have this annihilation into the next fight. So sound barrier used by Greece, they're not going to have a lot to disengage with other than the amp speed out. And if you see GCB answer that amp, it's going to be nullified. And I mean, we're going to see maybe a 3 or 4K. Well, don't worry about that. Pure Irish is just going to take the tank out right at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, GCB just going to use the amp to go in aggressive. Never mind a disengage. Red team were just all over that. Oh, Capital with the sleep. GCB wakes up and gets the assassination.
It was because the vortex went in there from GCB that already slow character couldn't get out of that. GCB says, nah, fam, I got you. We're gonna be fine. So now, I mean, you're looking at 4 ultimates here in this fight, and they're going to hold high ground here. Faith is going to be able to drop on top of them. Once they see the blue carriers come through, drop that bomb right on top of them.
Blue Star has them scouted out for the moment. So blue team aware. Faith is going to drop down. Pulse lands. Capital's gone. Sustained noticeably absent here. Grease is out of it as well as Pure Irish's annihilation finishes off the second support, and blue team have no legs to stand on.
I mean, that is worthy of quite a few good looks there. And I mean, the support coming out from not only Adam, but GCB to keep Pure Irish up through the annihilation after all that damage came in on top of them, really a standout for this fight. Now, I mean, the ultimate pendulum swings in favor of the blue team. They're going to be up against a sound barrier and a nano from Red Squad.
Blue team hiding underneath the scaffolding at the moment. Good kill from Dublin. A pair of kills from Dublin. Dublin trades themselves for both DPS on the other side, and this is blue team's signal to go. You've got to take advantage of this. Pure Irish is bringing it back. No way Pure Irish swings this back in Red's favor. Unreal. And with Capital God, Cynthia here is second guessing how far they can push out. You certainly don't want to overextend and then lose your life as well.
DCB got out with about 30 health to their name, and they got their amp healing up, and now they're able to push in and once again build towards the next sound barrier. That really did keep them in that previous fight. Now, you're looking at both DPS ultimates and an annihilation here for Cynthia. They looking at a swap over from Capital onto the Baptiste, so you're looking at immortality barrier to keep Cynthia up through this this annihilation ultimate.
Killed. It's such a tough one to use against Annihilation. You got to get the LOS just right. GCB finally able to get some revenge against Dublin and Blue Squad after being the first to fall in the previous 2 fights. Allowed room for Cynthia to move here and punch their way to victory out in the streets of Midtown. Annihilation out. They're still just chasing Pure Irish around. Oh man, this looks like a game of tag.
Throwing hands in a game of tag. You love it.
I mean, just like, you know, like when you're kids, you just like run around the same car 20 times, you know, trying to tag your friend. That's what that reminded me of right there.
I mean, they're all friends. We've heard that from Ocean and the rest of Team Ireland. They are all good friends here. This is a great example of, you know, seeing friends being able to kill each other on the field of battle for their country. And now, sub 60 seconds, sound barrier put out early from Greece.
Yeah, and Dublin's able to take advantage of that. Moves in, finds a pair. Blizzard Star controlling things down low. High ground, low ground. Everything looking good for Blue Squad.
Wonderful rotation there coming from Blizzard Star and Dublin to take the high ground of Midtown Tunnel. They're going to go ahead and get this payload pushed in. There's might be a last-second contest coming through, but I think they're just going to take better part of Valor. Hold themselves. Well, that's a great kill from Dublin once again onto Faith. Faith has had a little bit of an issue here dealing with the Cassidy, the Peacekeeper, dotting in between the eyes more times than not. And they're going to be +1 here for a few seconds.
Yeah, Pure Irish is able to swing it back, though. And those few seconds didn't even last that long.
Nope.
Hunter still has a fully charged rail, not quite able to land it there. Looking for Cynthia just as they ducked off of the fire truck. Blizzard Star has snuck in on the left-hand side, has a pulse bomb ready to go, puts it onto Pure Irish. Nano lands onto Pure Irish, so they're not looking much worse for wear. They've got the bonus healing from the nade, and they are standing tall on top of the objective at the moment. Eventually, all those buffs fade out. Pure Irish just has to beat a little bit of a retreat. More of a soft reset than a full-on retreat, but nevertheless, giving up some ground, and blue team has managed to find their way through the front door.
I mean, you got 56 seconds here to get yourself through this member and double it over onto the Ash. You've got more utility. You've got more in the back pocket. I mean, Pure Irish is going to go down here. Yep, from Blizzard Star coming through with a little drive-by right hook. And now you're looking at the pursuit coming through. Blizzard Star looking for them on the end of it. Dublin and Blizzard Star combining massively here and getting the kills they need.
A drive-by right hook. I believe that's called a clothesline. I think Blizzard just clotheslined somebody.
I was trying to think of that, Jeff. You know what? English sometimes fails me. And, well, that's definitely a clothesline wrestling reference there for everybody.
Slinging off the ropes. You add a blink into the mix. That's a deadly clothesline. One final fight here. It's either blue team pushing it home or getting stopped short and running into annihilation. It's looking like the latter. Pure Iris just in the midst of all of their enemies, doing damage to everybody, but it's not going to be enough. Double's able to finish them off. Somebody are now out alongside a Bob. Pulse Bomb Blue Squad has everything they need to push this thing home. Faith does have a pulse on the return, finds Blizzard Star, doesn't even need it, going to the back, puts the pulse down, but dies on the return. Capital's able to finish them off as they move back onto the objective. Hunter's overclock, not able to find much either. What few ults Red Team had in the bank, they're falling short. They're not getting the value that Red Team needed. The last one, the Nano Boost, excuse me, now out onto Pure Irish. They do find Dublin in the back. A good start here in what has been a very long team fight. One where blue team's not been able to quite finish it off. It looked good at the start of the fight, but it's falling flat at the end.
I mean, Cynthia does get Faith out, and that's going to... Oh my gosh, the final second touch, the anti-nade comes through. Red Squad, by the hair of their chinny chin chin, takes care of the blue squad. That's a 3-0 scoreline here if you are keeping track. But really, I mean, adaptability,
we don't keep track.
Great push. We don't keep track.
We don't keep track.
I do in the back of my head. It's just, it's habit ingrained in me by now.
I forgot who won that map already.
Really? Okay. Dublin showing us the Ash, which we have not seen today. And we also saw, you know, the Sojourn come out from the other side. So, I mean, the adaptability, once again, coming through and having, you know, some really profound effects on our game. So, I mean, Hunter really did show us some good stuff there. So did Dublin. I mean, they are going back and forth. These two DPS are really gunning for each other and giving a lot of mutual respect. We keep seeing NS showing up in the match chat, and I love to see it. They got a lot of respect for each other. You love to see it, Jeff.
Nothing but love between our competitors out there today. And I'm not even sure calling them competitors is fair, just because it implies they're competing against each other. I'm not really sure that's even the case. I feel like they're competing against themselves. They're competing to show the best that they could be, and then put that up against the rest that Team Ireland has to offer, and then let the chips fall as they may. And, well, they're going to fall onto Coliseum here for map number 4. We got to get a little bit of push in here.
I love push. I don't care.
Yeah, travel to Rome for a little push.
Big push. I like this map type, and you know, it's that you know, the character with all the swords pointed at them. What opinion will get this, put you in this position with all the knives pointed at your neck?
Sure.
Well, I mean, push, I think is one of my favorite map types now. I like that it's kind of a mix between escort and control. I like that you can throw so many different compositions at this, and it's more about strategy. It doesn't matter if you fully complete the entire circuit with Timothy Smythe the first. It's more about how do you engage and disengage out of fights, and you know, the strategy and the tech behind that. I think that's why I like this map so much, or this map type so much.
And I think it kind of has taught us how to play Overwatch too. I think push has been very valuable in teaching us the differences between the original game that we had become so ingrained with and fell so in love with over the course of 6+ years, and then making these adjustments, which seem very subtle at first, but are very important changes as we've learned our new game over this past year. And push, I think, has been really indicative on some of those changes, and a lot of it does come into, I mean, not to be redundant, but the push and pull is more important. It's a lot less important to die on a hill, to die defending a certain piece of ground, than it is to be able to learn how to disengage and take a better fight just 10 seconds later. And it's no more important than it is in the push game type.
Oh boy, we're going to get a Rhine versus Ramatra lineup, which I generally would put in favor of the Ramatra just because of the utility and the ability to control space. Ryan wants to get in there and swing the hammer around, and you're going to have the speed to do that, to engage and disengage. The big problem is that they're going to be running into the May. So I mean, Pure Irish has the potential to be blocked off at any given time.
Oh yeah, May is a Reinhardt's worst nightmare. That wall is the single most important cooldown that Pure Irish and company need to be keeping tabs on, because it's very indicative on when they can get aggressive. As our wheels up here for Hunter on the Bastion. Sentry form is another very important aspect of this composition from Red Team right now. And it's knowing when they can get aggressive and when they have to either retreat or just hold their ground.
Lines of sight here are going to be very important for Dublin here on the Hanzo, the natural counter to the Bastion. You're going to be waiting for the shielding to go down. Hunter almost gets deleted there by all the focus fire coming in. I like this rotation here from Cynthia, taking the high ground, giving them 2 avenues of angles that they're going to have to be defending from.
I mean, and what do you do if you're Red Team in this situation, right? How do you get up to this high ground to dislodge? And unfortunately, Red Team doesn't have an answer in time. Blue Team's able to capitalize. They realize Red Team is a bit frozen and indecision, and Blue Team just swoop in. Tim Smith Sr. is now under Blue Team's control.
Well, and they should be able to match what we got out of Red Team there on their push. I think that once Pure Irish gets their birthday shatter here, I think that you're going to see the Ramatra Echo come out from them. I think that Hunter, once they get their artillery strike, it'd probably go over to, I would think, a Tracer or a Cassidy. Go in with a little bit more of a quote-unquote meta comp here. Try to deal with the damage coming in. I think that they need to have something to get in the air, though, because Cynthia is more than happy to rotate high ground and keep the lines of sight in their favor.
I think we should just get a happy birthday in chat for every Earth Shatter Pure Irish throws over the next couple maps. If this is the only Reinhardt we see, well, this is our chance, friends. Application Matrix up from Red Team. Blizzard out from Blue. Oh, Pure Irish tried to pin into the Blizzard and gets froze mid-pin. Oh, that is a sad turn of events, and one that'll make any Reinhardt player just hurt from the inside out.
You and I both feel that pain, buddy. You and I both feel that pain, and just the engage there that came through from Capital, putting the nano on to Cynthia there. This is going to get them their lead, and it's going to get them extra meterage into boot. So, I mean, this artillery strike is going to have to be huge coming from Hunter, but they don't have any shielding to deal with it. So, I mean, depending on how they go in with this, especially if they put a nice wall up to stop the retreat, Hunter could get a lot of value behind this.
A lot of spread in a tiny little area, but Blue Team quick. They're able to get out of that threat. Blizzard Star does get caught on the wrong side of the tracks. Pure Irish trying to pin in. Didn't see the shatter, so I didn't get to say happy birthday. It's unfortunate, but Pure Irish is over halfway to another one, so we'll get another chance at that one, friends. Don't you worry. Annihilation now out from Blue Squad, and they push forward on the back of that and get that pick onto Hunter. Pure Irish wants to claim this ground back, but it's getting in deep. Good wall. Cuts off a lot of the threat. Able to keep Pure Irish alive here for a bit. As the reinforcements show up slowly but surely, Red Team are reclaiming some ground.
I mean, this is the anti-pure Irish composition coming through it. Everything is really designed to take the Reinhardt out of the fight, with the long range and shield break potential of Dublin, the walls coming out from Blizzard Star, the antis coming in from Capital, and the disengage from Greece. This is all designed to keep them off of their metal. I mean, the Immortality Barrier is going to have to come out here, otherwise pure Irish is done.
Great anti-nade from Capital slows Pure Irish and Red Team down. But now Pure Irish is back in. Pedal to the metal. Already picked up one. Cynthia's able to take out Hunter. Great bio-nade from Capital. And the Nano's out of Cynthia. Blizzard from Blizzard Star as well. Our blue team about to bring this one back. Faith finds Blizzard Star and Cynthia. Faith put a stop to whatever comeback plans blue team thought they had.
I mean, blue team had that fight, and it was some singular play coming out from not only Faith getting the 2K there, but GCB being able to get out of the effect of the Blizzard, and Pure Irish being able to shatter the Nano. Ramatra turns that fight into their favor, and now they've got a Blizzard sound barrier engage of their own.
Nice sleep dart forces out an early immortality field. Blizzard in from Faith, and Cynthia's caught in it. Is able to get the Nemesis form up and get some of that armor. But blue team now missing their Ana. It's going to be very difficult for them to continue to push forward and being aggressive as we're seeing right now. Yeah, Cynthia and Grace just don't have the sustain for that fight.
I mean, we're looking at 41 to 36. I mean, this is very close. Not much between these two teams as far as push, and we're at 4 minutes and 9 seconds left here in our Coliseo push map. And Adam has really been putting on some good work here with the Baptiste, not only with the healing, but also with their primary fire in helping to chunk down some of these more stubborn targets. So, I mean, really, the work is getting done. Artillery strike out here from Hunter.
All three in the exact same spot. Oh, Blizzard Star moved in and finished off Hunter. The Hunter became the hunted. Okay, that was bad. I know. I'm sorry, friends. Immortality field taken care of.
Oh.
Red team backing up, and they get the checkpoint. Red team get the closer spawns, and well, they are now in the lead by over 30 meters, almost 30 meters.
I mean, 3:20 on the clock. They have ultimates coming into this fight, though. They're looking at the pulse bomb. You're going to have to pull out Immor out before you can really drop that in. But the Annihilation, I think, is going to be the kicker here for them to be able to clutch up this fight and get themselves moving on. It'd be great if they could go eco with this and just put the pulse bomb out and take people down, but that's an early recall.
I think that wall just helps Cynthia, who is quite low on life. It does also end the Annihilation, though. Blizzard Star still holding on to that pulse, was lurking around that far left-hand side for a juicy piece of prey. Cynthia with a nano boost. Pulse bomb is out, and it'll combine to 3 kills coming through for blue team, and it couldn't come in a better time.
Expensive fight, though. Expensive fight for blue team. They put out the pulse bomb and the nano, and nano is so hard to charge here for Capital with the competition that's being run right now. The good thing is that they've got Dragon Strike available, so they're going to be able to section off and push in behind that and really pull some resources out of Red Squad. But the Blizzard should stop this push before it gets really a good head of steam.
Yeah, blue team's not even really gonna give it all the steam that they've got. They know they have to win this next fight, and they have to respect that Blizzard. Fire name from Capital is going to turn 2 purple. Slows down red team momentarily. They are aware of Blizzard Star on the flank on the outside. GCB is kind of keeping tabs on Blizzard Star, marking that tracer so they can't move in and really provide a threat from that off angle. Blue team just looks a little stuck here for the moment. Dublin does have dragons if they want to use that to open up this fight. Yep, here come the dragons right on top of Faith. Faith is able to use that ice block to then come out and have the Blizzard ready to go. Sound barrier out from Greece. Faith is going to go ahead and invest that Blizzard as soon as the sound barrier starts to fade. Cynthia in a bit of trouble as they now have 5 icicles sticking out of their forehead. And red team have control of Tim Smith the first. This bot moving back to the checkpoint.
Oh man, I mean, wonderful adaptability here. And Hunter foregoing the Bastion, back onto, or now onto the Sojourn, 10% away from this and Addicted, who we saw in the Twitch chat earlier, saying, "Hi, I love Overwatch. I love these guys, and we love Overwatch 2." Addicted, we love Overwatch 2. The window does come out from Adam. They're not going to get much value on the back of it, so that's going to be a very impactful ultimate off the board.
And a cheeky little move from Blizzard Star to get the bot down here. It just shifted where this battle is going to take place. Irish trying to swing against the Tracer at the moment. Hunter with an overclock from the high ground finds Dublin going into the back, getting up close and personal. Ooh, spots off Capital behind him. And a bit of a ring around the rosy. Grease gets the punch down. Hunter gets confused and finds themselves surrounded. Blue team find themselves in control of the bot with one ult to work with. It's cost them a lot just to get this far. And happy birthday, Pure Irish. There's the shatter that lands onto Cynthia, sending the tank back into spawn and giving red team the edge, control of the bot, and another dub here in tryouts. A big birthday present there for Pure Irish as they close out the map in style.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. It was well timed as well. And that really was indicative of how push should be played, Jeff, is that you don't have to, go for 100 meters every time. They knew once they got themselves to their forward spawns, that was probably going to be enough meterage, and they disengaged from there and take fights on their own terms. You saw it there. Once again, you saw that there was the engage from Grease that had to come through, the amp speed had to come through, keep them in contention on the point, and Pure Irish says, oh, I'll take that. And wait for the Ramatcha shield to go away. The Vortex came out, lands a shatter, gets a kill onto the Tracer, and it's Dunsky from there. Really smart of the Tui and La, Kaja and Kaio in Korean. I got that now. So I mean, we're learning. Push. It doesn't matter how far you get. It just matters where you're at the end, and how you take fights on your own terms.
And if you're the one who set the tempo for those fights, then it typically bodes well for you. And we also saw a little bit of difference in composition there between the two squads, and the Reinhardt comp emerged victorious, able to close the gap there against the Ramantra comp on the other side. This brings us to map number 5. We head back to Control. We're heading to the Antarctic Peninsula, our newest map here in Overwatch 2. One I'm still getting acclimated to. Very Reinhardt favored, seemingly in all 3 of these submaps.
I mean, I like Winston here for labs because you do have high ground that you can contest and use your jump pack to get to high ground and contest up there with some rotations coming through from a team that's trying to aggress onto the point. Ramatra works remarkably well here as well. I think that Orisa actually is one of my favorite tanks here, to be honest, especially with Terra Surge being able to pull people in. That is one of my favorite tanks here. Of course, I love the Donkey Horse. She's my favorite tank. Always will be. I don't apologize. Won't be taking any comments on that. I don't think that we'll see her here because of, the prevalence of the Reinhardt and the Ramatra. Other good tank here, especially with sub-level, the Wrecking Ball. The mobility there, the central pillar, to be able to get pile drives from, pop people up. We've seen how these teams have been able to focus on the back of it. So, we'll see what Cynthia and Pure Irish decide as far as their tanks. Team 2 is not Froggy. I love this, being Froggy or not Froggy. Dublin versus Hunter once again. Long range versus mid range here. And we'll see how these two are going to be able to duke it out.
I don't know what potatoes are, but I now want some.
Potatoes.
You're Irish with the Jungle Queen. All right. See me, Cynthia and Blue Team who grabbed this. I think calling it high ground's a bit of a stretch, but you know what? It's still accurate. Technically true, the best kind of true. So Cynthia and company holding on to high ground at the moment. Red team want to push in from this outside. Blue team drop down for the one person who's waiting on point. Using an immortality field and the main wall to try to isolate what I believe was Pure Irish, but they don't find anything. They do get control of the point, though.
We're looking at a double speed boost here, both from the Commanding Shout and from the Amp Speed. So they're trying to get on top of Cynthia, burn them down. Now, you had good fortune there in the beginning, just not able to secure the kill. But I think they have the right idea to use the double speed boost to get on top of Cynthia and pull them out. And I mean, look for these charges to come through.
Zuzu has to use from Adam just to save themselves, and they swift step back to the point. Good rotations from blue team all the way around, as they've been able to kind of just cycle in and off of the point and maintain control of the objective as well as control of high ground at the same time. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, right now, you know, they're not worried about high ground. They will pursue kills as they need to, but they, you know, they have the ability and the mobility to get themselves up and around the confines of the point. So we'll see. I mean, Blizzard Star can use the wall to get themselves up here to hold this high ground. Now they've got great lines of sight for the approach coming in from Pure Irish and Company. Rampage almost online here, and then combined with a Kitsune Rush, this could actually be a very deadly fight.
Assuming red team can close the gap. Faith sneaks in from the back, but gets found out and run off. Has to just go the other direction and grab a Mega. Blue team drops down to the low ground. Big Bionate finds the race, so Grease has to throw the sound barrier in. Kitsune Rush from Adam, and hopes of evicting blue team off this point. But so far, there's no goods to be found. In fact, it's a Blizzard coming out from Blizzard Star, but that's a lot of low health bars and doubling off the battlefield already. Pure Irish running for their life. Hunter's going to defend him with the Deadeye and protect that retreat. Pure Irish able to get topped back off. Red team is able to grab control of the point through all this. Blue team now just sitting in on the outside while red team clean up.
You were mentioning about being able to close the gap. Well, they did that very nicely, and then also were able to avoid the Blizzard in return. So now it's all about space taking. It's about maintaining the space that they have. And you're looking at Cynthia being able to push in with Shatter, no shields to defend against it. The sound barrier is going to be your best bet to keep yourself up. Look for Faith, though, Jeff. Look for Faith to go either to the May or the Reinhardt here with their duplicate.
Clutch sound barrier from GCB. The Shatter lands from Cynthia. Pure Irish is gone. Cynthia now chasing GCB around the map, and it's like, wait, no, I'm not going to be able to catch a Lucio. How about this Echo? Blizzard Star is able to take care of the Echo, and the poor Reinhardt is desperately searching for anybody to come and play. Hey, found somebody. There's Hunter. Oh, Capital. No, Blizzard Star steals that one. Cynthia's like, please, somebody come play with me.
Nobody wants to play with me. From Ace Ventura. And I mean, that was pretty comprehensive. I mean, they took one fight, and then they were able to turn it back around in their favor. So compositionally, there for blue team, the tank winning the ability to hold space and control aggression coming in. Now we're going to see Pure Irish go over to their own Reinhardt. You love to see it. We're going to get the answer back. And this GCB telling him to stop using that. Oh, Lord.
The irony.
The irony, yes. The irony is not wasted upon us here in the casting booth. But what is also not wasted is that, you know what? That Junker Queen did not get a lot done. There was one good rampage, but they were able to cleanse through it and be able to sustain themselves through it. So, you know, the Immortality Barrier doing its job from Capital. And they're going to continue to stay with this composition coming through. And Hunter and Faith, well, it's going to be echoed all around, mirror comps for both sides.
Yeah, and a Hanzo for both of our teams. Pure Irish. That is a quick opening kill, and you cannot pick a better target. If you had to go through and just handpick somebody to delete, it would certainly be the Baptiste. And somehow Pure Irish has managed to survive, just swinging in all directions. Some great heals coming out of Adam. Eventually, the Reinhardt falls, but not before Team Red's able to clean up.
Yep, I mean, once you lose Cynthia in the early fight there, and Blizzard Star was the first one to go down, that is just a perfect, Capital at the beginning of that fight. All the sustain was gone. You've got an one amp heal, then you got to wait for that cooldown to come back. So, I mean, for Red Team, this is a perfect start for them. Big Wolf came out from Faith to heal, to stop all the aggression coming in.
That was a clever wall. Not sure it quite accomplished what they wanted, but Pure Irish now backing up in a bit of a Reinhardt hammer on hammer. Mortality field used early from red. There goes blue. Blizzard Star is giving a bit of an edge here. Nice block from Cynthia. Eventually is going to fall as Hunter lands the storm arrows there Blizzard Star is going to be in a bit of trouble as they have Ice Block right in the middle of the entire team. Not exactly where you want to be.
No, not at all. I mean, we'll see. Grease going to be able to get out.
Okay,
Hello,
Grease.
in a contained, small little spacer and able to stay or get themselves out of danger. Built up more towards that sound barrier. Actually pulls ahead of GCB there. Well, we're gonna have probably both the Blizzards. We'll see Faith get their Blizzard up in this fight. Blizzard Star can start this and get their Blizzard out first. They might be able to flip the point.
And Blizzard Star does indeed get theirs out first, but Red does a good job of disengaging. Nice play from GCB, and they move back in and get the kill on the Capital as well. Animatrix up front gives a slight edge here to Red Team as they lead in a 3v2 on this point. Blue Team has managed to capture control of the objective for the first time here in Labs, or sub-level, actually. The Red Team, they're going to steal it right back. Only 13% gained by Blue.
Yep, I mean, looking at what we got online here as well, I mean, you've got Dragon Strike and Sound Barrier ready to go. Good thing for Blue Team, they're going to have a 4-pack of ultimates coming into this fight, including that Window. Window should be able to get them purchased on the point. Just depends on where they let loose of it. So far away from the point, though.
Yeah, Pure Irish pushes it in past the Amatrix. Sound Barrier out from Grease. Only hits 3. Here comes the Dragons from Blue Team as well. That's a lot of ultimates invested, and it turns into a 2-1 trade here for Blue Squad, one that they will leverage into a fight win.
I mean, you know, they had to invest. They knew that the time to go was now. They do get the flip at 99%, so got to be perfect from here on out. It cost them 4 ultimates, though, to get this through. And, I mean, that early window from Capital, you know, I mean, I give them the credit for being able to claim the space with it. They're going to be really wanting for that come their next fight. But, I mean, they've lapped Adam as far as the window usage. But early Dragon Strike to come out and claim this high ground.
Yeah, I think the idea was to prevent a retreat. It does actually grab Capital at the very end of the ultimate. Happy birthday, Shatter there from Pure Iris is going to find 3. Fight winning here from the birthday boy.
Oh, we're going to go to Labs. That's what that birthday shatter means, and I mean that is a fantastic little sequence of events there. Understanding their yeah, there it comes in from Ocean as well. Birthday boy slam. I mean the wall, the dragon to push everybody into the area. Faith bringing the wall up there, and then the shatter to finish it off. Man, that was a 1-2-3 punch that Blue Squad did not have any kind of a response for, and it was just perfectly played. So, yeah, Labs is going to decide Antarctic Peninsula here. And, well, now that we've got Pure Irish answering in the Reinhardt department, Cynthia really does need to step up here. They need to invest more into Cynthia, make sure they can stay up through these fights. And you know what? We'll see how this is going to go. Because the mirror matchup really has gone in favor of Red Squad, and I mean, I'd like a Symmetra here, to be quite honest, to get you out of spawn quicker, and then bringing in Tracer. I think Tracer is such a good choice here, being able to go into the back line and really harass them.
Well, our teams have opted for the Hanzo Mei, and a very claustrophobic fight there to start things off. Both Reinhardts were a little low and had to back up, and neither falls as the Baptistes are able to keep them topped off. Early wall used here from Blue Squad, and Cynthia eats a volley of storm arrows. And it's first blood going to Red Squad. Adam with a beautiful shot. Picks Capital right out of the sky.
Love it. I mean, you love the bloodthirsty supports. I always say it. Healer, heal thyself. Well, healer, frag yourself, and that's great work out of them now. We need to see what's going to happen here in the next fight. Pure Irish already 91% to shatter. WM1 was the code of the day there for Pure Irish on the Reinhardt, and I mean they're going to have this shatter. They're probably not expecting it to come out here when they do hit the Q button. On the other side, I mean, a nice rotation coming through. They're going to feint the push and come from the backside.
It kind of worked. Oh, and that's 2 walls up. The Reinhardt in the middle of it. The shatter is out, and several people are on their back. Immortality Field's dealt with, half a Blue Team sitting at half health, but Dublin is the one who finds first blood. Coming in from a deficit, it's the arrows of Dublin that could be the difference here. Faith and Pure Irish trying to circle back around. GCB gets caught out in that rotation. And this Ant Matrix invested late. Don't think it's going to be enough. In fact, it's dueling Ant Matrices about 5 meters from each other. Blizzard on the back of the fight falls to nothing.
I mean, that's a weird investment there from Faith. I thought that they thought they had the numbers, but Hunter actually gets out of it. They're going to go ahead and put through their dragons. Hunter gone bye-bye once again.
I mean, and this is blue team is going to be able to reach red team's percentage just based on that ultimate alone. We'll see the taxi coming back, and GCB is going to get Hunter back into this fight quicker. By the time this fight actually breaks out, blue team will definitely equal red team as far as control percentage. Blue team have a couple ults to work with as well. Red team make their way onto the point, circumventing all the way around coast side. But Blizzard Star with the wall, with the ultimate, and Faith is going to fall. Adam on the edge of the boat, ends up taking a swim. Walk the plank, ye Baptiste.
That's a great engage for them. And I mean, this is going to be bye-bye to Hunter once again. Hunter is not having a very fun time here playing this labs map, and really, Blue Squad showing a lot of heart here, a lot of patience, and a lot of skill being able to recognize their win conditions. That Blizzard was massive from Blizzard. Really did cordon off the point, and they were just able to pick people off at their leisure. Now, the other important part of that is that they didn't have to invest their sound barrier in this fight, so 75% counting, they've got the sound barrier ready to go.
Oh, Cynthia just gets absolutely bullied inside the dragons. Oh, that was nasty. Cynthia, I am so sorry. Oh my goodness, just gets booped around from all angles, could not get out of that. And that was pretty much just indicative of how that entire fight went blue team.
I mean, we're gonna have double sound barriers in the next fight. I'm sorry, that tickled me. How poor Cynthia just got stymied out there, couldn't go anywhere. They did hold on to their sound barrier, so I mean, you know, great ultimate discipline coming out from Blue Squad. They're 20% ahead still, and they've got their dragons online, so they've got that advantage with the other two online. We'll see how the shatters and the sound barriers are coming out. Big shatter,
big block. Pure Irish is trying to respond. Sound barriers out from both squads. Pure Irish is going to back up a moment over reprieve, is baiting Cynthia in. Immortality Field up, and Pure Irish is going to lose that fight. Capital does fall, but red team are going to have to do this without their tank. Blue team without their primary source of sustain. Blizzard now out here from red, and Cynthia won't survive. No Baptiste, no Immortality Field. Dublin is whittled down. Ice block used here from Blizzard Star. Red team able to sustain out, come out on top as Pure Irish returns to celebrate a birthday victory here on Icebreaker and a win on Antarctic Peninsula here for red team.
Oh man, what a fantastic set of maps here from both these squads. And I mean, we've mentioned it a couple times here, Jeff. The selection of this underdog Team Ireland Wolfhounds team is going to be brutal. I would not venture to put any kind of my stamp onto it, other than good luck, okay. Because it has been neck and neck. All the players here in our lobby have really put their best wares forward, and I mean, seeing how these two teams are really, you know, finding and coalescing around each other and showing us their adaptability. It's been a treat to watch here, seeing the back, seeing behind the curtain of how teams are being made, and Team Ireland allowing us in here. Fantastic time. I mean, I'm loving this. I could do this all day long.
It truly is unique. I mean, I think this is the first time in the history of the Overwatch World Cup that we've gotten to see kind of the behind the scenes, gotten to see the trialing process. Okay, music just did some funkiness. Oh, we're getting funky now. We're getting into Eichenwald. I've been looking forward to this map all day long, Billy. Let's get funky.
How long has it been since we seen play that funky music, Jeffrey? Yep, there we go. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I don't even know what kind of tanks to run now, because I have not played on Eichenwalde myself in ranked or in quick play forever. I mean, do you run with the Reinhardt composition here? Do you stay true to how good Reinhardt is right now? Especially, you know, we haven't even mentioned really on broadcast here the fact that there is a second reduction in the charge. Which allows the Reinhardt to reposition. The mobility goes up just that little bit, but that little bit is so huge, and I've noticed in my ranked games, being able to reposition, get myself back into a fight a little bit faster as a Reinhardt, really is a quality of life improvement here for a main tank. Pure Irish is going to actually show us the D.Va here, so they're going to be nullifying not only damage coming in from the DPS, but also these fire strikes, working to keep that shatter at bay for as long as possible.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Not to mention, build it up as quick as possible.
Yep. I agree, Bo. I agree.
Yes, but Bo is happy for Eichenwalde as well. Everybody's excited. We get to finally go to Germany to see this map. Very conservative positioning here out of Blue Squad. I mean, they're just hanging out on point. Are they looking? Okay, yeah, look to try to isolate Pure Irish. Pure Irish is able to scamper off to the high ground and get out of that slowing being of Blizzard Star. Faith somehow just emerges in the backline. I don't know how Faith got there. I don't know what teleporter or magic juju you used to appear there, but holy cow. As Faith just cracks open this defense. Hunter looking for Capital in the back. There it is. Lands the arrow right out of the sky.
I mean, it was the teleport jutsu coming out from them. Working on top of this. Doublet goes down, so I mean, they're still at a +1, +2. This should be the fight win here, and the point unlocking and getting through for the members of Red Squad. Almost sounds like a Star Trek reference, but we'll continue on with the Overwatch. I keep thinking every time we say Red Squad, I keep thinking of Star Deep Space Nine, the Starfleet Academy cadet squad called Red Squad. Anyways, self-destruct ready to go here. Hunter almost has some Dragon Strike ready to go. So now it's all about trying to capture this high ground. GCP is going to get up in the sky and give some support to Faith on this Echo.
See, and then I think of the other sci-fi franchise as just, Red Leader standing by.
Very well. Very well. I'm a Trek nerd. I'm not going to lie about it. But we'll see how they deal with this next fight. Now, Blizzard's going to have to be very cognizant of where they let loose this Blizzard, because they do have a D.Va on the field. And, well, I mean, the Dragon Strike does cordon people off, but it doesn't get them any space.
No, but what it did was distracted long enough for a couple of members from Red Team to get into the back line. Unfortunately, I don't think Pure Irish quite found what they're looking for yet. There it is, as they sneak in and they're able to take Dublin down from behind. And now Capital doesn't know which side of this ant matrix they're supposed to be standing. Kitsune rush in from Red Squad as they push in to try to do something here. But they're just not able to find a whole lot of ground to work with. Blizzard Star. Uh-oh. Blizzard Star finds themselves over. Well, GCB finds 2 picks, and suddenly the tables have turned.
Yep, this is going to be lots of meterage now. They're going to be able to get around the bottom of the keep here and really contest high ground, looking for Pure Irish. Yep, they're going to get up on high ground and get their lines of sight going up there. So, I mean, you can leave GCB on the point. Duplicate ready to go for Faith. You'll most likely see that go onto the Reinhardt copy. Shatter, though, it's going to be important here. There is the copy.
Yeah, and indeed onto the right. The Reinhardt and a D.Va on the battlefield right now for Red Squad. Oh, and they've got Cynthia in their sights. Grease up top, and 2 seconds left on the duplicate. Faith doesn't get the shatter out. Does do a decent amount of damage with the pin at the very end, which will allow for the focusing boom to come through and finish off Cynthia just as they throw down an Earth Shatter of their own. But look at this. Dublin finding a pair with the Deadeye, turns up, lands the magnetic grenade. Oh, a GCB finds yet another GCB. Has been just hunting out for blood here on the Lucio.
Hey, I mean, yikes. GCB really having a lot of fun here in this matchup, finding frags, finding good healing as well. And we're going to see what they got coming through. You know, they're only on about 2,500 healing right now, but I mean, high ground control here is so important here. Hunter going to be able to use these dragons to cordon off the bridge once again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Faith falls. Red team might get slowed up, particularly with Pure Irish getting pinned into the corner. With the wall up, there's no heals, and the defense is going to stabilize. I want to highlight here before moving on, GCB leading the lobby, leading the map right now in final blows. 5 for GCB on the Lucio. But red team's in a bit of trouble. Blue team moving up to the high ground and force red team all the way back.
Well, I mean, you know, Cynthia and company getting a chance to hold high ground here. Now, the swap to the Wrecking Ball, displacement, environmental, looks as well, and just pure staying power with the adaptive shielding, going to be able to get them a lot of work done. Oh, the stick comes through, though.
Double support ultimates here from Blue Squad. They're able to push Pure Irish back. Devlin took a lot of damage, though. That pile drive could be dangerous. Somehow Devlin's able to get out of the way, just ducked inside the castle for a moment. Trades come through. Faith finds a pair, putting red team up by 1 in this fight. But they're still struggling a little bit. Okay, they're starting to whittle down Cynthia. They got Cynthia surrounded. Red team will get this car at home. There's an ice block from Blizzard Star stalling at the moment. But once that's gone, the May is going to be very vulnerable. I say that. Pure Irish gets taken down by Grease. That wasn't supposed to happen. Blizzard Star finds Faith after coming out of that ice block, not the other way around. And Blue defy all odds to hold on yet again.
You know what really happened there, Jeff, is the fact that GCB was looking for environmental kills rather than making sure that they confirmed kills. And that was the real difference in that fight. And now, you know, you're 33 seconds left here. The mines will be online, and there goes the Dragons to pull them off the point.
Forces him forward, but Dublin's still able to find Faith with the Deadeye. Pure Irish and Red Team trying to, I think, just throw Blue Team off their game a little bit, force them to look in all directions. Cynthia decides to chase the group back into the castle. Red Team thoroughly retreat, and both teams kind of find their post to sit on for a moment.
Mines will be available on the point. This will cordon people off. There they are out. Now they're going to be looking for space claiming.
Cynthia Shatter doesn't find anything, but Dublin's able to get some work done before finally falling into the back. Duplicate from Faith here. Again, double tanks on the board for Red Team, but the Shatter is countered. The duplicate is ended. 3v3 on this point, and 2 supports left here for Blue Squad. Cynthia is very tough to take down at the moment and is currently standing between Red Team and the inside of this castle. Sound barrier out from JCB to try to escort this car inside. See if they can batter down the doors. But there's a Kitsune rush up from this defense, and Blue Squad is not going anywhere. Devlin has made a swap over to a Symmetra, and those extra turrets proving very valuable here for the defense as they find Adam. GCB gone as well. With Red Team, no supports left here. It should be Blue. Just a matter of time before they evict Red Team off of their point.
Yeah, that's actually impressive. They're, I mean, what, a meter and a half from capturing point 2, and was a long time. It was about a minute and 45 seconds that they hold right in front of their castle door. So, you know, great adaptation coming through from the Blue Squad. I really like the Symmetra coming through, honestly. The turrets were able to slow down Pure Action. They were able to confirm kills on the back of that slowing effect. And, well, it's all back to the drawing board now. Pure Irish is going to show us the Reinhardt look again. First point, absolutely love it. I think that the ultimate rotation that came through from Red Squad, I think they got a little bit panicked, honestly, when they started seeing their time drop below 60 seconds. They started investing a little bit more haphazardly rather than, you know, really investing in them smartly. And for the members of Blue Squad, it was too easy to repel back. And so, you know, now we might see Blue Team really get some decent meterage here, especially with they're going to run with Blizzard Star on the Sombra. We have not seen a Sombra here today. So, I mean, if you're looking at that, to be able to deny shield and or ice block from Faith, this could be actually a really interesting composition to come through for them.
And yet another look at a Blizzard Star, just showing us how deep their heal pool really goes. Really good decision-making, really good job from Cynthia in particular. O'Hara's making the shots there for Blue Team when it came to positioning on the defense. Because, I mean, Red Team definitely threw a lot of different looks at them, but Blue Team did a really good job of adapting. You know, you said it was kind of easy to repel what Red Team threw at them. I'm not sure I necessarily agree on the easy part, but Blue Team certainly made it look easy, that's for sure. And now they're coming in on the attack, but uh-oh, Blizzard Star has found themselves in a world of trouble.
Well, so has Pure Irish, and losing your Reinhardt here, and then you're gonna have to, get them back into fighting order. And that immortality field that came from Capital keeping Cynthia on their fight or on their feet, so now they're gonna be able to push in on the back of this. I say that walls come out and they beat a hasty retreat, and losing your Baptiste in this composition, yeah, you're gonna have to come back as a full 5. This is gonna allow Cynthia to get back into the fight and start building towards that shatter. Great walls coming from both Mays there. I just think Faith had a little bit better of the value from them.
Blue team in here for attempt number 2. No ults to speak of from either side. Dragons will be online shortly for Hunter. It's going to be the only one available in the near future. Dublin really wants this high ground. Very advantageous. Good line of sight into the back line of the defense. But with Cynthia gone, Dublin and the rest of blue team just going to have to retreat. Second attempt thwarted.
This is really impressive coming out from the red team. Cynthia has not gotten a lot done on the Reinhardt here, offensively. The defensive Reinhardt was definitely more in their wheelhouse. And I mean, great wall to kind of section off there. I mean, they denied the power of these dragons and Hunter getting the work done.
Really nice positioning on the dragons. It was exactly where blue team wanted to go, and they just kind of had to scramble. Their plans just absolutely fell apart in front of them just as they started to enact them. It's like the road just crumbling out from underneath your feet.
It's like a sinkhole that just happens.
Just appears.
In front of you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Google Maps is like turn right, and you turn right, and then the floor just falls out from underneath you. That's exactly what just happened to blue team.
The floor is quicksand,
yeah.
And you're gonna get sucked down into a big shatter.
Nice wall. Block. And that was from Blizzard Star, a great wall, and yet another hero in Blizzard Star's pool.
I mean, this is turning into quite a impressive performance, and Blizzard comes out from Faith. That's going to get a kill. That's probably going to get 2. Yes, it does. Pure Irish leading up on the back of that. That's beautiful work. What a Blizzard out from Faith.
And that is Pure Irish finding max value from all of those cooldowns. Pin gets a kill. Fire Strike gets a kill. Now Pure Irish halfway to yet another shatter. Got the first one blocked by a May wall from Blizzard Star. Dragons first of 4 online here from Blue Team. Move on to the point. Star wanted. Hopefully the ultimate will. Mortality field quickly throwing up. Sound barrier out from GCB. None of the above enough to save Adam from a cold and icy fate. Blue Star have now rotated onto this point, starting to get the progress going. Oh my! But Hunter throws out the biggest dragons we've seen all day. 3K for Hunter. 2 for Cynthia on the return, but unfortunately, they were the last player standing there for Blue Squad.
I mean, your DPS are alive.
Dropping an MTD.
Oh man, I mean, Cynthia came with a huge shatter, and I thought they were going to win that fight out, but I mean, Faith, man, so good. So good.
Oh my goodness. Red team, top, not going to give up, but 1 tick here on point A as the wall blocks Cynthia off. The final play here in our second block of trials. What an exciting block it was, though. We've got a really good look at some phenomenal players here trialing out for Team Ireland.
Oh man, I mean, the adaptability, the flexibility, the hero pools, everything. It's everything that you want. I mean, these dragons from Hunter really got the work done. And on the back of that, I mean, they clean up. And that's a 4K come out from Hunter, and they got the work done. We've said it time and time again. This is going to be a very difficult decision to decide who's going to represent the Wolfhounds in these World Cup, playoff play-ins for the chance to go to the main show. And Denmark, I think, is definitely going to get through. The fact that they are not in, that weren't in the main group, criminal to say the least. Ireland the same way. And looking at the talent that we have here, Jeff, it's insane that Ireland are in this position. But you know what? They're going to make the best out of this situation. Being able to battle like this, and then being able to battle other countries, and the run up to the World Cup. Man, this is going to be an exciting time for the Wolfhounds, and I cannot wait to watch their journey continue on.
And in personal opinion, I think World Cup is the most important event that we have in the entirety of the Overwatch community. And it's been a blast to be a part of this. And these trials aren't done. We will have more trials for you tomorrow right here on this same channel. That's going to start at 6 o'clock BST. That's 1 o'clock Eastern for those of you in the States. So I hope to see you all there tomorrow. And we're going to keep the good times rolling. We're going to get this wonderful insight. We're going to continue this look into the process of selection for our players here for Team Ireland. And big shout out to them. Big shout out to the entirety of the Wolfhounds, the underdogs here, for inviting us to be a part and for giving us this look inside their process.
I mean, we got a small snippet of it with the EMEA trials, but
Sure.
now, getting a more zoomed in focus on a team, and how they're looking around to decide who's going to make their team. I mean, this is what it's all about. And the fact that, Ocean, our good friend, asking us, I'm personally honored to be here. I've got some Irish in my family somewhere down the line. I mean, the red hair and green eyes gives it away. But, just the fact that we get a chance to look behind the curtain here and see how this all goes down has been truly an honor. And thank you to BPL as well, putting this on for us and giving us the beautiful pictures and letting everybody else see what we see. And this is just, like I said, it's an honor. I couldn't be happier.
All right, friends, much love. That's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see you right back here tomorrow. But until then, y'all enjoy your weekend. Love y'all. We'll see you next time. Bye, friends.